Okay. Alrighty. Hello. Hello. So today for PGR, before I start reading Floating Record 12, Spark the Wildfire, I'm gonna read Vera's arcade anima, Land of Bliss, first. Because apparently it's recommended to read that first before going into the Floating Record chapter. So, but before I actually fully start reading, let me just do this really quick. Spend all my serums. Spend all of that. Oh, wait. Pick up these ones too. This. Boom. And battle pass. Boom. There. Quick and easy. Alright. Now let's start with the arcade anima, which I did clear through, but I didn't read it myself in my own time because I figured I would just save it until I actually get to like upload the reading video for this. But since it's recommended to read this before the floating record, I might as well just do it now. We'll also include the battle, the combat stage. It looks like there's only one, so. Alright, let's start. Land of Bliss, arcade anima, drowning. Oh, great start. Blood gushes from the neck, splattering onto the face of the next person. The searing stimulus forces an involuntary scream from his throat. I know where she went. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Don't kill me. Then you better prepare your excuses in advance. I don't have time to wait for you to calm down. The crimson figure toys with her small knife and, under the man's terrified gaze, kicks the third fresh corpse off the deck. The waves instantly swallow any trace of that person's existence. Seeing this, the man grows so tense he dares not swallow in case the blood against his neck would slice his throat open. She betrayed Corona like me, and we both ended up at Daedalus. She seemed perfectly normal at first, carrying out missions and everything for Daedalus, without any issues. But no one expected she was there for revenge, not even me. The man's eyes widen as if recalling something terrifying, and he gets agitated once more. One day, she pulled me aside and told me not to go to work the next day. Hey, don't you get it? I knew something was wrong the moment she said it. Hello, IA. Seems like she trusted you quite a bit. The man winces, squeezing his eyes shut as he recalls the past. She also told me that your mission together all those years ago to find the key was fake. It was deliberately staged, and the real key had already been recovered by Daedalus, so she wanted to do something about it. And she succeeded. She made her move the very next day, not only killing the mastermind who wronged you all, but also escaping with the real key. She even managed to scrub away all traces linking her to it. Afterward, everyone assumed I was the culprit because I stayed home that day. She trusted me. She didn't trust me at all. She was setting me up as the fall guy. I was naive enough to believe her. Such an idiot. I always knew everyone from Group 13 was rotten to the core, especially you, Hound. Excuse me, her name is Vera. The crimson figure takes a deep breath, seemingly having heard enough of his tedious tale, and decides to cut to the chase. After all that rambling, I only hear one thing. You don't actually know where she went in the end. Wait, I do know, I do. You're asking the right person. I was in charge of construct maintenance at Corona. I knew her well. I even installed tracking devices on her. Her last known location was in... With his arms tightly bound, the man casts a puzzled gaze toward the island now clearly visible ahead. That island. Oh, then we've come to the right place. Hold on, that's not right. You knew she escaped to that island all along, didn't you? You just want confirmation from me. Unless you were planning to kill me all along. I only wanted to ask you about her whereabouts originally. But I just found out something interesting. That tracking procedure back then was your handiwork all along. You said it was yourself. You said it yourself. That group was set up to destroy Group 13. That mission was set up to destroy Group 13. So you must be perfectly aware that you're one of the killers responsible for their deaths. You've managed to hide quite well all these years. No, I just hear me out. I've heard enough. Time to say goodbye. Realizing his fate, the man lets out a desperate, agonized scream. But soon his screams dissipate across the ocean's surface along a splashy crimson. The screams are replaced by the cries of seabirds telling Vera that the island is now within reach. She does not shield her eyes from the blinding sunlight, her gaze fixed on the target growing ever closer. Huh. So this is your so-called paradise. She can never forget how the constructs Group 13 spoke of this island with such longing in their eyes. They claimed its beauty was transcendent, even going so far as to describe it as a paradise. Yet clinging to such fantasies changes nothing about the harsh reality they faced. It was the third day of the siege on them. Underground fortress. What's beeping? Sorry, it's my bot. Group 13 from the Kurono Special Force has just finished an interdiction mission, leading a group of haggard refugees to safety. Everyone is resting where they are, uncertain when the next corrupted attack will come. Hush struggles with her vocal device as she apologizes for disturbing Vera's rest. What is it? Still going on about that perfect homeland of yours? How can you still afford to daydream at a time like this? As Vera gazes ahead, she notices lengthy text silently scrolling across the bot's screen in the dark fortress. All of it hushes descriptions of her beautiful homeland. Having always dismissed such things, Vera finally cannot resist taking a closer look. She wants to see just how beautiful Hush's hometown was to deserve such persistent advertising. There's a beach in front of my home. We called it the Rainbow Beach. The Rainbow Beach has very shallow waters. Shoals of fish will appear at high tide, and the coral beneath reveals itself when the tide recedes. The corals are so beautiful. They gleam in the sunlight. Vera sneers after scanning the text briefly. It's just ordinary stuff. What's the point of remembering any of this? There's a point. Hush gestures animatedly. She claims she was the last person alive on the island, fortunate enough to receive Kurono's modifications. She says she must document her homeland, otherwise no one would ever know its beauty again. She says that the punishing virus outbreak will end one day, and she will return to her homeland. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. How naive can you be? The punishing virus has swept across the whole world. No one can escape this disaster, not even that little island of yours. Those beautiful sights you described, all gone. Who knows, maybe your precious Rainbow Beach is now filled with the corpses of your fellow villagers. Vera. Oh, is our do-gooder captain playing the good guy again? I wonder how long it will take you to come up with an actual battle plan. Vera, designation BPN-13, is a support-type construct from Kurono. Kurono excavated this fiery construct from the ruins of a battlefield. She presented Kurono with a mountain of corrupted corpses she had slain, the most impressive resume. She has become Kurono's property ever since. However, it is quite evident that this property is rather difficult to control. There's no need to speak like that, Vera. Catching our captain's stern, disapproving look, Vera just gives an indifferent shrug. The cordiality displayed in this team makes Vera sick to her stomach. Huh. You're Corona's lapdog, so why bother putting on this facade of kindness? Good thing we're not competing with other squads on this mission, otherwise you all would have shown your true colors after being trapped here for so many days. I know you despise teamwork, but these are your orders. You must comply. Bring the key back yourself if you're so capable. Feel free to request to be exempt from all future team operations afterward. This squad of constructs from the Corona Special Force arrived at Seaside Town 3 days ago. Their mission is to find the key. To be more precise, the key is an unknown authorization that Corona briefly processed before losing it after the punishing virus outbreak. The last intel suggested it had surfaced on the black market. This black market sits at the edge of the world, having been protected by a CPF that has kept it relatively safe from the punishing virus. Their mission seemed straightforward, or so the three-person squad thought. A disaster struck almost at the exact moment they obtained the key. Countless civilians rushed in from the end of the street, shouting about the spreading, punishing virus as they fled toward the town's last refuge, the underground fortress. The number of corrupted is too overwhelming for even 3 constructs. Caught in this unexpected situation, they are also swept along with the crowd, taking refuge in the underground fortress. They have been spending their days fighting one defensive battle after another, right up until today. The fortress still has plenty of supplies. At least the people here had the foresight to prepare. Vera, let me hand and move the wounded to the back. We'll focus on their treatment. Her captain's voice fades in and out, but Vera is focused on her own secret mission, one concerning the traitor. Now that her entire team is trapped underground, Vera is not going to accomplish anything if she keeps on stalling. Is it time for her to make a choice? Should she continue her observation, or heed what her higher-ups suggested and eliminate the target outright? Hound, did you hear me? The target of her secret mission suddenly appears before her, startling Vera for a moment. Stop spacing out. The 3 of us constructs are the only ones with the strength to carry the wounded down here. You aren't seriously expecting those refugees who haven't eaten for days to do it, are you? Perfect timing. I have something to ask you. Question mark? Where's the key? Why? You said I can bring the key back by myself if I'm capable. If you have it right now, you have it right now, so hand it over. Are you serious? Do you realize you're disobeying orders? I'm not disobeying anything. Corona's rule is survival of the fittest, and I question your capability. Vera looks over with an ambiguous half-smile, staring directly into Hayes' eyes. Everyone can sense something discordant, fermently slowing within the group. Fermenting slowly. I'm warning you, Vera. Stop provoking me. Hay even draws a blade, watching Vera with suspicion. Vera often saw this exact expression on Hayes' face when she joined Group 13 6 months ago. That wariness still remains as Vera expected. No wonder everyone says it's bad luck teaming up with you. Hey, why are we just focusing on me? Everyone who has ended up in Group 13 is a piece of work, except Hush, that bleeding heart saint. Aren't you quite the decorated veteran yourself? Your last squad was completely wiped out because of your poor decisions, and yet somehow you still have the nerve to be our captain. My team was sabotaged by another squad because of competition within the Special Force. Forget it. There's no point explaining to you. You've never cared about any of this anyway. After all, you're probably the type who wouldn't hesitate to turn on your own teammates. If I remember correctly, all the people who joined up with you temporarily on your last mission ended up dead, and they didn't die from a corrupted attack. Oh? Haha. Vera laughs at the accusation as if mocking the absurdity of such rumors. She realizes that there is also a deep-rooted prejudice beyond mere awareness between them. But in the next instant, Vera draws her blade and lunges forward with a strike. That's right, I killed them. What's the point in keeping scum like them alive? Their weapons collide almost simultaneously, creating a piercing sound that draws the attention of the refugees huddled in the corner. They watch the two brawling nervously, but no one intervenes, as if they all know this is inevitable. The two kick up clouds of dust like vicious dogs locked in combat, and Vera's red hair occasionally flashes into view. When the dust settles, a victor is declared. Vera pins Hay to the ground, her strikingly beautiful face leaning in close. She whispers into Hay's ear, her soft voice dripping with venom. I can't stand cowards like you, in every sense of the word. And to think I was just about to look the other way. What do you know? Vera gently taps Hay on her cheek. Behave yourself. Better not give me anything to use against you. Hay's eyes flash with defiance as she immediately tries to fight back. Feisty, aren't you? Vera rises to her feet, pressing down hard on Hay's body with her boot. She raises her blade, ready to plunge it. Vera! Vera! Stop, please, stop! Suddenly, a small, slender figure darts out from nowhere, throwing herself in front of Vera and clumsily pleading for Vera to stop. Vera freezes, giving Hay the perfect window for a retaliating strike with her blade. Move! Do you have any idea what she's done? Turns out that the dust has not settled until now. Shielding Vera with her body, Hush stops Hay's blade from thrusting into Vera. Instead, Hay's blade cut into Hush's arm instead. Okay, uses instead twice. Both combatants freeze, staring at the vital fluid dripping to the ground in shock. Did you lose your mind? Why the hell did you get involved? Hay also stands up with a pale face. She is recalling what Vera whispered to her earlier. Indeed, she too has secrets. There are more important matters to attend to. Compared to that, this squad, this mission to find the key, even this entire town that is about to fall to the punishing virus. None of them matters. I'm fine. Bandage it now. There's a first aid kit over there. No, pain. Me, not in pain. Why? Hay stands frozen for a moment before rushing to the medical kit and rummaging through it for bandages. What am I doing? The other matter is far more important, while these two, they're nothing but dead weight. Obstacles, even. Hay mumbles as if trying to convince herself. She even says she's not in pain. Despite that, Hay returns with human-used medical gauze and carefully wraps it around Hush's wound, pulling it tight. I didn't mean to hurt you. This is all we have for now. I'm sorry. Vera says nothing, simply applying pressure to Hush's wound. She has observed how Hay stumbled away, rummaged for supplies, and repeatedly apologized. Hush shakes her head at her remorseful captain as new text appears on the bot that speaks for her. It's okay. My pain module is virtually non-existent. I'm not in pain. Hush had congenital analgesia. Is that right? The inability to feel pain as a human, so her pain threshold as a construct is extremely high, making her the perfect vanguard to charge into danger. This minor wound means nothing to her. I'm sorry. Hay has been considering desertion for a long time. She still apologized. Perhaps because she didn't want to hurt her teammate. Vera balks at the scene, her brow furrowing as she clicks her tongue and sheathes her blade. Vera was ready to kill just moments ago, but seeing Hay's reaction just now makes her retract her aggression irritably. So, do you have anything you want to confess, then? Hay avoids Vera's interrogating gaze, her mind visibly racing. They have been trapped in this underground fortress for 3 days, their chances of survival dwindling by the hour. Escaping Kurono seems increasingly impossible. Hay does not know how Vera finds out her escape plans, but in this confined, isolated place, having her deepest secret exposed produces an inexplicable shiver, a feeling almost like excitement. Should she be honest before all hope is lost? Should she be honest about her selfish desire? The alarm blares suddenly, bringing their first confrontation up since being trapped to an abrupt end. Corrupted are back to tear through our paper-thin defenses. The chance to sit down and be honest is gone. Hay closes her eyes, takes a deep breath, and pulls out the mission recorder, speaking directly into it. Survival is now the only thing that matters. She still has a team to lead. I'm recording the latest operations of Group 13 of the Chrono Special Force. We've been trapped for 3 days, and we're still unable to contact HQ. Another wave of Corrupted is incoming, and we'll do our best to defend the fortress, prioritizing the protection of the key and the refugees. Mission personnel: Hummingbird, Captain. Moth, Vanguard. Hound, Support. Moth is injured, so Hound will be taking point temporarily. Her recording completed. Hay puts down the mission recorder and looks toward her two teammates. Let's go, Hound. This is our job. This is the first time I've ever hated my codename this much. Being ordered around like a dog every day. Hound. Vera lets out a scornful sneer, picks up her weapon, and grudgingly accepts the arrangement. Whatever. Can't be bothered to learn your names anyway. You'll keep the nicknames I gave you. Consider us even. Vera secures Hush at the rear before following Hay, her captain. Hay seems to be quite shaken by the friendly fire. Besides mind disturbance from spending too long underground, Vera cannot think of any other reason for her to look so devastated. Suddenly, Vera feels a searing heat. She looks up and notices a crack in the ceiling of the fortress. Sunlight streams through, so bright it is almost blinding. Vera strokes the sunlight, murmuring to herself. Is it noon already? They have been in the bunker for too long. If not for the refugees dying one after another, she would have thought that time had stood still. Only Hush's bot still displays today's date. In truth, it has been 30 days since they were trapped in here. Vera remains unaware of Hay's inner turmoil, focused solely on staying alive, and, if she can, completing the mission along the way. Land of Bliss. Damn, 30 days. Hound. Under a noon sun that is equally blinding in its brightness, a wave pushes sea foam onto the shore, along with a completely drenched human. You remain lost in a dream of drifting and sinking. A vivid crimson figure seems to flash before your eyes, compelling you to reach out and grasp it. A silken, delicate sensation slides across your fingertips. This. When did it happen? No, it doesn't seem like a dream. It feels so real that it's like lost memories. Is your head still hurting? How many days have passed? As long as the hematoma doesn't go away, I'm afraid you'll stay pretty lousy for the time being. Your hands struggle instinctively, trying to grasp the shadow. You only manage to relax slightly when you feel that familiar silky texture again. What's your obsession with my hair? Let go. Did you hear me? Said let go. Forget it. I'll just chop them off. A tremendous force strikes your face, causing you to instinctively release your grip. Splash. Another wave slaps against your face. Enduring the needle-like pain throughout your body, you frown as you force your eyes open, your waterlogged self struggling to take in your surroundings. This appears to be an abandoned, desolate island. The buildings have been severely windblown, sun-baked, and eroded, the paint on their walls peeling away in numerous places. There seem to be no other living creatures around beside curious seabirds. You remove your heavy waterlogged coat, and almost immediately discover that all your equipment has been thoroughly removed. Even the special tracking device Lee gave you has been taken. A normal person wouldn't have noticed the hidden compartment. Whoever did this operated with extreme caution and has an astonishing an astonishing familiarity with standard Babylonian military uniforms. The sense of familiarity is disconcerting. Run your tongue over your teeth. You finally breathe a sigh of relief after checking for your most crucial equipment. The situation is still under control. No sweat. Thanks to Vera. Vera's words before your departure still linger in your ears. Vera leans in and whispers the confidential details of this mission to you. Listen up. You won't have the Grey Ravens following you this time. The mission rating isn't high enough to warrant a bunch of babysitters. Though it's a classified mission concerning Kurono, your core objectives are simply to find the key, make a trade on the side, and figure out the location of the chest. Let me make this clear one last time. Your job is to be the bait and nothing more. You can't catch a wolf without risking the lamb. Be good and sell yourself according to the plan, and the rest will fall into place. Understood? Is there a backup plan if something unexpected happens? Nope. Seeing how you are completely unfazed by her intimidation, Vera gives a dissatisfied little smile. Has the puppy finally learned? Oh well, I'll stop toying with you. Here, say ah. Open your mouth. Question mark? Vera grips your cheeks and forces your mouth open, implanting a microscopic tracker behind your teeth. Alright, almost there. Vera comforts you unnecessarily as she flicks a finger against your canine tooth, satisfied. Nice teeth you've got. Don't glare at me like that. This is a necessary procedure. That whistle I gave you is probably useless now. You still remember the signals I made you practice? Nod. Good. Be precise with the timing when the time comes. Call me when you think it's right. I'll be there right away. That whistle. I still remember it. You struggle to stand up from the beach. Before you can fully steady yourself, several figures appear in the distance, approaching you. They make no attempt to conceal their identity. The Aurora Squadron emblems on them are particularly conspicuous. Kurono, as expected. Standing alone on the beach, you can barely resist the urge to call for your ally, but you ultimately suppress the impulse. It's not the time yet. I need to wait until I see their commandant. Soaking wet in the sea breeze, you slowly raise your hands, signaling you are not a threat. The Aurora Squadron members do not waste words either. They kick you down before dragging you away unceremoniously. Well, that's just rude. Another wave crashes onto the shore, washing away everyone's footprints and erasing all traces of your presence. Oh. To flame. 32 days have passed since Group 13 of the Kurono Special Force arrived at Seaside Town. The second-to-last line of defense collapses after yet another battle. The three constructs have retreated deeper underground with the surviving refugees. All of them are wounded. There are no more cracks to let in sunlight this deep underground. Like how the polar night induces depression, the surviving refugees have all sunken in a gloomy mood. The three constructs are not faring any better. Compared to the tension from 2 days ago, the relationship between Vera and Hei has softened ever so slightly. The suspicion and wariness between both sides persist, manifesting as a disinterest in speaking to each other. But from Hush's perspective, this is just the two of them sulking. Hush has probably racked her brain for new topics, but the young construct has no life experiences outside of Kurono, unfortunately. In the end, she inevitably returns to her beautiful homeland. She starts rambling on. I have a good suggestion. Good. Go ahead, I'm listening. Vera also glances over. Want to know. Vera? Vera? That's cute. Fire away. B. Use your bot to speak. I don't want to figure out the translation myself. Vera taps the bot beside Hush. I can take you two to see the island when we have time later. We can go to the Rainbow Beach. Shut it. Go play somewhere else. You shut up, too. Vera slaps the bot again, switching it off. Stop messing with her, hound. He seems to have sensed Vera's contempt and offers her a piece of salted fish before Vera can deliver any sarcastic remarks. The townsfolk just gave this to me. There's not much to eat these days, and dried fish is as good as any. Take it. You don't mind it? Vera reaches out and snatches it, tossing it into her mouth. It really doesn't taste good. There's so little salt I can barely taste anything with this frame. Despite being told off the whole day, Hush still appears quite happy. The vibe within the team seems to have eased up a bit more than usual. A few days later, Vera watches as Hush presses her fingers against her mouth and whistles a peculiar sound. Hello, carefree dot. The sound reminds Vera of the numerous distressing alarms from the past few days. Likewise, several refugees also turn to look this way. The animals are pretty self-contained, so I can hang out till you start ER12. Yeah, that sounds fine. What are you up to now, Moth? Text begins to flow across Hush's bot. This is a whistled language commonly used by fishermen in my hometown. Whistled language? When I was still human, my vocal cords were underdeveloped, so I became quite familiar with our whistled language instead. Do you want to know what it means? Vera looks at Hush quietly, meeting her bright and glistening eyes. For once, Vera holds back her typical indifference and nods, gesturing for Hush to continue. Homebound. Homebound. A single word appears on the bot's screen, accompanying Hush's unique articulation. Homebound. When the fishermen were done fishing, they would whistle this sound to relay messages to the shore, so people on shore knew when to prepare meals for their return. Vera will be homebound soon too. We will be homebound soon too. Hush insists on finishing the last sentence with her own voice. Your hometown sounds pretty nice. If the opportunity arises, it's not entirely impossible. For who? Us? Vera cuts in forcefully just as Hay is about to say more. Enough with this swear word about being homebound. If you want to survive, keep fighting. Everyone needs to find a way out of here. Stop staring. Those of you over there, quit standing around and reinforce the defenses. You don't get those rations for nothing. Hay does not continue the conversation, lowering her head to adjust her gear instead. Her frame and weapons have suffered considerable wear and tear after days of combat. The same has happened to Vera. Hay has keenly noticed that Vera has been rotating her left arm with a pained expression lately. Vera? Your arm. But before Hay can voice her concern, Hush has already asked the question. My arm? It's none of your business. Is that an old injury? It was forcibly ripped off before. Happy? Sit down. You want to beat the hell out of my bad arm? Why do you always talk with such hostility? No one here owes you anything. Sit. Hay pulls Vera before her, and Vera is instantly on alert, just as she expects another brawl to break out. Hay takes out a maintenance kit and gently patches up Vera's slightly fractured old wounds. Catching the hint, Hush passes over human-use gauze and wraps it around Vera's arm, more or less securing it in place. Question mark? This arm is too badly damaged, so don't move it for the time being. Don't worry about the defense preparations ahead. Moth can take over for now. It's clearly an old injury, so why does it look like it's never been properly maintained? You need to see this maintenance technician I know after we go back and ask him to take another look. Hay suddenly pauses halfway through. Vera reckons Hay just remembers that she will not be going back with them. Sure, I'll make sure to get myself some proper maintenance after we all go back. Hayes shows no changes in her expression, as if accustomed to Vera's taunts. She simply packs up her equipment and leaves. Vera's eyes, however, continue to follow the deserter's retreating figure. Vera has been trying to recall the details from when they first arrived at their mission location and pondering where things went wrong. This place should not have had or corrupted in such numbers. It is as if someone deliberately lured them here. 32 days ago, Group 13 of the Kurono Special Force first set foot in this coastal town. They have endured numerous setbacks along the way, having gone through multiple intermediaries and attracted plenty of trouble before finally managing to find clues about their target in this black market, surprisingly. Skeptically, they try searching for their target in the black market. Strangely enough, Hay actually finds the spot mentioned in the clues quite quickly. The merchant readily agrees to the deal for the price of a few bottles of serum. Even as the mission objective is gently placed into Vera's palm, none of them feel like they have completed the mission yet. This is the key. Impressive. Vera holds the tiny access key between two fingers as Hay watches it hesitantly, confident that she can easily snap it in half with a bit more pressure. Could it be that no one knew what valuable treasures the key could unlock after it went missing? That's why it was sold as an authorization sample from the late Golden Age, at such a ridiculously low price. Hay temporarily dismisses her suspicion. After counting the remaining funds, her face shows utter disbelief. This is the first time I've encountered such an easy mission. There were no competitors, no corrupted, no subterfuge. They even accepted our first offer without haggling. It just fell right into our laps. Hay weighs the remaining serum in her hand as if she cannot quite grasp the reality of completing a mission so quickly. In this seaside town, we're not returning to Kurono for another 2 days. This almost feels like a vacation. The team follows Hay's gaze, taking in the market street before them in its entirety. The punishing virus has mercifully spared this small town at the edge of the world. Compared to the apocalyptic landscapes Vera and the others have witnessed, life here is almost stable and prosperous. I have a fairly major question regarding your PGR streams. Is that something I can ask here, or maybe take it somewhere more private? That depends on how major it really is. I think the only time it should be a more private question if it's something that's a lot more personal. So you can ask it here, I guess. I don't mind. Hello, Lyoju. Residents set up stalls along both sides of the road, trading supplies. Some even display decorative trinkets, luxuries only valued in times of prosperity. The key they just purchased was mixed in among these items. A calm sea comes into view at the end of the road, with sunlight pouring down to create a glittering expanse of dancing reflections on the water. Pretty. Hush gives a thumbs up. According to the mission deadline, we still have quite a bit of time left. We can afford to stay in a place like this for 2 days. This is like forgetting the crushing pressure of Kurono and returning to a normal life as ordinary people. Like my home. Hush's companion bot chirps to life as text appears on its screen. This is the first time she mentions her hometown since she joined Group 13. It was also an island town. It was not as prosperous as the big cities of the Golden Age, but life was comfortable enough. It was a lot like this place, with similar streets and the ocean nearby. Everyone lived a peaceful life. The screen on the bot pauses momentarily before displaying a final sentence. I want to go home and see it again. Moth. Before Vera can let out a mocking laugh, Hay slaps Hush's bot with her palm, forcibly shutting it down. Remove all text data from your bot immediately. The higher-ups take desertion very seriously, so you better erase anything that might arouse suspicion. Even the smallest seed of doubt is dangerous. Getting rid of you is as simple as assigning you a mission. Remember Group 9? One of their members was executed just 2 months ago for selling internal information. The rest of the squad was imprisoned, and they still haven't been released. Hayes' voice gradually lowers as she continues speaking. Actually, I only guessed that they were imprisoned. The entire squad disappeared. Every squad is subject to tracking and monitoring at all times during a mission nowadays. Refusing means being labeled as uncooperative. Even Babylonia has its purifying force, and their deserting constructs meet a similar fate. There's nowhere good for constructs to be in this world. Aid grips Hush's shoulders firmly. Do you understand me, Moth? Hush nods, confused. The young girl has been under Hayes' guidance since joining the squad, and desertion is a concept she knows but does not grasp. Right now, she is simply intimidated by Hayes' intensity. Unlike Hush, the other member understands everything completely. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. She laughs. Vera points at Hay, doubling over with laughter. After all, it is quite funny that the real deserter is earnestly warning others not to risk desertion. That's quite ironic, yeah. Vera never expects that she will be assigned a mission to eliminate her teammates shortly after being transferred to Group 13 before she gets to know Hay and Hush. So like in my videos, I usually screen record my own game for the filler sprite text, and those clips get very heavy very fast. I want to ask permission to use your screens for that background text. Oh yeah, no, you can. I don't mind. I don't mind that. You can do that. Though I don't know. Actually, yeah, no, that's fine. I'll be sure to credit it properly. Yeah, that's cool with me, man. Yeah. I'm fully okay with it as long as you do credit it. But since you're going to credit, then yeah, that's completely A-okay. Yeah, no problem. Yeah. The only thing I care about is as long as someone credits me for using my work, especially especially with my music. So like, it's completely A-okay. You get a thumbs up from me. So my real mission is to eliminate Hay. Hay? That's Hummingbird, your captain. Try not to keep giving people nicknames. Anyway, keep your eye on Hummingbird for now. We've discovered that she has been in contact with Daedalus, but we don't have evidence of her desertion yet. The key in your cover mission is something Daedalus is also looking for. Execute her immediately if she shows any intention of transferring or backing up the key. What about the other one? Hush. She seems very attached to Hay. What do I do if she gets in my way? Thinking I'm about to take out her precious captain. Just focus on monitoring and taking care of Hummingbird. If Moth joins her in resistance, execute them both. Vera does not seem surprised by this response. Don't you think it's wasteful to just kill Hush like that? She's one of your better operatives after all. That's not for you to consider. Do your job, Hound. The higher-ups trust you because your mission completion rate has always been 100%. Are you done laughing? Do you really think that Kuro would be so kind as to assign us such a relaxing mission? Getting rid of you is as simple as assigning you a mission. Vera's unbridled mockery and her pointed words put Hay on high alert. Perhaps that is the moment distrust begins to ferment within the team. That's quite the moral dilemma, though. Being ordered to execute a fellow construct, a fellow ally. I guess for Vera it's like nothing, but once a bond is formed, even a small bond, it could be proven as a difficult thing to try and overcome. This is the action report of Hound, communications are extremely unstable, so this record might be kept in local storage temporarily. According to my early assessment, Hay, Hummingbird, may have aligned with Daedalus long ago, deliberately leading Daedalus to seize the key. The current situation matches the assessment. However, Hummingbird shows no obvious intent to desert based on my personal observation. I can't perform the elimination mission without further evidence. Vera looks at the recorder on her body. She does not know if these messages will transmit back from deep underground or if Kurono will come to rescue her. I think Lloyd might disagree. It's been so long since I read Vera's, Varagonet's, interlude. She wasted no time putting him down. I can't remember too much. I don't remember too much about Lloyd. I know of Lloyd. I just don't remember too much of the story involving Vera and Lloyd. Wasted no time putting him down. Job is a job. For Vera, a job is a job. Or perhaps Kurono has already decided their entire team does not warrant rescue. You know, it's kind of a nice thing that I'm doing those PGR readings as well, because it allows me to refresh my memory on some stuff. So eventually, once I get to the interludes for Vera, Garnet, the interlude, that'll take a while though. Or perhaps Kurono has already decided their entire team does not warrant rescue. Oh, I already read that. I don't know what the higher-ups think about Group 13 right now, but I'm not Moth. I'm going to prioritize conserving my stamina. Staying alive is what matters most right now. Vera has always been indifferent to the Kurono deserters. She knows her superiors assigning her this sudden task is likely a test of her loyalty. Having seen through everyone's intents, she finds it all the more tedious. If that is the case, how should she choose in this tedious charade? Or charade? Vera suddenly looks at her arm, bandaged by hay and adorned with an elaborate butterfly knot tied by Hush. There is still half of a comically small piece of salted fish left uneaten in her pocket. It is truly too unpalatable, even as a gesture of goodwill from Hay. And then there's that comical invitation no one has taken seriously. We'll be homebound soon. Let's go to that beautiful island together. Her interlude was him kind of studying under her to be a better fighter, so he could be a better Lloyd. Eventually he deserted after learning the truth, and she was sent to spear his face. Damn! Damn. Vera did Vera not have any like any sort of hesitation to her during that? I was gonna say like any like doubts, but I wouldn't. I feel like hesitation would be a better way to describe it. She just did the job. Doesn't matter. Did they not bond all that much? Adjusting strategy and priorities is necessary on a rapidly changing battlefield. The higher-ups would have no grounds to criticize me even in hindsight, right? Vera finishes speaking and turns off the recorder. Once she escapes, these voice recordings will serve as evidence that she has attempted to complete her secret mission. Well, actually, never mind. I guess with Vera, it doesn't really matter at all. I think the only time she would only be a bit hesitant is if someone who wasn't originally deserting gets involved, kind of like Hush. Like how she asked about what if Hush gets involved with the thing, and then her superior told her to get rid of her too. She did the job, but she took his banner spear to carry on as well, so they had a bond, but she also had a job. That's fair. Okay. That also explains why, I believe around the beginning of last Spark, chapter 15, she was a bit like agitated with the fact that she had to use the Garnet frame. If that's the reason why. Oh no, yeah, she did say she did say she used the garnet frame as a she would use that frame whenever it came to like hunting down the deserters. Afterward, Vera yanks off the recorder and crushes it viciously underfoot. Oops, I accidentally broke it. What a shame. Don't worry, I'll handle things my way from here. Vera mutters to herself over the completely ruined recorder, using her other hand to retie the bandage her teammates just applied. A knot like this won't hold at all. Those two idiots. Such obvious intentions are impossible to hide. Don't quote me, but I think Lloyd was the last time she used it prior to last spark. I feel like that is the case. I feel like that is the case. That would make a lot of sense. If that was the last time she used it. Because Lloyd was someone that she was like close to. But she had to take him down herself. So it left a really, really bad taste in her mouth. Gave her really bad vibes. So she's like, nah, I don't want to use that frame anymore. PTSD. Hush with her sensitive audio module hears the clattering of things breaking and peeks into the room. Mind your business. My recorder broke, that's all. Call Hay in here. I've integrated and analyzed the data collected from our recent operations, and it mostly aligns with her assessment of the breach points. We might find an opening in that direction with some luck. Besides, we're almost out of supplies. If we don't get out soon, everyone will die down here. It's time to break out of here. Vera, my beloved. Day 32, trapped, underground fortress. Before making a move, I need to assess the current situation. Let's hear what those guys over there have to say. I've seen the old blueprints of the underground facility. There should be an elevator up ahead. Yeah, the elevator was still in use these past few years. It should help us escape. But that area is full of corrupted. We can't stand against them. But we're out of supplies. If we keep waiting, we'll just die a slow death. We might as well take our chances with those 3 constructs. Jeez, my eyelid keeps twitching. Is this really the right decision? Left eye twitching means good fortune's coming our way. We're definitely going to succeed. Really? Is that really a thing? Is that really a superstition to believe in? I'll remember that whenever my left eye twitches. But it's my right eye that's twitching. That's just a spasmodic contraction between the orbicularis oculi muscle and the facial nerve. Okay. The left eye means good fortune. The right eye is all, biological shit. It's okay. That flag is crimson red, they're gonna die. Talk is useless compared to taking action. Hush and I are heading out now. Let's go, Hush. We need to split our team into 2 groups. Through the entire story, no one's eyes twitched. That explains a lot. Hummingbird will take the other route. You'll need to follow me. Are you ready? Emote. I really don't know whether to envy such optimism. The reason why I really love Vera is because she's like down to business. She's like straight down to business. Could we escape through the sewers? I remember seeing that in an old movie. The sewers are blocked at the end. Forget it. There's no salvation to be found there. She literally baby girl tall guy. I heard those constructs are planning to break through with some people. Will that actually work? They look pretty capable in a fight. Let's trust them for now. Look at that refugee sprite for the girl. That's the first time I've ever seen that. Looks like whoever's waiting for us behind that door isn't the friendly type. Can't avoid a fight, huh? Well then, let's see what they're made of. That was easy peasy. The elevator shaft is just ahead. How are there more corrupted? These annoying pests won't leave us alone. Elevator looks undamaged from the outside. Let's try the control panel to see if we can get it working. This must be the map for when day breaks. Yeah, this seems like it, yeah. Turn on elevator. Whoa! Circuits are connected. I couldn't catch that text. Oh. Evacuate immediately. Run quickly. Wish I could. There's so much dialogue happening in the top left. I couldn't read that all. Ow. Uh-oh. Vera, are you alright? I was calling you, but you didn't respond. My corrupted has something on it? I need to check it out. A tracker? Why would it be on a corrupted? No, he's corrupted. Someone deliberately led them here. We're detonating now. You need to pull back. Vera, get away! What? The cave-in happens before she can uncover more of the truth. Hush slams into her from the side, and that is the last thing Vera remembers before she falls unconscious. She was probably struck. She struggles within her mind as if churning through boiling seawater. Against such overwhelming pain, she cannot break free no matter how hard she tries. Ouch. Her previously injured arm throbs with excruciating pain. Maintenance. Hurry. She can faintly hear Hush calling to her, but she struggles to wake up. She needs emergency treatment. In her daze, she slips back to the day she was recycled by Corona. That day seemed to hurt just as much. What happened that day? Saving at least one would be something. Keeping this one safe would be enough. Hey, Average Joe, you're an attacker type, right? Yeah. No need to rub it in, I'm an attacker type, but you fight better than... She detaches her arm. But you... I'm reaching the limits of my battle capabilities. I'm a support type by design, after all. You can still fight if you've got your structure intact, right? If I have one surviving teammate, I won't have to hear the nickname Death anymore. Use my arm to get past the defense and leave. Leave like you had planned to in the beginning. Ooh. Stop leaving me with pain. It hurts deeper than the pain in my receptors right now. Ouch. Ouch. Something seems to have rushed to her side and begins dragging her away slowly. What is it? Don't drag me away. Ouch. I don't know why, but it just seems so goofy when they just say ouch. It hurts. I'm sorry. Vera wakes up to Hush apologizing beside her. You. Sorry. It's danger. You. Surrounded. Surrounded. I can only. Hush describes the situation incoherently, and Vera cannot extract any useful information from her frantic words. Boom. A deafening explosion erupts right next to Vera's audio module, and Hush immediately throws herself on top of Vera. Debris flies through the air, smashing against Hush's frame and leaving several wounds. A few survivors run over when the dust settles, coughing and attempting to drag the two constructs away from the blast center, but their strength fails them after a few tugs. Why did they use explosives again? Are the corrupted getting closer? Vera barely manages to look around. They have clearly retreated to the deepest part of the underground fortress, and everything around them is in complete disarray. Why is it just you here? Where's Hay? Just run if the breakout failed. Don't come back for me. Idiot. Don't speak. Captain. Safe. You were hurting. Screamed. Just now. Or screaming. Hush points at Vera's shoulder before gesturing to the few maintenance components remaining in her arms. I heal. You're an attacker. You don't know the swear word about healing. Ugh. Pain. Go away. Go away. Hush, who has been trying to comfort Vera, suddenly collapses, but Vera swiftly catches Hush with her other arm. Are you alright? Only then does Vera notice the countless wounds covering Hush's back. The gaping hole is a horrifying sight. Vital fluid streams down her back, pooling into a small puddle beside Vera. You don't know pee-pee poo-poo about healing. Hush's injuries are just as severe as Vera's. I'm pretty sure the swear word for that one was like, you don't know shit about healing. It's just funny that they censor it. Any other time they censor a word or censor swearing, sometimes I just don't know what word they're using. It depends on like depends on what the actual sentence is or the context. Why the hell are you looking after me when you're so badly injured yourself? Because you said it hurts. Hush tries her best to lift her head and gives Vera a smile, and her equally battered butt also starts to make noise again. Because you said it hurts. Aww. The silly smile Vera has mocked countless times before somehow manages to stir her heart this time. What does my pain have to do with you? You don't know Genshin Impact about healing. Whether I live or die is none of your business. Remember this, we're just teammates. A Kurono teammate amounts to nothing. Do you know what happened to all my previous teammates? Don't think about it. Don't. We won't end up like your previous teammates, I promise. Captain told me that Vera sometimes speaks harshly when she's feeling anxious. It's alright, Vera. The breakout failed, but everyone survived. We'll get another chance. Both of you. What the hell are you mumbling about? Exhausted, Hush nestles herself against the warm crimson color of Vera's hair, tightly gripping Vera's battle-worn hand. Don't think about those bad things anymore. Vera? Vera? Let's talk about something else while we wait for Captain to rescue us, okay? Huh. Vera closes her eyes, hurt and irritated. She realizes that this has happened before. Her two teammates always stir up emotions she cannot express, like that piece of salted fish she could not swallow nor spit out. But she does not think it is a bad thing. She has even grown accustomed to it. Enduring the dull pain in her arm, Vera stops her complaints. She lets Hush lie against her red hair while she presses hard on the gaping wound on Hush's back, quietly cursing and hoping for Hay to show up quickly, but the vital fluid still flows uncontrollably between her fingers. Fine. I'll do as you say. We can talk about something else. Anything, okay? Okay. I heard you cry out in pain. Can you describe what pain feels like? Huh? I don't know what pain is, but I don't want to hear you say you're hurting. Hush closes her eyes and nestles further into Vera's arms. Vera watches helplessly as the moth before her beats its wings and throws itself into the scorching flames time and time again for the sake of its teammates and their unlikely survival. Hush's pain module is nearly non-functional. Her earlier oblivious demeanor stemmed from this absence of pain. Vera has long understood that this is exactly why Kurono has valued and exploited Moth. This girl is perfect as a vanguard on the front line. Yet an inexplicable rage rises from deep within Vera's chest. Why is that? Perhaps Vera's resolve also begins to waver in this moment. The thought of leaving Kurono begins to take root in her mind, and she even considers taking others with her. No one knows that Vera once tightly embraced a tiny moth in a deep, dark underground fortress. Pain is perhaps the most memorable sensation. It was what kept me going before I joined the Special Force, before I met the two of you. Do you hear me, Moth? Live. Their combat supplies are running out. The breakout attempt has been a failure. Hush slips into hibernation mode. Vera whistles a homebound tune on behalf of the gravely wounded Hush. Hearing the signal, Hei has no choice but to stop fighting and fall back, escorting the refugees deeper into safety as they withdraw. Everyone's face is filled with despair. We all know that every passing moment after the failed breakout counts down to their inevitable end. 42 days have passed since Group 13 of the Kurono Special Force arrived at Seaside Town. Carrying Hush on her back, Vera walks alongside the evacuees. Vera does not reveal the tracking device she is clutching in her palm, and no one notices it either. That is something she tore off and corrupted during the breakout attempt. Location markers blink on the web-like interface. No matter how much Vera wishes she had misread it, the indicated position is unmistakably this underground fortress. Despite how much Vera wants to end it all, the distrust and toil underground are far from over. Dang. Cliff fall. 44 days have passed since Group 13 of the Kurono Special Force arrived at Seaside Town. The three constructs are all severely damaged, but fortunately the very people they had protected reach out and pull them back from the front lines. They continue patching up themselves among the refugees for 2 days until their maintenance kit completely fails and their nano reinforcement materials run out. Vera can no longer lift her injured arm, but at least she has survived. Hush, on the other hand, is not doing well. She was caught in the explosion, and a corrupted gouged a hole in her back, exposing her internal structure. Her vital fluid keeps leaking, and nothing Vera does stops the flow. She has been cycling between hibernation and sudden awakening to conserve power, unable to stay conscious for more than a few minutes each time. Hei's anxiety was written all over her face. After pacing back and forth several times in the narrow space, she announces her decision to everyone still alive. I've been investigating the underground fortress for the past few days, and I believe we need to make another breakout attempt. I've reviewed the old blueprints, and that path leads to another exit that wasn't completely excavated. We couldn't find the opening last time because we didn't have a specific target, but then maybe this time. But we only have one explosive device left. If we take it there, we may still have a chance. People listen to her words numbly, perhaps having been exhausted by the corrupted's constant encroachment. With their supplies depleted, everyone has already accepted their inevitable demise. Get up, all of you. What good is sitting around? Retired, boss. Retired. I've lost count of how many days we've been in this hellhole. Please stop with this nonsense. We have one explosive device left. Are you going to waste it on another pointless exploration? How many times have you already tried taking people out there? Has anything ever come of it? What wouldn't be a waste, then? Should we wait until the corrupted breaks through so we can blow ourselves up? Ungrateful bastards. Hey, they're not going to listen to you this way. Just look at their filthy, lifeless faces. Vera rises shakily, making sure to support the still unconscious Hush before standing fully. That's how most people are. They won't even fight for their own survival. They won't do anything unless you push them, like a flock of starving sheep. Unless you crack the whip hard, none of them will move. Vera speaks from a corner as she slowly pushes Hush on her back, draping the girl's limp arms around her neck. Our dear captain is still so gentle, but not me. I've always been that black sheep that rams into the fence. So that's the story Scar keeps mentioning. I'm just kidding. Vera raises her foot, then furiously kicks a metal bucket. Clang! The deafening crash sends precious supplies spilling across the floor, jolting everyone to attention. Send your best fighter to challenge me if you dare. Otherwise, you'll eat only when I say so. What's wrong? Scared? Then do as I say. I want everyone who can still move to get up and follow us. Those who can't can lie down and die here. I won't waste resources on freeloaders. If you don't want to die now, keep up with us even if you have to crawl. Straight to the point. That's why I like her. She's on business. And so the remaining survivors follow the three constructs, trudging along as they once again make their way toward the exit. They grope their way through the dark, cramped space for what feels like an eternity, until all that can be heard are the labored breaths of the refugees and the creaking of worn mechanical joints. What time is it? Is it night? Or... There's no answer except for Hush's feeble voice. Day. You're awake. Don't talk. Save your strength. Hush slightly raises her hand instead, gesturing for Vera to approach the wall. My audio module is very sensitive. You probably haven't noticed this before. Vera pauses briefly before following Hush's words and letting her heavy head rest against the wall. Vera's eyes immediately widen. She can hear the sound of distant waves. It's daytime when the tide reaches this point. We can't see the faintest glimmer of light, but the sound of waves still reaches us. This is probably the right direction. We're not far from the outside now. Splash. The exhausted crowd huddles together as they walk. No one notices the coming and going of the waves. No one knows that night has already passed and another peaceful day has dawned beyond the underground fortress. Dying in such quietness wouldn't be so bad. Don't talk like that. Vera irritably adjusts Hush on her back. She wants to find the culprit who attracted the corrupted, but the tracking device she tore from one of them has temporarily stopped responding, making it impossible to further determine its source. Even though Vera has already decided to let Hay go, Hay is probably still the only one who seems suspicious right now. But this suicidal action has also put Hay in danger if she just wants to desert. Vera suddenly lets out a self-mocking sneer. If she had not hesitated and had been ruthless enough to eliminate Hay back on day 30, they would not have ended up in this inescapable situation. Vera shakes her head and abandons these thoughts as she watches Hay scout ahead. It is pointless to dwell on such things now. The only thing that matters is keeping everyone alive. What? Did you see? Vera snaps out of her jumbled thoughts to find a line of text displayed on Hush's bot, while Hay watches her with an inscrutable expression from up ahead. How did you join Kurono? Noticing the silence from the other two, Hush assumes they do not like the question and carefully rephrases it. A new line of text appears. How did all of us end up in Group 13? Why are you bringing this up again? After I left my island, Kurono took me in and gave me a rather powerful frame. What about you two? Vera lets out a dry laugh. She realizes that Hush has probably sensed her unease again. You always bring up this hometown nonsense for something like this. Absolutely ridiculous. Hush slumps against Vera's back, the strands of Vera's hair brushing her face as text keeps appearing on her bot. I want to know. Talk with me. Vera wipes away the condensation liquid on her face. She knows that Hush should minimize communication in order to conserve what stamina she has left. The liquid keeps trickling down her arm, dripping onto the ground as Vera cradles Hush. Hush's vital fluid is seeping away. Vera can no longer come up with an excuse to refuse. Fine. You go first, Hush. Tell us your story. We're listening. As Vera continues walking forward, the cursor on Hush's butt begins to blink. Hush starts to recount her memories. Disconnected and incoherent, her mind seems to be fading away as if piecing together fragments of memories in her final moments. A wave rolls in, washing away the past of everyone. There was a sound of waves just like this back then. My hearing was already very sensitive before my modifications, so that day, I heard something unusual. I was with my big brother out at sea when the punishing virus broke out. We didn't make it homebound that day. I could hear the corrupted on the shore as we approached it. Our mother whistled and told us not to come back. We drifted at sea for 2 days, but when we heard nothing from our mother, we made landfalls elsewhere on the island. There were a lot of corrupted on the shore, and my brother and I got separated. I searched for him for 2 days but couldn't find him, and a group of refugees eventually took me with them. It was Corona who fed me, turned me into a construct, and installed this bot, something other constructs don't have. And what did you have to do to repay that small kindness? The bot falls silent for a moment. Say it. What did Kurono ask you to do? Stand on the front line and charge forward. That's all. Do you just do whatever you're told? You can't talk straight, and you're not too sharp either. You're not too sharp either. Hey, who has been quiet this whole time, suddenly speaks up. Perhaps only people like this can make it in the Special Force. It's not just physical pain she can't feel. She feels no pain in every sense of the word. I've noticed this ever since she first joined our group. She used to bluntly ask critically wounded soldiers how hurt they were. I was just asking for trouble. She caused so much chaos in the base camp that I had to take her somewhere more suitable, like the Special Force. At first, she couldn't feel the dead along her path, so she never tripped on the rotting bones. In the end, she got burned because she learned to care about others' pain. That's inevitable. Faye glances over at Hush's wound-laden body before quickly turning her head away, unable to bear the sight. What about you two? How did you end up in this group? All my old teammates are dead. Are you sure you want to know the details? Seeing no objection from her teammates, Vera steps forward, squeezing through a narrow passage between rock walls as she begins her story. It's simple. I voluntarily became a construct and killed some corrupted during an operation and ended up as the only survivor. That was when Kurono extended their invitation. After becoming Kurono's construct, I joined a few more operations against corrupted. Each time, I was the only one to survive. How many is a few? Not that many. I've done a dozen missions or so this year. The higher-ups started worrying about the casualty rate, so they've mostly stopped assigning me to team missions lately. What about your most recent one? Your last mission before you joined Group 13? That one was a bit complicated. Both my teammates were planning to desert. Vera pauses briefly. They were going to kill me. They brought me to a cliff and threatened me, told me to jump and be done with it. I'd never be the type to just jump off a cliff when cornered. I turned the tables and killed them both, then finished off all the corrupted they'd lured there too. Vera casually glances at Hay. I'm not going to be the first to die. Every time you work on a team, they die. So, no more teams for you. Understandable. Impressive. Hush offers a gentle praise, while Hay wears a sour expression. An awkward silence falls over. Hush is the only one who seems genuinely relieved that Vera survived. Who's next? What about you, Hay? I have nothing to say. My story isn't important. Are you unwilling to talk, or are you? Captain's also impressive. Perhaps hoping her teammates can communicate better, Hush begins to recount Hay's stories despite her labored breathing, making it difficult. Captain is really impressive as well. Vera, you might not know that, but I've known her for a while now. She's always been meticulous in everything she does and during missions. That's enough. Hound should focus on the road. She was already working hard before joining the Special Force. She's a good person with inspiring goals. My bot malfunctioned before, and she helped me find someone to repair it. She even taught me how to use my vocal module. That's how I can say so many things now. Also, I heard her hometown is... That's enough, Moth. Faye stops at her tracks and turns to face her two teammates, her expression hidden in darkness. None of that matters. Kurono doesn't need constructs with backgrounds or identities. You just need dogs that follow orders. To live comfortably in such an inhumane place, you either have to be born for this line of work or completely abandon whatever you once believed in. The two of you. One of you is called Death, bringing nothing but trouble wherever you go, and the other can't feel pain being exploited as a disposable soldier who can keep killing even with both legs broken. In a way, that's how I've made it this far too. She lowers her head slightly toward Vera, her gaze meeting the light of Vera's chest. Vera sees her expression clearly, a textbook display of sorrow. Moth, Hound, have you ever thought about leaving this kind of life behind? We're alive, even if we are constructs. We shouldn't have to accept such a fate. If Kurono has kept us imprisoned with their system, perhaps trying to break free is a good thing after all. Someone raises a lantern, and the soft light illuminates the silent faces in the dim tunnel. Their thoughts, similarly, remain partially shrouded in darkness. Vera remains quiet. She notices the probing look in her captain's eyes, but she cannot decide whether it is meant to incite betrayal or if it is a genuine display of her emotions. Most importantly, Hei's words seem to have touched parts of Vera's feelings she usually avoids. That's why she doesn't know how to respond. Only Hush's boss softly answers. Never. The faint light in Hei's eyes dims as she forces a smile. Yeah, I understand. Kurono suits you. Suddenly, Hush begins tussling on Vera's back. Realizing what is happening, Vera does not try to stop Hush despite how her actions might make her condition worse. Hush reaches over Vera's shoulder and grabs her captain's arm. No, Captain. It's not Kurono that suits me. If Kurono didn't take me in, I wouldn't have a team I belong to, and I wouldn't have met all of you. Hush looks at Vera and Hei, managing a strained smile. Everyone's family and friends have passed. I lost my mother and brother long ago. Captain and Vera have been good to me. You've taught me so much. Captain contacted people to repair my damaged parts. Vera taught me how to retreat from the front lines, and more. Perhaps there's no one else in this world but us. Hei's lips tremble momentarily, wanting to say something, but nothing except an apology comes out in the end. I'm sorry. Hei gently lowers Hush's hand and carefully repositions her on Vera's back, then turns around and continues forging ahead. Hush, teach me more of those whistles. Feeling the weight on her back grow heavier, Vera initiates a conversation for the first time. What? You want to learn? Hush is beginning to drift in and out of consciousness. Teach me something other than homebound. I want to learn another whistle. Another. Woo. Then homebound it is. Sticking to just that one is fine too. Okay. Hush slowly raises her hands to her mouth. The sound of homebound is no longer lingering and powerful. Her voice is so faint that it cannot contest with the sound of waves outside. It may even be inaudible to those at the back. Hush manages a brief whistle before her strength fails her. Vera understands that Hush is slowly sinking into that sea. Go home. What? I want to go home with you. Hush's bot stutters a line of text. Straining to support Hush, Vera pulls Hush's arm around her neck, urging Hush to hold tight, like offering one last piece of driftwood to someone drowning. Alright, we're going home. Back to your paradise. Hey, aren't you going to turn around and see what she's saying? The silhouette of her captain looms faintly ahead in the darkness. She does not answer. There's no use avoiding it at a time like this. Whatever. Don't fall asleep, Moth. Keep talking. Tell me about that island, your family, the whistles, and that rainbow-colored beach. And then we can go home. Hush's eyes lose focus as she stares wordlessly at her captain ahead. Her bot begins to flow with texts once more. This is the last time Hush gets to describe her paradise. My big brother would go fishing every day. I went to school in town, and my mom occasionally went into town for groceries. I wouldn't go out to class. We'd gather at home for lunch instead. My big brother's pickled fish was the best, and Mom's cake was delicious too. After lunch, I would play on the beach. The coral and fish there were colorful. The fish weren't afraid of people. They'd nibble at your toes, and if one got stranded in the shallows, I'd always put it back. There were no tourists, only the most peaceful life. Don't stop. Keep talking. We'll leave soon and check out that island of yours. You'd better wake up right now so we can find your brother together. Even if it means desertion. The figure ahead seems to pause briefly at the mention of the word desertion, but before Hay can react, Hush weakly speaks again. Hurts. I'm not going to find my brother. Why? My brother was hurting. He was trapped with the corrupted. I heard it. Her unfocused gaze searches for something but ultimately gives up. Hush rests her head on Vera's shoulder and slowly closes her eyes. He said it hurts, and I heard it. Because, like then, Vera said it hurts. I heard it too. Vera's footsteps suddenly halt. The memory of Hush dragging her through the shaking corridor feels like it happened just yesterday. Why the hell are you looking after me when you're so badly injured yourself? Because you said it hurts. Hush tries her best to lift her head and gives Vera a smile, and her equally battered bot also starts to make noise again. Because you said it hurts. I don't know what pain is. I don't want to hear you say you're hurting. Memory suddenly floods back as Vera recalls what happened 2 days ago. As she was being attacked by the corrupted and struggling, a moth-like shadow darted forward and shielded her from the blow. Then she dragged her out, one step at a time. So that was why you wanted to save me? I don't want you to hurt. I want you to live. Slowly. Ever so slowly. Moth's life slowly leaves her as Vera steps forward. Like a tiny insect falling for the candlelight, her spirit gently dissipates like floating ashes. Like a delirious whisper, Moth's bot displays her final words. So this is what pain feels like. Just like Vera said, a memorable sensation, a feeling of separation. The bot follows its master and ceases operation, falling into complete silence. The destiny of the moth and the flame concludes as death carries another departed soul. This burden is getting heavy. Faye realizes something and turns around, looking behind Vera. For a moment, Vera catches a glimpse of profound sorrow on her face. Despite having long foreseen Hush's fate, Hay seems unable to accept it. What are you staring at? Mind the road. I can take point if we need to charge in. We've reached the end, Hound. The exit exists. It's even better than we thought. It was already opened. And Kay brushes away the dust and rams her shoulder against the sealed exit, forcing open a narrow gap. Precious fresh air rushes through the gap, strong enough to lift the hair off Vera's forehead. But as the door opens, a jarring red light suddenly appears outside the gap of the promised escape. 2 dots, 3 dots. One after another, the red lights gradually emerge and form a sea of crimson. Vera instinctively recalls those bioluminescent creatures that wash ashore with the waves. We've lost our gamble, Hound. The light is dim, and Vera cannot see clearly, but she catches a glimpse of a single tear rolling down Hayes' cheek. So Moth is going to stay here too? As if fate were mocking them, the corrupted horde blocking the exit begins to move before Hay finishes her words. The entire passage trembles, dust trickling down from above. Vera also feels a faint vibration in her arms from the tracking device she has concealed. Looks like so. Put her down. The refugees in the back faintly overhear their conversation, and the despair of their failure quickly spreads from the front to the back. Bitter sobs of resentment rise from behind amid the shock. I knew it! We never should have followed these constructs on this wild goose chase. Look where it's gotten us now. Vera gently sets down the moth, consumed by flames, laying her to rest in a corner. Hey, allow me to say something unprofessional. I'm used to dealing with Chrono. I was actually thinking of letting you go. Special Force. Is it really how it is? I was so young when I first joined Chrono, and now I see it confirms all those rumors. This place turns good people into monsters and the living into the walking dead. I thought you were different from those two who backed me into a corner before. I didn't think you'd sell out your teammates to save your own skin. I'm just upset that the kid died for nothing. I mean, she at least tried to pronounce Captain correctly. Vera pulls out the tracking device, staring at its blinking light in silence. What's that? A tracking device. I snatched it from a group of attacking corrupted. This thing is what drew them to us. Possible. Why else would the secret exit be completely surrounded by corrupted? Vera extends her arm with the tracking device forward, and as it nears Hayes' chest, the blinking light begins to glow steadily. The answer is obvious. Vera smiles bitterly, prepared to strike in the next moment. Impossible. You're still suspecting me? I can't afford the consequences of hesitation. Be honest with me so we can talk it through and I can judge for myself. Vera slowly unsheathes Saria. How about we negotiate this way? In the next moment, the sound of 2 blades colliding reverberates through the air, a clash that is similar to the previous one yet carries a subtly different meaning. Each blade reflects a twisted expression. Impossible. I never intended to hurt any of you. Sure, kill me and your testimony will be taken as truth. Hay suddenly grabs Vera's injured arm and twists it, forcefully pinning her to the ground as she winces in pain. Hay points her knife at Vera's throat, gaining the upper hand in this preemptive strike. I don't want to make your injury worse. Don't make any sudden movements. Or sudden moves. Same thing. Good. Completely disregarding the knife, Vera suddenly thrusts her head upward with all her might. Immediately, vital fluid splatters as the blood plunges into Vera's left eye, destroying her visual module. Have you lost your mind? It hurts. It hurts so much. The pain! As Vera cries out in pain, she quickly retaliates and reaches for Hayes' arm that is restraining her, twisting and snapping it with a violent crack. Does this mean Vera's a masochist? Hay falls backward, clutching her broken arm, her body spasming from pain. Before she can recover, Vera pins her down with a foot pressed firmly against her throat. Huh. We're even now? What a bunch of dogs of war. Pinning Hay down, Vera smiles as she grips and yanks out the knife in her eye socket in one swift motion. That's pretty metal. She points the vital fluid-drenched blade at the deserter, reversing their positions of power. I knew you were thinking about deserting long before we set out. You crazy Corona lapdog. So this is your true mission? So what? Now you get to listen to me bark at you. You better avoid any sudden movements and answer my questions honestly. Vera places the tip of the knife into Hayes' mouth. One shout and the blade will cut open her lips. What did Daedalus offer you that you're handing over a special force team on a silver platter with a bunch of clueless refugees? You idiot. Daedalus is just using you to weaken Kurono's construct forces. You have no intention of sparing your life. Just look at the amount of corrupted they have drawn in. You didn't just kill your teammates, you've also doomed the entire town. Even the nearby conservation areas can be threatened if this many corrupted get out. Drip, drop. Vera draws her blade and squints her injured eye as crimson vital fluid drips from her socket. I was going to let you go. Trusting your teammates really does drown you in their beautiful fantasies. I was contacted by Daedalus, but I never accepted their invitation. I just wanted to be free and escape Kurono so that I don't have to endure the cruelty of survival of the fittest, and join a construct task force, fighting like dogs to earn the reward of staying alive. The weird part is Daedalus is supposed to be under Kurono. Really? Maybe Daedalus is like... Really? Okay, that's weird. But I never meant to drag you and Moth into it. Neither of you needed to get tangled up in my trouble. She was practically a child and you... I heard you were just a student back then. Huh. Well, the entire thing with this was them searching for a key that was going to be sold on the black market, and that key was important to Kurono because it was access to something very important for Kurono. So I feel like maybe Daedalus, even though they're supposed to be under Kurono, just wanted to get an upper hand, so they would, I don't know, maybe separate themselves. That's just my guess. Who would have thought that merely harboring the intention to escape would lead to a hunt like this? So that mission to find the key was just for show? Obtaining it so easily after the trouble we went through did make me suspicious for quite a while. No, the mission to find the key was real. Huh? Nani? The tracking device taken from the corrupted lies nearby, its light still blinking. Both of them glance at it simultaneously. I hate that Flame of Hope is playing right now because that just means there's going to be a copyright claim coming. It's always Flame of Hope. Grab the key. Grab it! It's on me! Vera's eyes flash with realization as she reaches for the mission objective hanging around Hayes' neck and yanks it off. Overthrown your boss, type beat. Pretty much. I figured that's probably the reason for Daedalus, but I don't know. It's just my guess. A plain, unassuming access card, looking almost like an insignificant trinket. Under Hayes' glare of nearly tangible hatred, Vera brings the tracking device to the key, and the urgent blinking intensifies into a steady glow. The way I feel that Everglowing Justice was a mess because of that OSC, right? It's not just that too. Selena's chapter 34, the OSC in that one, when I saw I got a copyright claim on that, I was like, oh shit, what is it now? So I looked at it, brother, it was like multiple points throughout the one VOD. Actually throughout both VODs. It was like freaking like 15 different points that the claim was there. I was like, even if it was like a 1 minute play of the fucking OST, I was like, are you kidding me? I didn't mute it because like of all those points I could easily be reading in each of those. So it would just be like me turning off my like muting myself at random points. It's so dumb. So I left it alone. But yeah, like it's so ridiculous. It's all the same like people that's claiming it too. It's like Tencent and all that shit. It's annoying as hell. Ha ha ha. See, Hayes laughing at me because of that. Hay is actually working for Tencent. Vera's grip loosens and Hay breaks free almost instantly. She scrambles to her feet and snatches the key, crushes it in her fist with all her might. Feels bad even happening on a stream featuring the game. I know, right? All I'm literally doing too is just reading the story. Reading the story and playing the game. That's it. That's all it. I can't even get my shit monetized. I'm far from even getting monetization live on this freaking channel, and they're still claiming it anyway. I even tried to freaking dispute it, but they were like, nah. It's so dumb. The memory of buying this key in that seaside street remains crystal clear, even their simple haggling seems absurdly laughable now. I'll be honest with you, if or when I get like monetization like available for this channel, I'm not gonna like I'm not gonna like turn on ads or anything at all during streams or videos. I'd rather not. I would just leave I would just have the whole super chat thing on and that's it. I can't be bothered to just put on ads, I'll be honest. And besides, ads don't really bring in a whole lot on YouTube. Sort of Speaking actually got claimed too, and it's always the random songs used during cutscenes, right? It's so annoying, eh? Usually it's Flame of Hope, but now it's the music from Selena's chapter. Holy shit. And some other OST, but I don't remember what. It's annoying, man. YouTube's copyright system is ass, and people can easily take so much advantage of it. It's lame. They simply bought a fake and signed a death warrant for Group 13. We've been fooled by a simple trick all along. She laughs, savagely mocking her own stupidity. To think we spent all that time suspecting each other, wearing each other down until we ended up in this disaster. I've had enough. It ends now. The tracking device continues to blink sarcastically. She holds this mockery close to her chest, taking it in. We still have a chance, Hound. No. Not a song, but one of my first attempts at streaming got hit with acclaim and flagged with nudity. I was modeling a 3D knife. Damn. YouTube saw it saw the 3D knife. He's like, damn, that knife's got some curves. She looks at Vera, a crazed light flashing in her eyes. Now she truly embodies the spirit of Group 13. Can you help me complete one final mission? The song they claimed was just a 3-second sound of a gun I played while joking with friends. It was a chonky knife. That's the thing too. That's the really ass thing about YouTube. Copyright system. It could be something that plays for like literally 3 seconds and someone will freaking claim it. Some random person on the internet will claim it. It doesn't have to be some company that like has an automated bot or anything. It could be just some random nobody on the internet that has monetization set for their freaking channel. It's hella annoying. I'll make this damn thing useful for once. You take care of these clueless refugees. Don't turn our last bit of effort into another joke. With that, Hay kicks the door open. Sensing something, the corrupted below all turn their red lights upward in unison. 1 second claim in a 5-hour stream takes 100% revenue. Right? Exactly. It's awful. It's so awful. At least in some cases, when you do choose to mute whatever OST is being used, some cases you can just erase only that OST and leave every other bit of audio in, but that's only with some stuff. Only some stuff. Other times it's gonna have to, like, it's either you have to mute it entirely, mute that audio entirely, or you have the ability to just remove the OST and nothing else. But that's only at random times. Or that's only sometimes, I mean. The gun sound was from a game. The claim is not even this belongs to a game. It was some random, totally legit studio with no published songs. Gotta love it. Yeah. It's probably some automated bot that comes in to claim it, but it's awful. You were only assigned to our team to keep an eye on me. This mission was just for me and Moth. You were dragged into this. You're the one who needs to live. I was just that close to finishing it. Here, hang on. I will BRB. All right, I'm back. All right, pure land. Oh, geez, straight into it. Hey, still playing OST from Everglade Justice. Hay opens the door, gripping the key as she looks down upon the horde of corrupted below. Do you think you can lure this? You can lure away this many corrupted by yourself? You're delusional. So you need to stay behind. So it's the only way those refugees might have a chance to survive. You were exactly right. They are a flock without a shepherd and they need you right now. When they detected the corrupted below earlier, they temporarily sheltered the refugees in a sheep pen in a forked passage. Hay mutters to herself once again. I wanted to live. Before she makes the ultimate choice, she finally tears off her mask and lets out a hoarse cry. I wanted to live! Just as you said, I wanted to run away. I wanted to escape from Chrono and the battlefield. When you were telling Moth those ways to retreat from the front line, I was paying even more attention than she was. I saw how you put that video link card at the end of your vid, and now I feel so dumb for never tying it. Or is it tying or trying? Oh, at the end of my readings, yeah. Trying. Spelling 100. Yeah, if people want to either go into the interludes or just continue on with the main story, they can. After all, those interludes are just backstory. I figured I would probably do the same for Hidden as well. I didn't know how I've never messed with that, with those options. You give it a go. But then again, that's probably a lot of videos for you to try and add that sort of thing in, eh? You have to edit. Yeah, you just go to the video setting on YouTube and then just like go to like editor, the editor tab. Truthfully, I'd probably be no different from the refugees behind us if I hadn't met you and Moth. Everyone's a self-serving coward at heart. Sometimes your presence is just too prominent. I find myself avoiding a deeper connection with you, like I'd only call you by your code name. That's part of it, I think. You're out of your mind. Give me the tracking device. Vera grabs Hayes' hand with the key tightly, the two locked in a fierce struggle. Give it to you? After everything that's happened, you still want to let me go? Never. Cut the nonsense. I won't allow someone with a deviated mind like you to... Let me go, Vera. I can't take this anymore. This is the first time her captain has called Hound by her real name, causing Vera to freeze for a moment. Right. Vera, there's something I've wanted to ask you for a long time. What must we pursue in order to survive? For me, I want freedom. I want to go to a paradise without viruses, war, and distrust. I'm always willing to hold on just a little longer for these dreams. Vera, what about you? Vera opens her mouth slightly, trying twice to speak, but her vocal module is hoarse with a rumble in her chest. What do you live for? Vera's mind races through countless thoughts. Every moment from her birth until now, from the peaceful moments she once cherished to every battlefield she has traversed since growing up. From the heartbeats she once felt in her human body to the engines in her frame that push her forward just a little bit more for one more strike. She recalls the lives destroyed and the deaths spread by the punishing virus. She remembers when she stood among it all, the cold blood and vital fluid dripping down her blade. She thinks about all of them, and in the end, there is only one thing that she will remember for centuries to come. And so, Vera utters the word. It's pain. I was actually thinking that too. She lives for pain, but I felt like that was just a bit of. I feel like she was gonna say something else. I thought she was gonna say something else, but no, it's pain. No, that's her. That's Vera coded. Yeah, that's her. Also, I just realized listening to this OST when the time comes, I get around to reading, doing the reading for Everglowing Justice. The claims are gonna go crazy. Hoorah! That's right, damn right, soldier. Hoorah! Receiving the answer, Hay laughs with tears. I knew it. I've always wondered what makes you live with such determination. If it's pain, I finally understand. Thank you. Hay suddenly twists Vera's injured arm and plunges a knife into it, hitting her firmly against the wall. 15% pain, 20% pain, 15% concentrated power pain. That's funny. I can't remember what video I saw. There was a video from like Yamfa, YMFAH, the dude that makes all the meme runs for like Souls games and Skyrim and all that, and Bethesda games. There was a video where he used that fucking meme. Yeah, there is an actual remix of it, yeah. I just remember hearing it from a video I watched from Yamfa. It was definitely from one of the meme runs for a Souls game. I think it was for like Dark Souls, but I can't remember which video it was. Might have been a Dark Souls 3 video. The intense pain makes Vera wince as all sensations in her body concentrate at this single point. This pain is unnaturally severe, nearly robbing her of the ability to move. You called me gentle the other day. Who's the truly gentle one, I wonder? Stop struggling, Vera. I won't harm you. You'll live. I tampered with your arm when I was treating you that day. Would have thought. I originally did it to prevent you from hunting down a deserter like me, but now it serves a different purpose. Look at those faces behind you. Look into their eyes. Hay kicks open the rusted metal door at the junction. Following Hay's direction, Vera turns her face and meets the eyes of the refugees, all of them glimmering with the will to survive. You're the only one who can lead them to safety now. You're their last lifeline they can cling to. Hey, that's my song. My reason to keep fighting is no longer enough to lead these people to safety, but perhaps I can march on in a different way for a while longer, giving you all a chance to survive. Realizing something, Vera begins to struggle desperately. Ugh, there's still enough time. That beach Hush talked about. Didn't you want to see it? Now's your chance to hit them with a copyright. Caps, my bad. Considering what he goes through on the challenge runs, wouldn't be surprised if he used it on every video. True. That was probably a fantasy. And it was a final one. Moth was very young when she joined Corona, and her memories were merely post-traumatic self-embellishments. The trauma was so severe that she couldn't even remember her own name. Dang. So a place that beautiful simply doesn't exist. I taught her many things, but the word captain is what she pronounces most clearly. She even asked me to teach her how to pronounce your name when you first joined Group 13, but she couldn't roll her tongue properly and kept calling you Vera. I did consider desertion once, but I abandoned that idea after what happened to Group 9. I didn't want any of you to bear the burden of my mistakes or my indecision. While Hayes talking to Vera, the corrupted down below are just staring at them like, "Hey, you guys done yet?" In the end, I took on this mission. I thought to myself, I could probably slip away quietly on my own in a remote place like this, like Seaside Town, far away from the Corona headquarters, right? In the end, as you can see, my indecision has prevented you all from breaking out of this place, leaving us trapped in mutual distrust. Hay gently pats Vera's injured arm in a comforting gesture. Captain Vera, God, I hate it. My mind almost deviated, having been trapped down here. If what you say is true and dozens of days have passed, why hasn't Corona contacted us even once? Vera, do you think Corona also intended for us to turn against each other? Probably. I wouldn't put it past them. I had only one thought left when I realized that. I wanted Moth and you to survive. Now Moth is dead too, and my ridiculous fantasy ends here. To be honest, you, my teammates, were truly the only part I didn't find revolting in Corona. Hay turns toward the door, casting one final glance back at Vera. I agree with what Moth said. Perhaps there's no one else in this world but us. Live, Vera. I suppose that means we live on too. Let go of me! Vera nearly tears her shoulder apart for the second time when she finally manages to grip the knife's handle and pull out the blade, pinning her down. Vera lunges toward the door, reaching out to grab. But countless hands of refugees have reached out as well, grabbing hold of Vera. Vera remains frozen in place, struggling as she watches Hummingbird leap into the abyss just beyond her fingertips' reach. Captain! Oh, Captain, my Captain! Under everyone's gaze and abandonment, Hummingbird plummets into the swarm of corrupted below. The sound of metal clashing sends a heartbreaking screech through the air as vital fluid blooms outward like a flower. Hummingbird whirls her blade like a cyclone, cutting through the surging waves of corrupted in the storm mixed with her vital fluid as she slowly recedes into the distance, wanting to go somewhere far away to see the ocean. The false key she holds once gave her hope, and now she uses this mistake to lead the raging tide away from shores full of the living. Until the tide recedes at the edge of the sea. A long drawn-out whistle echoes from somewhere beyond the crowd's vision. I love all the sea and ocean, like, metaphors. Homebound. When the fishermen were done fishing, they would whistle this sound to relay messages to the shore, so people on shore knew when to prepare meals for their return. Vera will be homebound soon too. We will be homebound soon too. As the whistle ends, Vera hears an explosion. The plan to keep everyone alive has succeeded, but no one cheers. Is this how you do it? Are my hands in the right place? Mm-hmm. A was following Hush's guidance and pressed her hands together, and Vera actually caught a glimpse of embarrassment on her face. So, what about other words? I've already learned homebound. This whistle. It's not homebound. It's the new word she learned. Vera seems to want to say something, but she cannot utter a single word in front of the refugees. She now stands at the head of the refugees, leading the survivors as she takes on the mission of living on. And the refugees, the sheep, suddenly jump free of that non-existent boundary around them as if inspired by the black sheep, and they no longer follow the crowd, one after another. The first refugee steps forward and, having retrieved Hay's weapon at some point, hands it to Vera. A second refugee steps forward as well, raising a lantern high to illuminate the path ahead. A third, a fourth. People support each other as they leave the sunless fortress and emerge into the open. This place is still not far from the sea. One can hear the waves, providing a backdrop to the whistle sound if one listens carefully. Corrupted continue to attack them throughout their escape, but Vera, leaning on her blade for support, cuts them down after one after another. Yeah. Vera's injuries continue to multiply along the way, forcing people to scavenge Moth's body to salvage usable parts for her. Moth's arm is now Vera's arm. It is as if Moth continues to live on through her. Ah. Wow. That's good. And then Vera Garnett's interlude too, with Lloyd's banner spear. Holy shit. In occasional moments of daze, Vera returns to that conversation with Hush on the 44th day, finally speaking the words she could not say back then. My hometown was quite far away from the ocean. The summer wasn't very hot, so it wasn't great for swimming, and it always snowed in the winter. There was plenty to do in the snow too, though I don't know if they were as fun as those on the beach. It's funny, really. Despite being born at the end of the Golden Age, I've never seen the sea with my own eyes. Most of my family were gone. Most of the time, I could only think of better ways to survive. There was no time to stop and take in the scenery. So I've never seen those landscapes you described. Never seen a paradise like that. I've also never had teammates I could rely on. I should raise my blade, I think. It feels as though the hands of all the refugees are still clutching to her alongside Hush's, constantly pushing her to raise her blade once more. Shouldn't the purpose of raising my blade be to keep me alive? When did it become so complicated? Huh. She raises her blade, then raises it once more. After countless times she raised her blade for others, she feels as though she too has arrived at the paradise Hush described. She seems to see a rainbow-colored beach, crystal-clear waves, or waters, fantastically diverse coral, and noisy seabirds squabbling over food. Everything resembles the vibrant atmosphere of a chaotic, colorful festival. She gazes at this scene and smiles gently. In truth, she is the same. She also believes in the existence of that paradise, and she is grateful to Hush for giving her hope. And so, the elderly and children are surrounded in the center of the formation. They look up toward that splash of red at the very front, their Valkyrie standing at the boundary of hell itself. And the people walk toward the side of life. Until... Someone's there! Look! There are people ahead! We're saved! Not far ahead lies a conservation area. Heavy rain falls from the sky. Through the curtain of rainfall, people can see that the Corrupted's attack has also reached this conservation area. Vera casts a heavy gaze across the distance. As expected, she spots a crowd of panicked refugees fleeing for their lives. Endless Path adds plus 100 emotion to any scene. I know, right? That entire time that OC was playing, the quote in my head just kept on repeating, "This is the price of unity." Indeed, unity has a price. That just kept on going. That just kept on repeating in my head. But beyond that, there is a conspicuous squad of constructs within the crowd, standing in the pouring rain and shouting something. Everyone, stay calm and maintain order. Our team has already contained the corrupted. There's enough time to evacuate. Babylonian constructs. There are clearly not enough transport vehicles, but they have still managed to arrange the evacuation in a relatively neat and orderly fashion. Let those with children board first, and the rest of you can. The speaking construct slips, but another construct quickly grabs and steadies him. Thanks. The ground is so slippery. Are they capable of relying on each other? Vera stands in place, exhausted. The constructs from the conservation area notice them. She raises her hand and pushes the refugee closest to her. Go. Move on. Food, water, vehicles. You people need those things to survive, and they have them all. Her eyes fix on the two constructs rushing toward them. Babylonia is probably a better place than Corono. With Vera's push, the refugees who have come with her all run toward the constructs. They are finally safe. But Vera does not follow them to safety. A hound of the Corono Special Force should probably avoid Babylonia personnel. She leans on her blade for support, walking toward the sound of waves, until those tide recedes at the edge of the sea. Vera reaches the shore. She finds a small boat, collapses onto it, and lets it carry her away adrift. Another wave crashes onto the shore, washing away Vera's staggering footprints on the sand and erasing everything. When I was starting to speak like Hush for a second there. I almost said raindrops. Raindrops fall on her face. Her eyelashes quiver slightly as she opens her eyes. A human stands above her, intently gazing down at her face. You found it. You're awake. So, this is the place. The small boat by the shore carries the survivor and brings her to today, many years later. The person in the small boat is no longer a hound of Corono, but Vera of Babylonia. Before Vera can adjust her visual module, she sees a blurry shape sway before her, seemingly a human hand waving in front of her face. Do you want to get up? I can give you a hand. Get up? You're disturbing my rest. Never mind. Come sit with me for a while. Long accustomed to the Cerberus captain's demeanor, you cannot be bothered by her sharp tongue. You accept her invitation and sit beside her, right in the seawater. I didn't expect you to actually find this place. What did you expect when you sent me the same exact mail again? With exaggerated solemnity, you pull up the mail from Vera on your terminal and read it aloud. By the time you receive this letter, I will have already fled with countless treasures. I've found a secluded paradise to hide away in, and I'll never return to Babylonia again. Oh, so you've come looking for me again because of a letter I sent as a joke? I thought if I cried wolf enough times, you wouldn't fall for it anymore. Despite her words, Vera's expression clearly says, I knew you'd come all along. I didn't fall for it. I'll try my best to be there when you call for me. Vera narrows her eyes with satisfaction. Good. However, there really is a secret mission this time. Actually, I'm already on a mission right now. Oh, so Nicholas sent you. Did he tell you everything about the mission? Just the mission objectives. I know nothing about your past connection to this mission. According to Commander Nicola, Vera is secretly searching for a key. Corono has the key, and its only copy was lost toward the end of the Golden Age. After the punishing virus outbreak, Kurono sent people to recover the copy from a black market, but they failed and there was no follow-up. But Babylonia suddenly becomes interested in the treasure behind this key and begins searching for the copy. They send Vera, who has a previous connection to it, along with the Grey Riven Commandant, who Vera requested. According to your speculation, the copy of the key is on this island? That's right. Back when I was still with Kurono's Special Force, my squad never managed to find the real key. We were deceived, and the entire squad was lost. We spent a long time suspecting each other while holding the fake key when the real one was being kept by Daedalus all along. Surprisingly, my captain survived. I heard she took revenge on the culprits, infiltrated Daedalus, and made off with the real key. Oh, her current whereabouts is unknown, but that was quite a badass sequel. Now Babylonia wants me to pick up where that mission left off, and the simplest approach is to find the whereabouts of this badass captain. So I got to work and found some information from those who might know something. I suggest you put away any unnecessary compassion. Those informants deserved worse than they got. They sold out plenty of people back when they were with Kurono. Our mission went wrong because of them as well. Just an eye for an eye, that's all. However, I'm certain she'll eventually come to this island, even without finding the ones who sabotaged our mission back then. Would you tell me more about what happened? Consider it repayment for me agreeing to this mission. Vera glances at you, seemingly contemplating whether this exchange of her past is appropriate. In the end, she chooses to tell you her story. It's quite a long story. As Vera speaks, the sea gently washes over the two of you on the beach like waves of distant memories breaking shore. Her story connects three people. Vera begins from when they were all nobodies and tells of the formation of Kurono Special Force Group 13. How they went from complete strangers to souls bound by inevitable threads of fate. From distrust to two defeats she pretends to dismiss, yet her eyes cast downward every time she remembers them. From the fall of moth and hummingbird to the hands she could not grab in time, to the refugee's hands that firmly grasped hers then. From her boarding a small boat in the rain, all the way to now, this very moment. Vera finishes her tale before pointing to the beautiful scenery before you, the very paradise she has described in her letters. One last thing. Do you think this island is beautiful? Does it live up to our fantasies? This is Rainbow Beach, the beautiful homeland of Hush. It's also the paradise that Hay always dreamed of escaping to. If she really survived, this is where she would come. She lies down, stretching her limbs to feel the shallow waves washing over her and the colorful coral reef beneath. You listen silently, turning your gaze once more to the scenery before you. There's a beach in front of my home. We called it the Rainbow Beach. The Rainbow Beach has very shallow waters. Shoals of fish will appear at high tide and the coral beneath reveals itself when the tide recedes. The corals are so colorful. They gleam in the sunlight. Woof, 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 bark, 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 bark. If this was a live wallpaper on like Wallpaper Engine, I'm 100% using it. Vera, my beloved. There are no colorful coral reefs or swimming fish here. Only gray, white, dead coral and mountains of bleached bones. The so-called paradise was nothing but a fabricated memory from a girl and a desperate fantasy from a woman dreaming of escape. This paradise was destroyed by the punishing virus long ago. Vera laughs bitterly at this scenic view, lying in the gray water as she gently touches her once damaged left eye. What a joke. Everything from her time with Kurono ultimately turns into bleached bones. No, perhaps it's not like that. Their struggles were not erased. They've lived on in another way. You point at Vera. Amidst the decay, a streak of red remains vibrantly alive. And in the process, a new vibrant team is born. Behind that streak of crimson stands a special squad that causes a commotion every single day. Don't go interrupting my thoughts as something so noble and righteous. I've only ever thought about how to keep myself alive. But yourself seems to have expanded. Time passes, and the Hound has become Cerberus. It digivolved. After losing Group 13, is Vera not also trying to find closure for that chapter of her life? She has repeatedly volunteered for missions related to Daedalus, and even after its fall, she has continued moving between its remaining branches. She has witnessed more malice and bleached bones than what lies on this beach now. Her endless search finally comes to a halt in one of the laboratories, where she finally found a single living being. Specifically, a construct, a white shadow. The white shadow reached out her hand against Vera's blade as if wanting to embrace her. Don't leave me. She propped up the white shadow by her shoulders, adjusting her position like a doll, and stopped her bleeding with practiced motions. Are you an angel? Vera was momentarily stunned. She likely said something dismissive out of habit afterward, but once the girl lost consciousness, Vera carried her over her shoulders. That's funny, 21 saying that, because earlier during this read, when I saw Vera in her like nurse outfit or whatever, her like combat medic outfit, it reminded me of like Nightingale, like Florence Nightingale, for a moment. And then there was that rainy night. As collapses closed in and contact with Corona failed in a familiar passage, Vera grasped her higher-up's intents. Survival of the fittest. Like how Group 13 was left to struggle underground for over a month years ago. Corona was once again trying to eliminate the weaker one between them. She ordered number 21 to retreat, refusing to let another life wither away under her watch. But that idiot would not listen. Number 21 hunched over, shielding Vera from falling rocks while desperately dragging her toward the exit. Even with vital fluid pooling beneath her, even if she finally collapsed on a rainy night, number 21 was determined to bring her home safely. And so a white shadow is added to her shoulders. Hey, stay with me. You want me to lug your corpse all the way back? I'm not. She carried number 21 firmly on her back, feeling the warmth against her shoulders. For the first time in her life, she felt grateful. Her bonds with her teammates have already transformed into an unyielding obsession, firmly rooted in her past, just like her own stubbornness. And now, as the threads of fate continue to weave, the Hound has been rewarded with more features ahead. Even without Group 13, Vera now possesses possibilities she has never before imagined. Countless threads weave into a tapestry of fate, and after all causes and effects have played out, it always chooses the perfect moment to bring people together. Now you must live on for all of them. Yeah, you're right. The captain of Cerberus rises from the beach and walks toward the bleached bones. Among the pile of bones, the remains of a construct stand conspicuously out of place. Hummingbird's appearance is no longer discernible, having been washed and eroded by the seawater. Starting with her, Vera pries a small access card from the hand of the construct's remains. A plain, unassuming access card, looking almost like an insignificant trinket. Because the paradise of her imagination didn't exist, she lost her last will to live, and chose to end her life. I must admit I don't like your ending, Hummingbird. I prefer what the Commandant just said. Vera clutches the key tightly as if gripping a newfound conviction. Why don't you leave the real key to me? Vera secures the key and lets out a distinctive whistle, the sound carrying across the waves into the distance. Hey, Commandant, you've heard the story? Want to guess what that meant? I'll give you a hint. Hummingbird whistled it when she was leading the corrupted away. Homebound? Vera bursts into laughter. You got it wrong. I was looking into Daedalus and misspoke. Daedalus was not under Corono. It was run by a guy named Wen, a traitor to Corono. Oh, right. Oh yes, and that was he was also part of Bianca Veritas's interlude story. Right? She thrust her banner spirit into the beach, its flag instantly unfurling and fluttering in the air. It means, set sail. I'll open up the next paradise. Vera's so cool. I love her. New dawn. Not yet. Can't whistle yet. Standing in the lightless prison, you stare at the man seated in a chair beyond the bars. Veritas and number 21. Ah. Though you cannot make out his face clearly, you can tell from the occasional sounds he makes that he is probably quite young. I don't think I know him. You executed Vera's castaway scenario half a day ago and was taken away by the Aurora Squadron. Everything has been proceeding according to plan. But ever since the Aurora Squadron brought you to this prison from the beach, this young man has not stopped staring at you. It is impossible not to feel uneasy. Wondering who I am? Let me introduce myself. I'm Hanif, a squad captain. If I'm not mistaken about who you are, you're something of a distinguished guest. We can't afford to treat you poorly. You still locked me up? You still searched me? You take 2 small steps forward and grip the railing in front of you. Everyone in the room tenses up immediately. From the corners come the sounds of bullets being chambered. Damn! I'm just a human, bro. What do you think? You think I got superhuman strength? Just break open the fucking bars. Anyone who just happens to be rescued from the sea ought to be deserved for a while, especially with all the recent incidents occurring topside. Was it just an accident or intentional? I heard several Corona executives died recently. It's true. Who in Babylonia doesn't know that Corona has been having some issues lately? Why don't you be more honest with us first? Tell us how you really ended up here. Otherwise, we can't have a proper conversation. After all, I don't believe in coincidences. We were carrying out our regular mission, so how is it that we just happened to find a Babylonia commandant near a deserted island? You carefully consider your words and decide to probe a little bit. Just a tad bit. I was on a mission. Babylonia is looking for something. But I ran into a small accident at sea. Could it be that we are looking for the same thing? Why is he suddenly putting on an act all by himself? That's not a good idea. We don't need to share anything with Babylonia. This is Corono's business. An eerie silence spreads between you. He has clearly rejected any attempt at friendly communication. Hanif rises to his feet and beckons with his hand. A squad member approaches from the shadows and asks something in a hushed voice. Should we take the Commandant away or directly? We'll relocate the Commandant first. Ensure Commandant's safety at all costs. I'll talk to the higher-ups. As you listen to the discussion, a sudden feeling washes over you that something is not quite right. This wasn't the plan. Can't let them relocate me. Are you nervous? Seemingly noticing the subtle change in your expression, Hanif smiles and approaches, his eyes gleaming faintly in the darkness. No, I'm not nervous. Starts sweating profusely. He moves in until he's right at the bars, the two of you now face to face with only the cage between you. Hanif's voice drops to a taunting whisper. Don't be nervous. I was just teasing you. You're playing your part well, so have some faith in yourself, Chief. His piercing gaze makes your skin crawl, and you have lost your patience to continue this performance with him. Without hesitation, you bring the back of your hand to your lips. Stop it! The soldiers outside quickly raise their weapons, but a sharp, prolonged whistle has already sounded. Lower your weapons. This room is soundproof. The signal wouldn't reach the outside. Oh, really? The squad members uniformly lower their weapons, yet remain intently focused on the situation unfolding in front of the cage. No one notices the discordant streak of color appearing overhead. I think we've put on enough of a show. That's enough. Don't get too close. Hanif keeps his right hand hidden underneath his coat, fiddling something while maintaining an air of nonchalance as he continues to ramble on. I should have tied up your arms and legs as well. I told you not to get too close. Lunge forward with outstretched hands. Gotcha. No one expects the caged prisoner to thrust an arm out with lightning speed, precisely clamping down on Hanif's throat. Damn! Later! Vera, now! As that name escapes your lips, the sounds of bodies hitting the ground echo one after another, traveling forward from behind. A red shadow dashes among the soldiers, taking down everyone in her path. Not a single bullet has time to leave its barrel before the red figure arrives at the front of the cage. Vera watches the standoff between prisoner and jailer with leisurely interest, a dazzling smile spreading across her face. You two are really getting into your roles, aren't you? Everything's already taken care of. Thanks to the tracker we planted in your mouth earlier, we'd have completely lost our dear Commandant otherwise. Can you let go already? Show restraint. I want to teach this punk a lesson. Show restraint. Seeing Vera raise her weapon, you decide to exercise some restraint. Vera, stop. Release your grip. Open the door now. Hanif rubs the reddened swelling on his neck, coughing as he unlocks the cage for you. Thinking it is over, he is surprised when Vera suddenly delivers a swift kick to the back of his knee, sending him crashing to the ground. He looks up and meets Vera's dangerous gaze. Consider this a warning. I heard everything clearly from above. You've said quite a few unnecessary things to my Commandant. Next time you won't be so lucky if you try to act clever or run your mouth. I don't know what game you're playing, forcing us to eliminate all your squad, but understand this. Now that we've dealt with them all, you're truly alone. After this, you'll have no choice but to follow our instructions. I don't think you can defect to Babylonia this way. We won't accept it. As expected of people who'd go along with such an absurd plan. I already heard those exact words from this one. Hanif looks at you as you flex your wrist. Get to business. I still want to teach this punk a lesson. Nah, just get to business. You said you'd lead us to the treasure chest if we helped you ditch the Aurora Squadron. Do you still remember that promise? You weren't joking about the treasure chest, right? I haven't forgotten my promise. I can take you there anytime. It's just behind this island. Let's go then. Time for your end of the bargain. A few days ago, you arrived at the beach to rendezvous with Vera for your appointment. You found your mission objective, the true key, amid Hummingbird's remains, and Vera revealed the story of Kurono's Group 13. Meanwhile, this young man from Kurono also showed up as if he had been waiting there the whole time. He proposed a deal with an inexplicable excitement in his voice. Finding the key isn't enough. I know where the treasure chest is. Getting the treasure chest through me is definitely faster than negotiating with Kurono through Babylonia. However, we'll need a convincing reason for me to slip away from the Aurora Squadron. That works out perfectly, then. Here. Vera gently pushed you forward. Is this bait good enough for you? If the Aurora Squadron dares to make a move against the Commandant, I'll have a legitimate reason to act. Don't be so surprised. Since you're here, we might as well make good use of you. We don't have any better bait on hand. Hanif's eyes linger on you for a long while before he finally nods. That's enough. More than enough. I look forward to the moment when you abduct me instead, Chief. How many weeks left for DMC Fun Club? No idea. With the gun pointed at Hanif, you make your way to the shore until bushes and a wire fence block your path. The tall wire fence, draped with black fabric, prevents anyone from glimpsing the shoreline beyond. It looms over the three of you. So this is Kurono's treasure trove up ahead. You synchronize your location data with Babylonia, then signal for Vera to pull back the curtain. Not exactly. This is just a waypoint, or rather, as the curtain slowly falls. The wind rises. The sea surges violently against the shore as a warship suddenly appears before everyone. This is the ark that sails toward the treasures. Vera stares intently at the ship through the wire fence. She slowly breaks into an excited smile, not expecting the next opportunity to set sail would arrive so soon. Wasn't expecting another chapter on this treasure hunt. You gaze at the scene before them, your eyes lingering on Vera's frame. Your memories drift back to a time when the sea breeze carried the damp, slightly bitter scent of Atlantis. Haha, so this is truly the perfect moment to set sail once again. Vera tilts her head and looks over, her crimson hair dancing in the wind. Commandant? My Commandant, since I extended an invitation to you, you should see it through to the end, shouldn't you? That's the end of Arcade Anima. That was good. I really liked that. Vera, my beloved. You received a new mission. Yes, my new mission is to read this now. That was really good. I really enjoyed that. The whole thing with Vera is really nice. Living on, continuing on the legacy of others. That's really cool of her. My beloved. Vera, my beloved. Alrighty. Now it's Spark to Wildfire. I don't know how many nodes I'll do for today. I figured it's been 2.5 hours already. But she comes so far from just being an angry sadist. Oh yeah, she's come so far. Since the early chapters of EGR to now. Definitely. I don't know how far I'll get into Spark to Wildfire for today, but I'll see how far I can go. Maybe at around the 5-hour mark or the 5.5-hour mark. That's when I'll stop Spark to Wildfire, but we'll see. Maybe somewhere between nodes 5 and 10. Somewhere between. I don't know how overall long this will be. It's 26 nodes, but who knows? This might be a freaking like spiral of Chronos length. Freaking like 8 hours total. Alrighty. Time for my waifu chapter. My beloved. Spark to Wildfire. Everything started with Vera, should end with Vera. This music too. I'm gonna get back to reading through Stars and Snares, so I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Alright, take care. Carefree dot. Thanks for coming. You another time. Enjoy Stars and Snared. Alright, here we go. Let's start.
言ったはずよ。嘘はどこまで言っても嘘。英雄でないものは英雄になんてなれない。だからあなたの槍は私に奪われた。
不甲斐ない臆病者の私が不死身の名を与えられ受け継がれてきた。人により作られた英雄は旧世界を滅ぼす旗印となるでしょう。おかしなパラドックスね。
さて頑張り屋さんのあなたは鎖につながれたままでいるのか、もがきながらも前へ進むのか。どちらにせよ助けが欲しいのならその手を伸ばしなさい。世界がどこまで朽ちようとも こんなところでくたばったりしない。今度こそあなたの刃になってあげる。もうあがくのも疲れたでしょ。道を妨げるものすべて私が八つ咲きにしてあげる。
Oh, I didn't expect that. That was really cool. Oh, that was quick. That was the first note. I was wondering what the whole film roll thing was with that. Huh. Well, of course, I should have expected that. That was cool. Wow. So, okay. Awesome. Void, huh? Alright, so for this first battle stage here. Make more than 2 wrong choices in the baseline test. Choose the third option, second option twice, third option twice. That's interesting. Alright, let's try this. I was the shadow of the wax-wing slain by the false azure and the window pane. Bars. October 2160. Squad 3, report your position. Arrived at target location, floor 15. Awaiting further instructions. There are no hostiles at your location. Remember, your mission is to search and rescue. If there's another case of competitiveness like last time, none of you will graduate. Not a single one. Several young faces crouched behind the door exchanged uneasy glances at these words, then collectively turned toward a female cadet at the rear of their formation. Her military cap fails to completely cover her red hair, with a few rebellious strands hanging beside her ears, much like the cadet herself. As long as she doesn't go to berserk, our squad won't have any problems. Quite the opposite. As long as I'm here, there'll always be someone to back you up. You all understood the reality you're in, but all of you are too stubborn to admit it. It's actually quite amusing. Quiet. Focus on the mission. We reach in 1 minute. This is not a drill. I want everyone at maximum alert. Squad leader's contemptuous scoff, along with the warning crackling through the comms, are completely disregarded by the red-haired cadet. She remains as she always is, wearing an expression of complete indifference. Wipe that look off your face. Just stay at the rear of the formation and follow orders to the letter. Got it? Hey, Vera. Oh, copy that. The Squad 3 leader hesitates briefly after seeing Vera's response. Why are you so obedient today? Normally by now you'd already be. Meanwhile, a military whistle sounds from the lower floors of the building. Squad 3, move out. Reach the door. Upon receiving the order, the leader immediately signals with a hand. The explosive charges on the scorching metal door detonate, blasting it to pieces with a thunderous boom. Breach! The damaged door is kicked open, and the entire squad rushes in with weapons raised, quickly slipping through the entrance one after another. Is anyone here? It's safe now. Come out if you can hear us. The area is secure. Oh, the music. Everyone surveys the fire-scorched surroundings with weapons raised, tacitly following each other's footsteps while deliberately pushing Vera to the back of the formation. It's just a search and rescue. Do they really need to rush in like that? This outfit of hers is so good. Gosh, she looks so cool. Vera, my beloved. Vera, you've been banned from frontline operations. If you mess up one more time, you won't be the only one receiving a dismissal warning. Everyone in your squad will suffer the consequences with you. All I can do right now is keep my eyes peeled and check the corners for survivors. I suggest we spread out. Everyone should give each other space to search each corner properly. What's the point of bunching together like this? It's too bad, Vera. We're making sure you don't try to go solo again this time. Get out of the way. No. Before the captain can react, Vera launches a swift kick, sending him flying behind a nearby table. A split second later, a massive hound roars as it leaps through the space where the captain had been standing, its jaws snapping shut with a bone-chilling crack. Had the captain not been knocked down in time, it would have been his neck between those teeth. With lightning-fast reflexes, Vera takes down the massive hound and immediately unleashes a hail of bullets toward the area ahead. The captain's eyes widen in shock amid the frenzied barrage. He sees something flooding toward them like a tidal wave. He can't find the right words to describe them, managing only to shout a single alert code into his radio. Monsters! Fall back! Everyone fall back! Vera continues firing while yanking up the captain she had kicked to safety, leading her teammates in a tactical retreat. Wasn't this supposed to be just a standard terrorist attack? A rescue mission? Don't tell me you concealed the mission's true nature and led the team straight to the front lines just to get back at me. That's bullshit. We're just a bunch of students who haven't even graduated. At most, we're backup for the rescue operation. How are we qualified for high security missions like this? Besides, even if I hated you with all my guts, I wouldn't put my own life at stake and die with you. Think about it. This place is a biotech company building, and these unplanned monsters appear. If you ask me, all I can say is they're hiding too damn much. These money-grubbing people have hearts as black as coal. We're screwed. I knew missions with you never end well, Vera. Last time was bad enough, but this time we're totally done for. Damn, dude. Relax. The captain speaks through gritted teeth into his radio, describing the crisis Squad 3 has encountered. Instructor, investigate this place. Please investigate. This company is conducting illegal experiments. We're looking at them right now. Dogs with 3 heads and fish with legs. What the hell? They're extremely aggressive and charging straight at us. The radio crackles with static. No response. Something's gone wrong. All back for now. Vera covers the retreat, sliding out through the main entrance while firing every last bullet at the monsters inside. But from the corner of her eye, she catches a glimpse of something hidden in another secluded corner. It's only a split second of hesitation. A dog lunges at her, clamping down on Vera's shin and knocking her to the ground. She crashes into the corner, hitting her head in the process. Her vision instantly goes dark as the world spins around her. She senses something changing within her body, but has no time to investigate further. Through her fading vision, she glimpses a fragment of an unfamiliar world. Cool. So for this special achievement, choose the third option, second option twice, third option twice in order of proximity to you during dialogues. My dear Valkyrie, where is the fire?
Watashi wa 悲惨な死を遂げた連弱の影。犯人は窓ガラスの外にある偽りの青空。私は常に前線に出ている。いつ侵食体に殺されてもおかしくないが、私は恐れない。
Alright, so this one picked the third option. I'm a bit scared. Whoa.
豪華の発見。私を傷つけられるの？私についてきて。恐れることはないわ。
戦場では時にパニシングに侵食された仲間をこの手で殺さざるを得ない。あなたはそれを認めている。
And then this one picked the second option twice.
さまざまな戦いを経て、あなたは自身にトラウマまたは深刻な意識改変異の症状が現れたと考えている。
豪華逃がさない隠れる気甘いわよ。私についてきて恐れることはない。
クロノホールディングスの配下で作戦を行う際、
Corona
あなた
Holdings.
は全てが偽りであると考えている。
The only holdings I know is Ichiban Holdings. Alright, and then the third option twice. It's all fake.
あなたの存在自体も偽りであるかもしれない。
I'm real.
あなたはこの世界と周りの全てに恨みを持っていて、窓ガラスを打ち破ることにした。
Huh. Window.
豪華逃がさないわよ。隠れる気甘いわよ。まだまだここからよ。笑える。はあ、私についてきて
テスト不合
Here we go.
格。権限の付与を中止。中止。
なるほど。またこの機体を起動させたのね。さあ私の身から血肉を奪ってみなさい。
Rolling snow. Oh. That's it for the special achievements. So I just play through this normally.
素晴らしいオープニングセレモニーね。逃がさないわ。隠れる気甘いわよ。まだまだここからよ。はあ、年功最骨。八つ咲きよ。あなたに最高の痛みよ。逃がさないわよ。隠れる気
No valid authorization detected.
ロックされてる。隊長、ロック解除装置はまだ残ってる。
残ってない。権限カードを見つけられるかも。もう脱落者が出たし通信も途絶えた。
まずは生存者の状況を確認しなさい。まだ終わりじゃないわ。
よく気楽なことを言うな。そっちの生命信号探知機をしっかり見て他の生存者を探そう。
Error. Unable to identify healing targets. Fatal wound. Death.
すごいわ
Fatal
ね。
wound.
致命傷と非致命傷が全部逆になってるじゃない。もういいわ。捜索任務は私がやる。あんたはその場で息を整えなさい。化け物に驚いて死なないように気をつけて。
またその態度。生存者を一人でも見つけてみせろ。
Remark vital signs. Non-fatal wound. Healthy.
「権限カードはここに。ゲートに戻りなさい。隠れる気甘いわ。まだまだここからよ。
Valid authorization detected. Let's go, boys.
何か音が。ミラー
Investigate the voice.
あいつらついてきた。後ろに気をつけて。逃がせないわよ。隠れる気？甘いわよ。まだまだここからよ。はあ、年功退骨。あなたに最高のキリがないわ。消えなさい。逃がせないわよ。隠れる気？甘い。まだまだここからよ。はあ、年功退骨。あなたに最高の痛みよ。まだ生存者が一人。
Data synchronization progress. 5%. Whoa, November 2160. Gwyneth. You're doing well. You walked through fire and only got some scars on your arm. Pretty lucky, I'd say. Don't worry about the scarring. Our military hospital doesn't handle that sort of thing, but there are plenty of specialty clinics outside that can completely restore your skin. It's nothing to worry about. As for other things to pay attention to, there's not much besides being careful about what you eat. Hey, Vera, are you even listening? The doctor removes the dressing from Vera's arm, frowning as she tries to get the attention of the young woman who seems to be miles away. I'm listening. You didn't hear a word I said. Why don't you care about your own body? You get injured on every mission you get hurt during training. What's wrong with you? Vera blinks softly, her gaze briefly passing over the doctor's look of exasperated concern. Forget it. You've always been like this. If you ever stopped to think about the consequences, you wouldn't have rushed into that burning building to drag someone out. By the way, the person you rescued has finally woken up. They were in a coma for nearly a month, but at least they survived. At the mention of this, Vera's attention returns instantly, like the subtle flutter of her eyelashes. Oh, that's good. Would you like to visit them? They've been moved to the general ward. Maybe. The doctor finally loses patience with Vera's absent-mindedness and smacks her hand on the desk. Vera, look at me when I'm talking to you. You had the same expression when you came for your dressing change last time. What's been on your mind lately? Is it about graduation? Isn't your probation period already ended? Are you still having trouble graduating? Graduation shouldn't be a problem as long as those recruiters stop tripping over themselves trying to collar me. I'm thinking about something else. Vera traces the raised scars on her forearm, her mind drifting back to that day in the burning building. Back then, she was knocked to the ground by an escaped test subject from the building, and it felt as if her body and consciousness had become disconnected. The moment passed in an instant, but that sensation still lingers in her body. It felt as if her bones and flesh had been replaced with cold metal. She's still herself, yet utterly different from who she once was. Doctor, what's the current level of bionic prosthetic technology? Prosthetics? Bionic technology? Why are you suddenly asking about that? Hey, you're not planning some kind of mechanical ascension, are you? I'm just curious. I want to know more about it. Technology in that field is quite advanced now. Bionic prosthetics have a high adoption rate, and it's become a relatively successful industry. There's a rather famous figure in the field, Professor Liston. Have you heard of him? He's a leading representative of those researchers passionate about mechanical human augmentation, though I've heard he's been focused on teaching students these past few years and rarely makes public appearances. If you're interested in learning more, I could also... So, is there technology now that can gradually replace the entire body with mechanical structures? The kind where not even a trace of biological tissue remains? It does exist, yes. Our military district occasionally gets access to some cutting-edge projects like that. I heard recently that someone has already achieved a complete body modification, replacing the entire body with metal structures. They can even discard the brain and nervous system, storing consciousness and memories through some special method. Yes, that's it. Something like that. Gwyneth falls silent, studying Vera with a suspicious gaze. Something's wrong. I suspect you're having dangerous thoughts. I've known you for many years, and I believe every bizarre thing you say has a source. I'm really just curious. Stop, Vera. For your own sake, I won't discuss these things with you anymore. I can't keep up with your line of thinking or predict what neural impulse you'll have next. The doctor gathers her things and stands up to leave. You just said you wanted to meet the person brought back from the fireside. Let's go then. From now on, I'll only answer your questions about this matter. Through the hospital room window, Vera gazes intently inside. That day's counter-terrorism operation went awry, with multiple members of Vera's logistics squad injured. Yet, even while surrounded by artificial mutant creatures, the squad still managed to rescue an ordinary person from the burning building. Reportedly, the squad leader repeatedly confirmed this person showed no signs of mutation before sending them to the military hospital. He doesn't seem to be recovering. The man in the hospital room remains in deep sleep. One of his arms is ruined, and beneath his clothes, his body is covered in freshly healed burn scars. One could say he barely cheated death. You probably don't know this, but he was comatose in the ICU for a long time, and the first thing he did when he woke up was demand to know if that building had burned down. Vera raises an eyebrow at these words. And then? We told him the truth. Yes, it was completely burned down, and he suddenly became extremely agitated. We had to tranquilize him before he calmed down. This person is suspicious. What? Don't worry, I'll look into it and confirm the facts. Through the window, Vera continues to study the unconscious man, watching as he clings to life with his broken body. Before you breathe your last, why don't I squeeze whatever value I can get out of you? Military Academy. Red-haired Vera returns from the hospital, walking through the corridors of the Military Academy. She passes by many fellow students without greeting any of them. Everyone is bustling about preparing for their final graduation assessment. Once they pass, they'll be able to join various combat teams and enjoy a stable and comfortable life in this era of peace. Yet despite the hustle, everyone spares a glance, secretly eyeing the girl who always keeps to herself. Went out again to change her bandages at the military hospital? Still injured after a whole month. Must be nice enjoying all that free health care. The Team 3 squad leader blocks Vera's path, congratulating her snidely. Thanks to your heroic sacrifice during the last mission, we managed to rescue the hostage with you as the only casualty. If you don't deserve a commendation, then who does, right? You poor thing. Is that burn on your arm healed yet? Oh no, is it scarred? Get lost, child. Vera understands perfectly this sarcastic concern and congratulation has a meaning. It's a subtle warning about her unauthorized commendation. About what we discussed last time, have you thought about it? After graduation, continue with us in logistics. Almost everyone in Team 3 wants this. This is the second time we've extended this invitation. Don't be difficult. Once this opportunity passes, it won't come again. You might find yourself reassigned to some freezing outpost along the Arctic Union route. Is this an invitation or a threat? Vera stands her ground and lets out a contemptuous laugh. As long as Vera's around, all of our problems will be easily solved. Isn't that what you all think? You people haven't even graduated yet, and you've already found the perfect workhorse to secure your careers and fast-track your promotions. How convenient for you all. Vera rolls up her sleeve, revealing the scar left by the tongues of flame that licked her arm. I'd rather be on the front lines collecting more scars like this one than be associated with any one of you. Pampered swine of the golden age. That's exactly what you people are. You make me sick. Vera, you'll beg for this opportunity if you know what's good for you. With a cold expression, Vera sidesteps the fuming squad leader and continues walking forward. She knows she can provoke them with just one sentence, but she's also aware that such verbal sparring brings no benefit, so she doesn't bother to continue the confrontation. What she needs to do now is far more important than any petty conflicts. Arriving at the office at the end of the hallway, Vera knocks lightly before pushing the door open. Oh, Hilda. Regarding that hostage rescue from the fire, I believe it's also necessary to... A well-dressed woman sits at the superior's desk, discussing procedures for the terrorist attack. My apologies. I'll return later. No, your timing is perfect. Please stay and listen, Vera. Vera, you're the student who rescued that hostage. The woman extends her right hand, gently shakes hands with Vera, and presents her work identification. I'm Hilda from the control court. Please come here and listen to what I have to say. Hilda gestures with her hand, and Vera nods, walking over to stand stiffly at her side. As I was just saying, regarding the hostage you rescued, we need to confirm his identity. You were the first person with close contact at the scene, and I'd like to hear your thoughts. Understood. I'll cooperate. According to the medical report, his face is completely destroyed, and his DNA information doesn't match anything in the resident database. We're currently unable to determine this person's identity, but we do have a theory. Hilda sends a file to Vera, who immediately reads it. Take a closer look at the details. That building is the headquarters of a biotechnology company under the Copperfield Group. The company's business performance is average. Copperfield barely bothers to manage it, and I hear they're preparing for an acquisition process. Overall, though, there aren't any significant issues. Their main business has been the extremely common genetic selection program that's currently on the market, highly popular among the upper crust. Through genetic selection, they manufacture the most superior offspring, free from various hereditary diseases and unstable developmental factors. Sounds like a good thing, doesn't it? As Vera offers a blunt assessment, the officer at the desk shoots her a warning glance. However, Hilda gives a slight nod. Yes. Now I need to tell you this. The hostage's skin was severely burnt, with only faint markings remaining. But after thorough examination, we believe it's a code sequence. You suspect he's one of their test subjects? It's entirely possible. Given all those modified monsters that appeared there, I imagine human experimentation wouldn't be much of a stretch for them. But the timing makes no sense. Oh? Tell me what you're thinking. Vera doesn't respond immediately. Instead, she glances toward the desk. Commander. The officer at the desk continues to frown. Vera, you're free to express your thoughts, even if you think they're just loose threads of speculation. Understood. As it happens, the Kowloon Fushi Research Institute was recently embroiled in a scandal, prompting an investigation and restructuring by the Science Council's Ethics Committee. Many people were held accountable. Of course, they would bring a character named Hilda to the Valkyrie-themed frame chapter. In this case, it's not Hilda, it's Hild. It's Hild. With such precedents, if a biotech company like this were truly engaged in illegal activities, logically they would scatter out their labs in different locations and maintain strict secrecy. Yet their headquarters, located near the city center, brazenly housed those experimental subjects, conducted human experiments that crossed every single line, and even exposed ordinary citizens to these activities. Even if the company was struggling financially, a smooth acquisition wouldn't have been a bad outcome. But this behavior is corporate suicide, like grabbing a megaphone to broadcast their wrongs to the world. Therefore, I suspect someone must have deliberately exposed them, sending out experimental subjects and even a hostage as evidence. Not the only Norse myth reference. Vera finishes explaining her theory and Hilda nods repeatedly in agreement. So, is this the work of Justice Judgment? The media should have picked up on this by now. No, why hasn't there been any news after an entire month? People on the outside still seem to think it was just an ordinary terrorist attack. Did you suppress the information? Vera slightly furrows her brow. She suddenly feels something isn't quite right, as if she's overlooked a subtle but critical detail. Hilda looks directly into Vera's eyes and passes her own device to Vera. The screen displays a video. Yes, we did suppress information. Here's the reason why. The video begins to play. My name is Liston. I'll spare you the lengthy introduction. That's so cool. Let me explain the situation in simple terms. I've been conducting a human cybernetic modification project for several years now, and the most advanced results are right before your eyes. All research conducted by myself, my laboratory, and my students has remained within ethical boundaries. We've undergone regular reviews and have never engaged in any unethical practices that violate human dignity. Next is my formal accusation. I'm reporting my former student, Haynes. Haynes was already using illegal methods to obtain cadavers back when he was studying under me to facilitate his human modification experiments. At that time, he received an offer from a biotechnology company, reportedly controlled by the Copperfield Group. I took the initiative to inform the company about his background, but they hired Haynes anyway. After many years, I've come to believe that this company is likely illegally collecting human genetic data samples and conducting embryonic cultivation. If only we could see memories of playable characters somehow. That's not going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen. They're nothing but memories. Let them be. Memories will stay memories. I don't have conclusive evidence, but I've forwarded all the information and relevant documents I'm aware of to you. I kindly request that you investigate this matter. I will say though, the memories here, all the character memories here, they all look really cool. Sothoth is like probably my favorite one. That's it. Liston raises his hand in the video and the screen goes black. Professor Liston is quite the character. He's always been straightforward. 2 months ago, he sent us this information whistleblower. We took his allegations very seriously and conducted a public investigation into that company. It was then that we discovered the company was performing poorly and was about to be acquired. However, our investigation didn't uncover any of these alleged ethical violations. This Haynes that Liston reported was conducting what appeared to be normal biological research projects. Nevertheless, as a precaution, we temporarily suspended the project. Everything seemed fine, at least back then. There weren't any monsters in that building yet. Something's not right. Vera raises her head, a new idea forming in her mind. She's using her noggin. I'd like to add to my earlier hypothesis, though. It's still just a half-baked theory. I hope I'm not wasting your time. We're just having a casual chat. There's no need to treat this as a formal investigation. You can just relax and speak freely. Thanks. Is Haynes missing now? Yes, his disappearance coincides with the timing of the building incident. Additionally, there were severe casualties among the personnel involved, and all relevant documents have been lost. Is it possible that someone deliberately exposed these things to the outside world and intentionally left behind that hostage for me to rescue? Or rather, here's what I think. Vera steps forward. Someone at a Copperfield Group subsidiary gained a rare scientific sanctuary, only to be reported by their own mentor years later. Their project was quickly suspended for investigation. When everything you've worked so hard for falls apart, if it were me, I'd be inclined toward revenge. My masterpiece should have made a spectacular debut. And as for where I should position myself, naturally as close to the stage as possible, somewhere I can appreciate my masterpiece up close. Vera traces the raised scars on her forearm, her mind drifting back to that day in the burning building. A bomb detonates slowly in Vera's eyes, erupting into blazing red flames, just like the building on that day. Apart from our hostage, who's still under supervision at the military hospital, could anyone else have accomplished all this so effortlessly within 2 months? Perhaps we should call him Haynes. But his DNA information doesn't belong to Haynes. Genes are a person's biological code, so how could he rewrite his own genes? Our current level of human modification technology can replace limbs with more powerful mechanical prosthetics, or make biological enhancements to the original flesh. But what if Haynes actually went a step further and achieved genetic modification? If it can't be achieved on the original body, what about before the next self is born? Ethically reprehensible cloning has always been a major focus of such illegal research, and I doubt someone who casually steals corpses would care about ethical boundaries. After all, in this era, there are far too many ways to shed one's skin and disappear. This is interesting. Hilda smiles and looks at the officer at the desk. Damn, Vera! Bro, Sherlock Vera. You're right. She wasn't just a crazy girl. She's razor sharp. I've said it before. She's perfect for this new mission. Vera, we need to search for more evidence going forward, and your mission is to continue guarding our rescued hostage until we can confirm he's the root of the problem and then arrest him. So until your formal graduation assessment, you won't need to participate in any other missions. Just focus on doing this one properly. What about the regular training sessions? You don't need to attend those either. I see some people have already found their place, but you don't belong among them. Okay? Vera will make good friends with Yagami. Bro, Vera needs to open her own detective agency. Can I work? I'll be the detective dog. The red-haired Vera leaves the officer's office. Nice. Clearly aware that she's just earned some recognition and was fortunate enough to gain a buffer period before graduation. The two people remaining in the office continue chatting about the other matters. So how does it feel, pulling up here as an instructor? I see you're even pretending to be serious. Ah, well. Sometimes you have to put on a show for young people. They're at that age where they only judge by appearances. But I don't plan to continue staying in this place anyway. Otherwise, I'd really become the second fool to spend their entire life as a soldier. Enough about that. What are you here to see me about this time? Is it about the 0-point reactor ignition again? I'm not interested in any ceremonies. If you want to treat me to drinks, just leave a few bottles in this office and I'll appreciate the gesture. It is related to the 0-point energy ignition, but actually I'm just here to deliver a message from someone. Don't mention their names. Fine, I won't. The Security Intelligence Bureau will arrange defensive forces near the reactor to ensure the ignition procedure isn't disrupted. The chief, the new Security Bureau chief, will personally oversee the operation. The new Security Bureau chief hopes you can assist with the operation. You're not far from there, right? Just for convenience sake. Just for convenience sake. Hilda stares directly at her superior, waiting for his answer. Fine, I'll consider it. All in vain. Data synchronization progress. 8%. December 20th, 2160, night. That night, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. Vera walks through the falling snow and enters the military hospital. She removes her hat, gently brushing away the snowflakes that had settled on its brim. How's he doing tonight? He just finished dinner. His appetite remains unchanged. Like always, he spends his days eating, sleeping, and staring out the window after waking up. He hasn't spoken a word. Oh, still refusing to speak. His condition has completely stabilized. Technically speaking, we could consider discharging him. Are you going to continue keeping watch over him here? I haven't found a better place for him yet. Besides, it would be best to have a proper conversation with him before any transfer. Vera clutches her hat to her chest as she walks straight into the depths of the hospital, finally stopping at the window of the private room where she's been monitoring Haynes. The middle-aged man in the room has recovered quite well, with only the horrific scars covering his body, a coating of melted flesh bearing witness to what happened to him. He sits on the bed gazing into the far distance beyond the window, though there's nothing particularly worth mentioning out there. Those scars make me uncomfortable every time I see them. Could someone really do something this brutal to themselves? For revenge or to make a statement? To willingly throw themselves into a fire and end up like this? Vera silently traces similar burn scars on her own forearm, then turns her gaze toward the doctor. The thick layer of snow on her shoulders hasn't fully melted yet, and her eyes harbor an icy glint as cold as the snow outside. If someday I needed to achieve something important enough, and this was the price I had to pay, I could probably do it too. No, Vera. Can't. Don't worry, Gwyneth. I won't end up like him. For him to end up like this, he must have made many selfish and self-righteous choices along the way. But I'm not that stupid. I definitely wouldn't sacrifice myself while endangering the safety of others. Besides, I absolutely refuse to sympathize with a criminal suspect. As if he heard something, the man in the hospital turns his head toward the door, locking eyes directly with Vera. He looks like he wants to say something. A flicker of excitement flashes through Vera's eyes, caught by the doctor. From what I understand, your mission is simply to stay here and monitor him, isn't it? I think it would be better if you didn't interact with him too much. Looking at Vera, the doctor once again viscerally experiences her unfiltered sharpness. As rare as a burning snowflake, yet just as likely to meet a calamitous end and melt away, breaking apart. The doctor suddenly feels anxious, worried that Vera might develop some sort of bond with the suspect. She reaches out, trying to stop her, but Vera immediately pulls the door handle open. Vera walks in right before the doctor's eyes, casually hanging her coat on a nearby rack. Vera, don't. Don't worry, I just want to learn more about his situation. Click. Vera gently closes the door, not only keeping the doctor outside, but habitually locking it, trapping her inside with the suspect. You're back again. He doesn't look all that injured to me. The man's voice is hoarse, his vocal cords scorched by the fire. We see each other every day, but this is the first time you've initiated conversation with me. Has something special happened? Nothing important. I just want an apple. This fruit platter has been sitting here for 2 days, but I can't peel them, so I can't eat them. The man points to the fruit platter on the shelf. You're quite demanding, wanting your fruit peeled and all. Vera sits by the hospital bed, drawing the military knife she always carries. She slowly peels an apple while humming a tune, just like an ordinary family member looking after a patient. What song is that? I made it up. Don't worry about it. I've been wanting to talk with you. You're the one who saved me from the fire, but I never found the right moment to thank you. You know how it is with burns? They hurt like hell. For 2 months now, I've just been enduring it here day after day. The man gestures toward Vera's injured arm. She had rolled up her sleeve to peel the apple, revealing scars that had never been properly treated. I believe you're someone who understands. Vera glances up at the man without responding. Her hands move deftly, quickly removing the skin and cutting the apple into equal pieces, which she arranges on the fruit platter. Help yourself. I knew it. I can tell you're different from those who casually slaughter like they're butchering animals, even though you work in the same slaughterhouse. Huh. Just because I cut some fruit for you? Has no one ever done something like this for you before? No. Those upright walking creatures out there are either stupid livestock waiting for slaughter or butchers sharpening their knife. No one's willing to do small favors like that. I didn't expect the golden age would look so wretched to you. What about you? The fact that you understand me despite being surrounded by calm seas. You must have had similar experiences, right? Vera takes a piece of apple from the platter and pops it into her mouth. She chews slowly, considering how to respond to his probing. She could easily refuse to delve deeper into her own story, but she wants to extract more information. She needs to keep the ball rolling. As for me, it might disappoint you, but I'm quite young and my life experiences are rather ordinary. Not much different from the common golden age life you're familiar with. Born to ordinary parents, had an ordinary birth, received an ordinary education. When I got a bit older, I chose to enroll where I am now, as you can see. Is your family good to you? Very good. They raised me, cared for my health, and provided plenty of guidance with my studies. Isn't that just a parent's duty? That's what duty means in broad terms. As for other details, when I was little, they would wake up early to prepare my breakfast, take me to school, tell me bedtime stories at night. Did anyone help you comb your hair? Vera's response falters for a moment, just half a second. Yes, they even braided it. Did they stay in touch with your teachers? Yes, they check in about my progress every month. The man breaks into a wide grin. You're making this up, aren't you? Did your family die when you were young? Then you struggled your way to the military academy because it was your best shot of putting food on the table, wasn't it? Vera smiles as well. Are you trying to take control of this conversation? Pretty confident for someone trapped in a hospital room with me. Just look at your lies. They're painfully obvious. Just as a poor person can't imagine the limits of a rich life, your story is riddled with holes. You've never been loved. See, I was just about to say that. People cut from the same cloth can always spot each other in a crowd. I have a friend with a story pretty similar to yours. I could tell you about it if you'd like to hear. Don't listen to him, Vera. You are loved. You're loved by me. Without waiting for Vera's response, the man begins his tale, gesturing animatedly as he speaks. This story is indeed far more authentic than Vera's, which rich with details that fuel his non-stop monologue for half an hour. Nothing more than a familiar tale of childhood, bullying, teenage disappointment, and resigned young adulthood. A life filled with perceived injustice and bitter resentment. And I just kept enduring all that unfair treatment, suffering the same injustices even as I got older. I have a friend. Vera tosses another piece of apple into her mouth, knowing it would brown if she didn't eat it soon. I was ready to let go of all that prejudice and injustice I had suffered, because I got into the best laboratory at the time, working under Liston, that golden boy. But he was as cold as heartless as his research. He modified himself like that, yet still paraded around pretending to be respectable, always chasing publicity stunts for profit. I despised him, yet had no choice but to work under him. I thought I could tune out this background noise, but then he came directly to me, dismissed my achievements, questioned my methods, and completely disposed of all my experimental samples. Isn't this guy just self-reporting? Vera stops chewing. Are those illegally obtained corpses? Where did you find them? I scraped together what little money I had and struggled to find channels to purchase the samples. In the end, he slapped me with serious accusations, confiscated all my samples, and lectured me about how respecting life is a principle that must never be forgotten. To evolve, aren't principles the very limitations that should be broken through? The man excitedly extends both hands toward Vera, as if seeking her approval, but she sidesteps to avoid his touch. I once felt fortunate to have found my true love in my work. I viewed those results, those samples, as my armor, or as my amour. Never expected that someone like Liston would take everything away from me, time and time again. They shouldn't have done that. They'll inevitably pay the price. So I gave them what they deserved. Only Liston. Liston is all that remains. The man's story matches almost perfectly with the information Hilda provided. Yeah, he literally just self-reported. Vera silently plays the role of a listener. In the 2 months she's been watching him, this is the first time the man has spoken so freely, unexpectedly eager to confess his motives and crimes the moment he opened his mouth. Why? Why? Why would you confess everything about yourself to me, Haynes? Oh, I understand your confusion. You're here to monitor me. If I confess my actions, what likely awaits me is arrest or even death. Gonna head out, tired, enjoy Vera's Through the Fire and Pains album. Alright, thanks for coming by, Leoju. Have a good night. But compared to whatever might happen to me in the future, I care more about being understood right now. Understood by you. I crave this sense of approval. All this just for my approval? I never expected my acknowledgement would be worth such valuable self-incrimination. Vera's fingertips tap lightly against her thigh as she suddenly notices a slight unease in her chest. This sensation always appears whenever her intuition tells her something is wrong. She discreetly wipes and retrieves the military knife she had placed on the fruit tray, instinctively scanning the hospital room. Ordinary furniture, medical equipment functioning normally, a locked door, a window cracked slightly open for ventilation. What's wrong here? The window. For the past 2 months, you've been constantly staring outside, barely speaking a word. What are you looking at? As she speaks, Vera rises and walks to the window, closing the gap where cold air is flowing in. A couple of snowflakes drift onto the back of her hand, their iciness heightening her vigilance. She gazes into the darkness outside, finding nothing particularly noteworthy except for the shining indicator lights lining both sides of the road at night. It's not a specific direction I'm looking at. I'm watching out for a certain future. A certain future? The so-called technological turning point of human civilization's fate. 0 Point Energy, or the Eden Project. You must have heard of it. The name of that grand scheme even children can recite. What do you think will happen to this world after 0 Point Energy is ignited? What kind of future will human civilization move toward? Will it be a new leap forward, or a leap straight into destruction? You can't see it with eyes like yours, a gaze that can't even perceive yourself. Let me tell you what I see. A man struggles to get out of the hospital bed. His physical condition is nowhere near ready for walking, yet he insists on performing this ungainly act. He moves toward the window, drawing closer to Vera. Your eyes are filled with ambition, exactly like mine once were. That's why I understand you. But you don't understand yet that humanity will ultimately perish on the road to fulfilling its ambitions. This is the future I've seen. Just as every industrial revolution brought unbearable costs, 0 Point Energy will inevitably exact a new cost on humanity. If they don't evolve alongside this new revolution, then ordinary humans, those swine, will simply stand helplessly, waiting for disaster to descend upon them like sheep to a slaughter. Vera's fingertips touch the window as her vision blurs momentarily. She seems to catch a fleeting flash of red light outside. So, hold on to that ambition of yours. With just a touch of evolution, you can easily wade across that river. Like replacing this fragile flesh, removing the inferior genes within it, and substituting them with... Replace them with your experimental specimens? Those monstrosities that are neither human nor beast? Or should I follow your example and throw myself into the flames? A sense of urgency spikes in Vera's chest, perhaps triggered by the strange red light she glimpsed outside the window moments ago. Tell me, why doesn't your DNA match Haynes' dossier? What did you do? This is merely a small step in evolutionary filtering. You could do it too if you wanted. Our conversation ends here. Roundabout conversation finally ends as Vera walks toward the door. All signs convince her to report this immediately. Even without tangible evidence, she can confirm that the disaster at that building originated with this man. Her instincts tell her this guy needs a higher grade of containment. She reaches for the hospital room door, preparing to leave. Are you sure you want to open that door? A communicator at her waist suddenly buzzes with the highest priority assembly message from the academy, triggering alongside the hospital's alarms. Looking at the brief message on her communicator, Vera can't make out any details. The situation is unknown yet extremely urgent. Even students like them who haven't yet graduated must prepare to deploy to the front lines. Wait, something's wrong. Haynes, sit back down immediately or I'll enforce restrictive measures against you. Strange hissing screams echo from the hallway as Vera quickly ducks to the side of the door, watching the man shuffle obediently back to his hospital bed. Is this your doing? Of course not. Look at the state I'm in. How could I possibly cause such widespread chaos? Perhaps this has validated what I said earlier. Humanity will ultimately perish on the road to fulfilling its ambitions. A nugget of realization explodes in Vera's mind, like the instant of zero-point energy ignition in some distant, unknown place. A scream of agony echoes through the hallway outside. Ah! Gwyneth? Vera stops hesitating, drawing her blade and reaching for the door handle. If battle approaches, she must go there, to the front line. But a heavy thud sounds from beyond the door. Someone has collapsed at the entrance, desperately pressing against it to prevent Vera from leaving. Don't come out! Vera, don't come out! What the hell is happening out there? This place is supposed to be near a high-security military base. What kind of attack is this? I need information. Maybe it's the machines. The machines have all gone mad. It hurts so much. It's over for me. It hurt? I go right now. Let me out. Hurry and escape through the window. Stay away from crowded areas. I suspect it's some kind of virus. I can't figure anything else out. Anything else. Listen to me one more time. Vera, promise me. Don't ever break yourself for anything. You're too... Oh, she did. Vera presses against the window. Staring in horror at the scene outside, she witnesses something unimaginable, exactly as the doctor described. Crazed machines, glowing red, slicing through the doctor's body. Doctor! Doctor! Gwyneth! Look at you. You can't save her. Open it! Open it now! The doctor's corpse no longer blocks the door, but just as Vera is about to burst through, the crazed machines from outside slam against it from the other side. The hospital room door shudders violently, on the verge of giving way. Vera steps back, her eyes flickering with disbelief. The window. Yes, we'll escape through the window. You lunatic. Follow me if you don't want to die. Vera grabs the man by his collar and drags him toward the window, smashing the glass with her elbow. As the snow and wind rush in, the glowing red machines simultaneously smash through the hospital room door. Move it! Vera forcefully lifts the man by his collar, trying to hoist him onto the windowsill, but meets unexpected resistance. At a time like this, where do you think you can run to? I'm not running. Turn around and look, just for a moment. Vera places one foot on the windowsill and slowly turns her head to look at the scene inside the room. Vera sees that the man has somehow produced a knife, pointing it at his own throat. It's not her military blade, but what appears to be a fruit knife he had hidden away earlier. Behind the man stands a horde of frenzied mechanoids, later known as the Corrupted. They huddle together, stained with the blood of doctors, eagerly lunging toward the two humans before them. Vera's eyes widen as she takes in the twisted scene before her. The man, satisfied with the emotions of Vera's eyes, reveals an equally twisted smile as his throat squeezes out one final laugh. A laugh of profound glee and satisfaction. You see, this is what human ambition always leads to in the end. Your sharpness, too, will inevitably be dulled until you reach the tragic end that awaits you. Stop! Those few seconds stretch into infinity. The blade pierces his burn-scarred neck, a flower of blood blooming from the wound. Hot blood sprays out, splattering across Vera's cheeks, quickly chilled by the rushing snow and wind. Drip, drop. Drip, drop. 2160. The curtain of the apocalypse is violently torn apart, its fragments scattering across the ground before Vera. Spraying blood, snow and wind rushing through shattered windows, hordes of corrupted and the corpse of a man who died in satisfaction by his own hand. No, it shouldn't be like this. Something passionate cools with the snow and wind. Perhaps it's the 17-year-old Vera, or the ambition unique to a young girl, or perhaps the glory of an entire era. 17? Shit. He's really sharp for a 17-year-old. Hella smart. Spark to Wildfire, to Vera. Port, year 2161. A few scattered seagulls fly low overhead, looking down upon the humans scrambling to prepare below. This is the last shipment. Once everything's moved out, we'll never return to this port again. I heard punishing is spreading this way. This place will probably fall too. What kind of thing is it that the entire world can't stop it from destroying everything? This world is garbage anyway. If it's gonna end, then let it end. Whatever happens, happens. The port manager tallies the final assets, roughly striking through items on the screen. I guess we might be considered lucky. At least someone's willing to pay good money for useless cargo at a time like this. Those abandoned embryos, and other samples like that. Who the hell knows what the new big boss wants these for? Whatever. No matter what, we still need to deliver these goods safely to the designated location as requested. Who's this big boss you're talking about? I heard it's Kurono. That's not surprising. Hell, they definitely have money to burn. Let's drop it. Looks like we can set sail in time. Are you coming aboard? I'm not leaving. My wife and kids are here. That damn punishing really is going to swallow the city, and I'd rather stay and die with my family. Oh, right. The higher-ups told me someone's supposed to come aboard this morning. Make sure to verify his identity when he arrives. We can't have another arson incident like what happened at headquarters. What's his name? Let me see. Someone named Haynes? Yes, Haynes. Has he arrived yet? That guy? He's right behind you. Been sitting on those stone steps for ages. The port manager turns around in surprise, coming face to face with a middle-aged man. Seabirds circle overhead as the middle-aged man gives the port manager a brief nod before returning his gaze to the departing vessel. When he first arrived this morning, he was sobbing uncontrollably over the cargo. Those samples. Kept saying he'd never abandon his children. Something about his beloved. I think he might be mentally unstable. Are you sure the higher-ups want him on that ship? The poor manager's gaze shifts downward to the middle-aged man's ankle, where a tattoo-like code is visible. The numbers there indeed match the information he received. It's definitely him. I suppose scientists are all strange in their own way. Huh. Besides, so what if he's crazy? This world's already insane enough. One more madman won't make any difference. Hey, you. Haynes? The middle-aged man turns his head again. Get on board. Keep an eye on your precious children. Not just my children, but my own continued existence is in there too. I'll watch over them carefully. Whatever you say. Hurry up and board, we're leaving. What? That stuff about genetic modification and all that and whatnot. Cloning, probably. Reincarnation. Data synchronization progress. 42%. It's been a long time since the punishing outbreak. So long that even Vera has begun to forget those days. Yet the scene before her eyes is strikingly similar to back then. Make way, make way. Let the gurney through first. How many wounded are still in the corridor? Too many to count. Is the operating room available yet? A couple of them can't wait any longer. After the abnormal outbreak, people have repurposed this abandoned hospital as a makeshift field hospital. The one on the operating table is beyond help. If there's no way, just take them off. Why are they beyond help? The corrupted tore a huge hole through the patient's body. It's already a miracle they've lasted this long. What's your relation to the patient? Are you people from Babylonia? The doctor quickly sizes up this unusually distinctive construct. Vera carries a box with a coat draped over her arm. The coat's side bears a large blood-stained hole, telling the entire story of the patient's condition in the operating room. Let me explain this one last time. The patient has head trauma, and the abdominal wound cannot be repaired. We can't stop the bleeding. This is just a temporary medical station. We don't have enough wound repair materials to handle this kind of situation right now. Your earlier suggestion won't work either. We don't have modification capabilities here. Unless we contact Babylonia for rescue right now, and ideally evacuate all patients from this temporary medical station, there's nothing more we can do. I have some emergency repair materials here that should temporarily patch large wounds. It'll keep them alive until support arrives. She lifts the box with both hands, holding it out to the doctor. After one glance at the markings on it, the doctor furrows their brow. I can't use this without authorization. Don't overthink it. I'll take full responsibility. Use it now to treat their wounds. Sure. The doctor's gaze lingers on the red-haired construct for a moment, but they choose not to question where these life-saving materials came from. They simply take the box and hurry back to the operating room. Before the door closes, Vera's gaze falls once more on your body lying on the operating room, a face twisted in agony, trapped in the grip of nightmares. Oblivious to the world beyond the darkness you're in, your stamina drains away as you remain trapped in dreams of the past. Even the vital sign monitors keep triggering alarms. That hurt. Before being wounded by the corrupted, what exactly happened to them? Back then, why did they get separated from the FOS squad? At that moment, the communication device at her waist seems to transmit a condescending taunt. Well, Usabeni is actually 30 seconds late. My display clearly shows you've reached the target location, so where's your report? Don't tell me you're actually scared on your first trip to the surface. Vanessa? The communication device crackles with static, seemingly affected by some signal interference. After being smacked firmly a couple of times, it returns to normal, and the figure on the other end comes into view. It's me. What's wrong? Not happy to see me? Nothing. Just feels like something's not right here. But there's nothing wrong on my end. Vanessa takes a deep breath. I don't need this kind of vague response. If you're really not clear-headed, then get the hell out of the squad now. Just because we're unlucky enough to be teammates today and I rolled the dice to become the Red Team Commandant doesn't mean that I'll bite my tongue to earn credits by putting up with your worthless mouth. And besides, this is just a combat exercise location. The surrounding areas are all established conservation areas that have been stable for years. If anything were to actually happen here, you might as well do nothing and just pray where you stand. Both her emotional venting and necessary instructions conclude at precisely the right moment. Vanessa takes another breath before issuing commands to all Red Team members. Alright, everyone spread out and continue the operation. I heard the Blue Team has left plenty of traps for us. Stay alert. Roger that. We're currently in the ruins of some Copperfield Group high-rise. There's burnt ash everywhere. Miss Benny, report your progress. Zone E 2nd to 6th Street. 81% clear. 7 traps neutralized. Steady forward advance. After hearing a report, the team communication channel, previously dead silent under Vanessa's command, finally fills with scattered faint cheers as if they're relieved to have such a capable teammate. We haven't even found where the blue team hit their flag, and you're already celebrating this minor success? Looks like you're all perfectly suited for the bottom ranks. You think everything will be smooth sailing just because Usabeni and I are on your team? The combat exercise isn't just about team performance. The instructors monitor each of your individual performances. Before you slack off, and Usabeni, you too, don't think can just act superior for anyone's Vanessa? Your signal is breaking up. After adjusting the terminal, the voices on all channels remain unclear and distorted. Is my terminal malfunctioning? Is there a problem with this area's communications? A sound seems to come from the distance. You remove your tactical headphones and look up. A corrupted is squeezing through a gap in the fence, struggling to extend its hand in this direction. Why are there corrupted here? Raising the surface pistol, even as your brain still tries to process that this is just a ground base used for combat exercise, your muscle memory proves more reliable, instantly firing a bullet that pierces the corrupted's core. In the next moment, more red lights flicker through the gaps in the fence. 1, 2, 3. Something's wrong. This is definitely not part of the exercise. You maintain a standard shooting stance, locking eyes with the gaze peering through the gaps. Your heart pounds uncontrollably. This is your first time on the ground for practical training and, more importantly, your first encounter with real corrupted. But neither the images from textbooks nor the virtual reality simulations back in Babylonia can compare to this face-to-face welcoming party with a group of corrupted. Calling in. Problem here. Corrupted. Must evacuate. The terminal in hand continues to crackle with static, clearly indicating that more people have been affected by this sudden attack. Unable to face the growing number of corrupted, you quickly decide to retreat, rushing toward the nearest conservation area. But soon the wave of people flowing in the opposite direction reveals the harsh truth. Even the conservation area has fallen. What happened? You shout questions at the scattered, panicking crowd, but no one can provide a clear answer, only frantic responses. Massive storm of corrupted appeared. In an instant. Couldn't organize evacuation. Run! The corrupted are already catching up. The dust-covered crowd jostles you as they flee for their lives, choking clouds of smoke and dust filling the air. But through the mass of fleeing silhouettes and dust clouds, a fiery red figure stands motionless not far away. The relentlessly pursuing corrupted are closing in, yet that figure seems frozen in fear, showing no intention of running at all. Hey! Retreat now! You instinctively spring into action, rushing toward the figure. Watch out! As you lunge toward the red figure, a corrupted tears through their abdomen. The pain strikes so suddenly that you can't even scream. Or tears through your abdomen. Pain invades your vision like a dense black fog clouding their sight. The screams of refugees around them fade to insignificance. Trembling, you try to cover the wound on your side, but your hand only passes through slick, warm blood. You're insane, you idiot! In the darkness, only that angry shout pierces through your mind. After that, everything fades to nothing. On the first day after surgery, you regain consciousness, your head wrapped in bandages. Perhaps due to your regular physical training, your initial waking state is better than the doctors predicted. You're already able to keep your eyes open and scan your surroundings, gathering information and getting a rough grasp on the situation at hand. Complex medical equipment surrounds you, with tubes connected all over your body. More intriguing, however, is the unexpected sight of a red-haired female construct peeling an apple beside the hospital bed. You're awake. Take a guess at where you're at. Heaven or hell, take your pick. Hospital? The dryness in your mouth is irritating. You instinctively move your cracked lips, trying to form words. Don't bother talking. It's pointless. They haven't even removed the tubes yet. I'm sorry to say this, but this isn't hell. You're unfortunately still alive. This is... Just call me your great savior. This is a temporary medical station on the ground. I'm a construct from Babylonia who happened to pick you up during the chaos. Remember now? Perhaps noticing you're confused and fainting, or let me try this again. Perhaps noticing your confused and faintly disapproving look, the female construct smiles and changes her tone, introducing herself properly. I'll stop messing with you. My code name is Hound. You can call me that. Want some fruit? We only have apples here. Hound offers the fruit, but then brings the apple to her own lips, taking an exaggerated bite that crunches into the crisp flesh. I don't want any. So tired. You return to the embrace of darkness. You return to the embrace of darkness, falling into a deep sleep. How boring. We'll talk about other things after you've recovered for a few days and moved to a regular ward. Don't make me waste the test subject I've handed over. I'd hate for you to lose your life on top of me failing this mission. On the second day after surgery, you regain consciousness in the intensive care unit. An unfamiliar construct stands by this bedside, peeling an apple. Your body clock's pretty consistent. You woke up around this time yesterday too. Yesterday? But yesterday I was definitely still in FOS. You feel a familiar dryness in their mouth, as if you've been in this state for a long time. In your mouth. Huh? You don't remember me? Do you even remember how you got here? I don't remember. Fantastic. Should I congratulate you on the unfortunate awakening once again, only to discover your head's been damaged? I need to go back to FOS. Where is the instructor and the others? You won't be going back to the organization anytime soon. If you can understand basic instructions, just listen to me. I'm the Babylonian construct specifically assigned to you. Ugh, I can't believe I have to repeat this nonsense again. The doctor says you have an intracranial hematoma. It's not serious and can heal on its own, so they didn't perform surgery. But it might be temporarily compressing some nerves. In simpler terms, your brain's going to be malfunctioning for a while. From the looks of it, you've lost your memory. What a cliche turn of events. Amnesia? What have I forgotten? I don't know how far back your memories are intact. Let's run a test now, especially since you're in better shape today than yesterday. The female construct takes a bite of the apple. What's your name? Where are you from? What's the last thing you remember? Think carefully about each one. I'm Jane John Usubeni. I'm a student at FOS Military College, on the verge of graduating. My last memory is... I think I was participating in some kind of ground combat simulation. Who were my teammates? I should be able to remember. Neurons search for pathways through your skull, but the moment they touch your memories, intense pain erupts. It hurts. Your memories are like a hazy cloud of mist right before your eyes, yet impossible to grasp, no matter how you try. Pain envelops your every attempt to reach for that mist. Within mere seconds, cold sweat breaks out across your forehead. Can't remember. How can I not remember? Seems like you only remember things from before landing. Alright, that's enough. Forcing yourself won't do anything. Won't do anything. Do I still need to update you on the situation? It doesn't seem very worthwhile, though. According to the doctor, this memory loss you're experiencing will likely recur. I could tell you everything now, but tomorrow you might just reboot again. Tell me about it. It's absolutely necessary. Raise your arm with the needle in it, pointing to your belongings in the corner that still bear the unified FOS insignia. My terminal should be in that bag. My terminal should be in the outermost compartment. Please bring it to me. Thank you. The red-haired construct curiously rummages through the backpack and quickly finds a terminal with a spider web of cracks across its screen. She hands the battle-damaged device over. Surprisingly, it still turns on. The quality of your terminals isn't half bad. My memory keeps rebooting, and I'll record the important information. What's your name? Why are you following me, and why are you helping me? Watching you struggling to hold up the terminal with shaking hands while asking questions with such a serious expression, the female construct suddenly bursts into laughter, waving the fruit knife in her hand up and down as peals of laughter escape her throat. Are all you FOS folks this funny? Why so serious? Think you can earn extra credit or something? It's not that funny. She laughs so hard that tears form in her eyes, completely forgetting the slightly yellowed oxidized apple in her hand. Okay, I'll tell you. I've changed my mind. My real name is Vera. You can call me that in private. Vera. Don't record that in your terminal. You can record my codename in your terminal, Hound. Call me that when other people are around. I'm a construct from Babylonia, though I usually work on the ground. Recently, the higher-ups ordered FOS's little masters and mistresses to come down for field training, so I got assigned to babysit them. We're not masters and mistresses, nor are we children. Think whatever you want. Fragile flowers raised in the greenhouse of Babylonia are terrible at self-assessment. If you want me to drop this prejudice, why not show some real substance and prove yourself? Sounds nice. Climbing up like that? This one's a complete fool. Is there any other information about you? Stop laughing at me. Stop laughing at me. That's all I'll tell you for now. The rest depends on your condition tomorrow. That's all for now. You should get some rest. Vera takes a bite of her apple, then rests her other hand on your forehead, gently stroking it as if soothing a small animal. Well, but you. Is a construct's hair really all synthetic fiber? You part your lips slightly, as if wanting to say something, but for some reason you swallow your words. That's right, just like that. No matter how many questions my little hatchling has, put them aside for now. Return to your dreams. That's the best place for someone who's injured. Get well soon. Your eyelids grow heavy. Perhaps it's the medicine, or perhaps it's the miraculous way the human body repairs itself. Either way, drowsiness overtakes you once again. If you recover well, you'll be moved to the regular ward tomorrow. What a pain, having to play nice with those Babylonian people. I should have just taken the test materials back to headquarters. Whatever. My mind must have short-circuited to decide to use that thing to save your life. What? Vera's voice gradually fades away, sinking into the dark waters of unconsciousness. The third day after surgery, or at least that's what you learned from the notes on your terminal. It's already been 3 days since the operation. You glance around once more and conclude you've been successfully transferred to a regular ward. This is tremendously good news, as it means neither trauma, punishing, nor any potential infections were able to claim your life. When Vera walks into the hospital room carrying a bag of apples, this is the scene that greets her. The unfortunate soul from FOS apparently couldn't contact anyone. They're holding up their terminal, using its spiderwebbed screen as a mirror while gently tugging at the bandages and gauze on their face. Seeing the construct enter, you freeze, then set down your terminal. Who are you? Great. Looks like they've rebooted again. You are Vera. You're Vera. You're the construct assigned by the Academy to accompany. You are Vera. Vera pauses abruptly, as if hearing a distant call. But the brief moment of discomfort quickly subsides into the depths of her mind. She brushes it off. Not bad. You've got all this recorded in your terminal? Let me see. Warily puts away the terminal. Not right now. Is that another school regulation? I'm your assigned construct, but I can't look at your terminal? Let me say it again. The higher-ups want to further develop Commandant-Construct collaborative tactics. That's why they assign constructs to assist you reserve commandants for this graduation assessment. That's how I got transferred here, which means I have the right to access. I can tell from your face. You think I have no right to access it? Is this how Babylonia usually treats constructs? Sorry, according to Section 9 of the Field Combat Exercise Manual, I really can't. What if I wait until you're asleep and force my way into it? It doesn't use a password. Force hacking it won't work. Well, isn't that just perfect? The Commandant's absolute authority, right? Vera pulls up a chair beside the bed and sits down. In her hands, an apple appears, waiting to be peeled. I can't be bothered with this nonsense anymore. Whatever. I promised you yesterday that I'd explain more about the current situation. Go ahead. Let's start with how you got this wound. Vera's gaze briefly lingers on your side. At that time, we were both in the middle of a combat assessment, ready to rendezvous with the main force. But then, an unexpected incident burst out of nowhere. Abnormally active Corrupted not only broke through the base defenses specifically designed for combat training, but even the two nearby conservation areas couldn't escape unscathed. We got separated from FOS's team. You were severely injured while helping evacuate the conservation area, so I had no choice but to keep you in the danger zone temporarily to save your life first. I had no choice but to use the test materials. Test materials? Yes, it's a new type of repair material we were supposed to collect for our combat mission. It's still in the testing phase. The expected effect is that it can better contain the punishing virus while maintaining good compatibility with the human body. It might become a better material for protective suits and surgical repairs in the future. I'm deliberately explaining this in simple terms. From this, you can imagine just how valuable it actually is. Such valuable material. Would these assets really be used so casually in combat simulations? Yes, they're very valuable. Originally, we only needed to deliver the material to the next base to complete the assessment mission, but now, as you can see, Vera lifts up the clothing around the Commandant's waist, exposing the bandaged wound to the air. This is the gash where a Corrupted pierced through you. I used the oh-so-precious test material to fill your wound. Don't blame yourself for panic. Once your condition is stable, we'll turn you in along with the material. When we get back to Babylonia's territory, professionals will remove it for you, and your abdominal wound will receive better treatment. Have you reported this matter to your superiors over the past few days? Vera shakes her head. Didn't you just try to contact the outside world yourself? I saw you when I walked in. Were you able to reach anyone? Right, I couldn't reach anyone. That's right. All communication signals in this area have been affected. You can't get through, and neither can I. But there's some good news. I've gathered some important intel. These are the coordinates to a temporary Babylonia connection point. We just need to get there. As she speaks, Vera points to another marked location. I don't recall Babylonia ever setting up a connection point there. Frown. Temporary. That's what I said. There's been an unusual amount of corrupted activity in this area, so all arrangements have changed. I'm lying. It's actually a Korono stronghold. You need to come back with me and hand over those materials, or I won't be able to complete my mission. So, after 3 days, do you understand our current situation now? I think so. Thank you, Vera. I've noted everything down. Now we just need your body to recover quickly. Once you're mobile, we'll immediately leave this temporary medical station. The Corrupted are moving strangely this time. I suspect it might spread further. If it reaches here... Vera doesn't finish her sentence, but it's clear that time is a luxury for both of them. Roger that. Good. We've covered everything important. Would you like some apples? Vera cuts a small piece of apple and hands it over. You haven't eaten anything these past 2 days, but whenever I had an apple, you kept eyeing it hungrily. I doubt you'd bother recording something like that. You still can't eat today, but we can do it like this. She gently squeezes the fruit, and a drop of pearlescent juice falls onto your cracked lips, a drop of blessed rain on parched earth. Watching you lick your lips, she smiles in response. Look at you with your face all wrapped in bandages. Mr. Benny, how about I give you a code name too? Little Mummy? Or Big Mummy? Take your pick. Both are good. Kidding me? We'll play along. Both are good. You like them. Too bad. I won't use them then. I feel like if you say no, she'll be like, no, I'll still use them. I'll just call you Little Commandant and be done with it. The Little Commandant diligently notes down every conversation with Vera. And so 3 more days pass with memory resets each morning, until today. You recover quickly. Today you're already able to get out of bed while holding onto the handrail, improving at a pace that surprises even Vera. More importantly, today your memory doesn't reset to before your arrival on the surface. I actually remember me today. I even remember you staying by my side last night. I woke up in the middle of the night and saw you resting in the chair. It seemed like you were having a nightmare? Can it really be called that? A nightmare. You look at Vera and she can almost see her own furrowed brow from last night reflected in your eyes. Yes, constructs have nightmares too. In that regard, maybe we're not so different after all. There was never much difference to begin with. We're all just living the same life. The fact you'd even ask such a question shows you haven't spent enough time around constructs. School is nothing like the battlefield. I'll learn more through our time together going forward. Enough of that. Here, if you beg me for it, maybe I'll let you have some fruit. Vera peels another apple and offers you a small piece. It seems you can finally eat a little something now. Your memory retention has improved. Seems the intracranial hematoma is getting better. That's good. Thank you for taking care of me, Vera. You absolutely should thank me. But rather than that, why don't you try to recall what happened before while you were in good condition? A hint of scrutiny creeps into Vera's gaze. My memory hasn't reset today, but I still only remember what happened before the landing. I don't remember anything about the corrupted activity or getting separated from the organization that you mentioned. That's fine then. Same as before. Vera seems to let out a slight sigh of relief. Why don't you tell me about yourself instead? I don't really know much about you, Little Commandant. About me? Like what? Just talk about your life in FOS, what kind of mentors and friends you had, things like that. That's quite a long story. Even though your memory hasn't retained much, this past week of your interactions has been meticulously recorded on your terminal. Holding this terminal is like holding all the care and attentive treatment you've received from constructs these past few days. After some thought, you select a specific point and begin talking. Let's start with when I entered FOS college. The sun gradually climbs higher outside the hospital room window, their shadows shifting with it. You have not only lost your memories since arriving on the surface, but even your past memories are fragmented and intermittent. Nevertheless, after several exchanges, Vera has pretty much figured out what life and studies were like at FOS, even learning about that silver-haired girl who consistently placed second in the rankings. That's about everything. You people are so lucky. While the surface is in turmoil, Babylonia at least provides you with a peaceful place to grow up in. Babylonia. Calling you greenhouse flowers wouldn't be an exaggeration. I'll prove that more than that. You'll change your mind about that. So, should I just play along and say I'm looking forward to that day? Don't take other people's opinions too seriously. This world can't eliminate prejudice, unless punishing wipes out all of humanity. What about you, Vera? Me. Why did you become a construct? And what was your past like? Vera suddenly freezes mid-bite. For a moment she seems transported back in time, to a time before she became a construct, even before she graduated from the military academy. She can almost see that arrogant, neurotic old man sitting on the hospital bed responding to her life story with a sneer. You're making that up. The person she was back then isn't so different from the Commandant now. They share the same sharpness and passion, but hers was buried beneath the coldness that the punishing brought after 2160. She blinks, and the old ugly figure flashes away. Sitting across from her now is only a new generation human still studying at the military academy, looking at her with eyes full of curiosity. She finds herself at a loss for words, finding it difficult even to fabricate a response. Vera's lips curl into her trademark smirk. That's it. That's why I'm interested in you. What? It's nothing. You want to hear it, so I'll tell you. Consider it an exchange of intelligence, since you've already told me quite a bit about yourself. A nice little moment. Leaving for the new world. Data synchronization progress. 49%. Why is the BGM so much louder? Vera slowly begins peeling her second apple of the day. She's grown accustomed to it, using it as a trigger to draw out her memories. Just like that night before the punishing outbreak, she's once again fabricating a story from her past to achieve some purpose. The apple peel is suspended under her knife, hanging by a thread. After briefly considering her outline, she begins her tale. I never even had parents. I lost both of them when I was very young. I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? I don't want to hear it. Not exactly a happy beginning, right? Like the opening chapter of a hero's epic. Are you trying to comfort me? Vera lets out another laugh. Suit yourself. I couldn't care less what kind of novel I'm living in. Anyway, I was passed around between distant relatives when I was little. When one family didn't want me, I'd go to the next. Then I'd bring them bad luck and get sent away again. Apparently my parents left me quite a fortune, so even though they didn't like me, my relatives would stick around for a while because of the hefty inheritance. I've seen plenty of shameless people fighting over money. Fortunately, I was still touched by the lingering light of the Golden Age. Once I was a bit older, I found a way to get away from those people. Then where did you go? Back then, no one could have predicted the approaching punishing disaster. All people saw before them was an era of unprecedented peace. In those days, most people were planning for a more stable life, myself included. My grades and physical aptitude were pretty good, so I chose to enter a formal officer academy, quite different from the mercenary systems of that time. Long story short, I had a stable career path. That was the best choice for you at the time, wasn't it? I could get away from those annoying relatives, move into government-provided dormitories, and if my performance was good enough, maybe even get stationed somewhere peaceful and cushy as an officer for a few years. You must have had excellent grades. What makes you say that? Do I look like the serious, studious type? Perhaps a little. To be honest, not really, but you take matters concerning me quite seriously. Well, you're half right. She weighs her words carefully, the boundary between her fabricated outline and the truth she experienced gradually blurring into ambiguity. When it came to academics, I was quite diligent. I also considered myself cautious in other matters. For example, back then I received invitations from many consortia and institutions. Just by signing contracts with them, I could have gotten substantial material support, enough to replenish the assets that were spent and plundered after I chose my academy. Did you accept? I didn't accept any of them. On one hand, I believed that there's no such thing as a free lunch. I always felt that someone might use those contracts to do something harmful. But in retrospect, it wouldn't have mattered much. That sign the wrong contract in your dead environment only became widespread after the punishing outbreak. Order and prosperity often go hand in hand, a quality that the Golden Age was in no shortage of. As for the other reason, I thought I was so impressive with my own unique survival strategy, when really it was just about fighting to be number one in everything, creating more options for myself. That's all. So what kind of choices did you get? They were all trash. They barely qualified as choices. It was just me reacting to my circumstances. Vera narrows her eyes slightly as memories resurface, slicing through a piece of fruit peel. How should I explain this to you? At that time, some of my classmates were well-off families aimed to graduate from well-off families aiming to graduate into logistics or similar positions. But such comfortable futures required finding someone else to shoulder the burden in more demanding locations. Then there were those with leadership skills and charisma whose life goal was simply to climb as high as possible. They didn't care about going to the front lines. All that mattered to them was being the ones who held the most power, though these types usually had their factions. So, all sorts of classmates and comrades took notice of someone like me. Excellent academic performance, but no background, no family, and few friends. At first, they bestowed their invitations upon me, mostly under the pretense of sharing mutual benefits, expecting me to join them with grateful reverence. I call your bluff. Oh, eager to jump in with an answer. Vera glances at you, back to the fruit, and continues peeling. You're right, I was too uncooperative for my own good. I got irritated and started placing little harmless stumbling blocks in my path, making me slip up during training or causing trouble during minor operations, then slapping me with the label of malicious competitor. While I was struggling in their spider web, they'd use the same tactics against anyone willing to associate with me. It was a predictable outcome. I traveled alone, and in the end, I left alone. In between, all kinds of people walked with me for a while, only to part ways for various reasons. The fruit peel falls into the plate with a soft scraping sound, completely removed. Back then, Vera might have indeed cut through the spider web, only to fall into an even deeper, bottomless pit. There's no point talking about this anymore. Whatever order existed back then, the punishing virus has torn it all to shreds. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you. What do you think? She suddenly realizes that her listener hasn't responded for quite some time. She looks up toward the hospital bed, only to freeze in surprise, because she sees that the little commandant from FOS is still holding the apple slice she had cut earlier, not having taken a single bite, just furrowing their brow and staring intently at her. What pricks? That's outrageous. A mocking laugh escapes her lips. You actually believe that? The Commandant is momentarily stunned. At this very moment, Vera hears the words that man spoke many years ago echoing in her ears. You made that up, didn't you? Just as a poor person can't imagine the limits of a rich life, your story is riddled with holes. You've never been loved. Are you lying to me? Of course not, I believe you. Nope, I believe you. Seeing the earnest expression on the Commandant's face, Vera tastes a hint of surprise within herself. She hasn't even realized that with each response from the Commandant, her narrative has been gradually becoming more and more truthful. Yes, it really is true. That's how the story went. So then, after listening for so long to this boring story of mine, did you learn what you wanted to know? You didn't really ask much. With all your questions, were you trying to learn about the life of my temporary teammates, or did you want to understand what the world looked like at the tail end of the Golden Age? She casually places the sliced apple into the dish, as if everything she just shared had nothing to do with her. After hearing her story and watching her nonchalant movements, the Commandant suddenly poses a somewhat strange question. Vera, are you disappointed? What kind of stupid question is that? Do I look disappointed to you? Or are you saying that if you input experiences like these, the only possible output is cynicism and world weariness? You really are sheltered, aren't you? You haven't even graduated from FOS yet. How many people have you actually met? How many situations have you observed? You're probably still stressing over exam scores every day. Not all hardships will forge. But that's the impression your story gives me. But that was the Golden Age, and yet the story I'm hearing is still one like this. If it were me, I'd probably be very disappointed. I'm not disappointed at all, because I never expected anything in the first place. I've always known what human nature is really like. It's precisely because of this that I don't think the punishing had much impact on me. After all, humans are the same wherever they go. I merely jumped from one web into another. Do I really have to talk about how I feel? Why are you so intent on dissecting me, little Commandant? Vera viciously bites into an apple. If I must say it, then I despise human civilization. Choose your words carefully before you speak. I don't want to hear any sanctimonious attempts at reconciliation. I won't presume to forgive on your behalf. I'm just somewhat grateful. Grateful for what? I'm just grateful that you made it through it all. That you've come all this way. Thankfully, you're incredibly strong. Vera finds herself confronted with yet another completely unexpected response, leaving her sarcastic comebacks with nowhere to land. Over the years, she has tracked down traitors, interrogated criminals, and confronted all sorts of people, with their responses always aligning closely with what she had anticipated. Now she finds herself repeatedly thwarted in this brief conversation, sinking into an unfamiliar silence. Now that you're in Babylonia, is it somewhat better than before? Choose, Apple. How naive, is it? Can this even be called naivety? You seem to belatedly realize I've said too much to a construct I've only recently met, and silently lower your head to nibble on an apple as well. The two observe each other in silence, eventually reaching a peculiar kind of understanding. I've been the one figuring everything out these past few days. Or you've been the one. Thank you. Taking care of you has truly been the easiest mission I've handled. However, rather than continuing to waste time on small talk, you should focus on how we'll reach the connection point to Babylonia next. Once you've recovered a bit more, we'll need to get moving. Vera checks the timeline Kurono assigned her. There aren't many days left. Before the deadline, she must submit those test materials. Can we stay here for a few more days? 2 more days. Or 3. At the very least, we should wait until your stomach wound. The bedside lamp suddenly flickers on with urgency, while alarms in the corridor outside the ward begin to wail. Emergency alert! Corrupted! You respond to the alarm etched in muscle memory, immediately propping yourself up on the hospital bed and struggling to climb down while clutching your side. Vera also springs to her feet instantly. If they've spread all the way here, our rear defenses must have gone completely haywire. I've never seen a corrupted attack this ferocious before. An unsettling intuition creeps into her mind, but she can't quite grasp what it is. Do you understand what's happening, little Commandant? This attack you've unfortunately encountered is no ordinary one. Even if you run for your life, you might not be able to escape. She tightens her grip on her weapon. Afraid? No. She's a little worried. No. Don't move on your own. You're injured. Wait here while I check the corridor. The sound of alarms is engraved in Vera's mind. She steps toward the exit and reaches for the door of the hospital room. Are you sure you want to open that door? Vera places her fingers on the door. She hears eerie screeching from the corridor, followed quickly by the agonized screams of those who couldn't evacuate in time. The shadow of the punishing virus looms over the earth. There is nowhere that's absolutely safe anymore. This temporary medical station will soon transform into a hellish inferno. She has walked the surface for many years. Since that winter of 2160, she has witnessed countless massacres just like that snowy night. Forget it. Change of plans. We're not leaving through the corridor. We're not that high up. We can use the window. She stares through the small window in the door at the corridor, but receives no response from you for an uncomfortably long time. I'm not running. Turn around and look, just for a moment. Wait, what are you doing? She turns around with delayed realization. For a moment, she dreads seeing a scene reminiscent of that incident from years ago. But she immediately realizes with dismay. Yes, it's almost exactly the same. You stand motionless, poised in a martial stance, tightly gripping a small fruit knife. Your sharpness, too, will inevitably be dulled until you reach the tragic end that awaits you. She burst into sudden laughter. My dear Commandant, are you planning to perform a suicide ritual for me? That's certainly one way to lift my boredom. You stare at her in confusion, her eyes showing no recognition of her absurd question. Vera? I thought you'd be different from those damned bastards. You don't understand what she's talking about. You just furrow your brow, grip the small knife tightly, and speak with determination. I don't know what you're talking about, but I think you might be mistaken. I'm just a student of FLS, a future commandant. That's who I'll always be, Vera. You follow Vera's gaze to the fruit knife, seemingly understanding something. I don't have anything better, so I'll have to use this. Now for the tactical command I'm supposed to give. Based on my assessment of the situation, we must retreat. Vera, clear us a path. Wherever you go, I'll be right behind you. I'm your temporary commandant, and I'll do my best not to slow you down. No blood spraying everywhere. No snow and wind rushing through shattered windows. No corpse of a madman satisfied by suicide. Just a lonely, vulnerable human who hasn't even graduated yet, without a proper weapon, injured and unsteady on bare feet. Yet this very same person insists on brandishing a laughably tiny fruit knife while solemnly talking about some situation assessment. And they even said, clear us a path. She feels like a mad dog who's been fighting in the sewers for years, suddenly encountering a proper soldier waving around an ID badge and a fruit knife. Mad dog. Majima? She wheezes, instinctively feeling that this winter might be unlike any other. Alright. The escape starts now, and no matter what, you better keep up with me, even if it costs you your life. Got that? Yes, ma'am. Oh, what is this? The way splits off. I feel like, considering how it splits off like this, I feel like this is a good... Actually, no, I'll keep going. Murky Sea. I'll keep going for a little while longer. Maybe for another half hour or an hour, maybe after this note. In a dimly lit corner, several holographic projections appear one after another. The shadowy figures gather around a round table, silently exchanging glances to confirm each other's identities. We're missing someone. Let's wait a moment. After a minute passes, the meeting convener seems to sense something from everyone's silence. Where are they? Should we still wait? That old man who used to sit in the corner? They died yesterday. Don't look at me. I just found out myself. I don't even know how his funeral will be arranged yet. Kurono leaders have been getting killed one after another lately. Who knows if they were involved in some weird project and got what was coming to them. I'm guessing no one dares to hold a big funeral for that old guy. Silence. The young voice immediately falls silent, along with its casual mockery. Then let's get straight to the point. You're in charge of tracking these recent killings. You speak first. I see that Aurora Squadron has also assigned a team to assist with this. Those in charge should provide updates as well. Understood. Resources don't come for free. Silence! I didn't authorize you to speak. Silence, peasant. Wait, aren't I the one in charge here? There's a hint of impudence in his youthful voice. As he speaks, he activates his projection permissions. In an instant, everyone at the meeting can see the young man's face, as well as his surroundings. He's in what appears to be a prison-like environment, sitting amid a strange pile of netting, with a dried salted fish hanging from the rusted bars above his head. Where are you? That's not important. I'll explain later. Let me introduce myself first. I assume some of you don't know who I am. My name is Hanef. I currently work for Kurono headquarters, and my job is to supervise several small units of the Aurora Squadron. They were originally secret forces from that flying fortress, but they branched off quite some time ago. let's get down to business. Recently, I've been investigating this matter. There's someone with an extreme hatred for Kurono who's systematically assassinating our people. Actually, assassination isn't quite right, since the killer is rather flamboyant about it. They even announce who they'll kill next. It's got everyone flustered, judging by the looks of you lot, looking worried one after another, all concerned what they might be next, right? Anna's projection waves his arm, boldly pointing toward everyone present. But the killer is like a ghost hiding in the shadows. To be honest, I haven't been able to uncover any relevant information. But I've made a major discovery that's enough to identify the killer. We detected strong punishing reactions on the recent victims' bodies. Before this, we've only observed similar punishing reactions near ascendants. Upon hearing Hannah's words, a subtle stir ripples through the meeting. The projections begin whispering to each other. Some discuss countermeasures against the crisis, while others seem excited about the potential ascendant. Hold on with the discussions. Whether it's an ascendant we haven't discovered yet, or some kind of controlled punishing creation, their target is us. I'd say it's more appropriate for everyone to worry about their own safety first. They're closing in, and they seem to know a lot about Kurono. Recently, it even discovered my Aurora Squadron base. Just a few days ago, I signed for the bodies of several Aurora Squadron members who were out on a mission, along with a special message meant for everyone here. Adam clears his throat. The enemy specifically requested a ship, a small experimental vessel left by Daedalus. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know which ship they're referring to? Upon hearing the enemy's specific demand, everyone present falls unexpectedly silent. Amid this heavy silence, Hanif continues to provide additional information. Fine, I'll explain. That ship originally belonged to a small medical biotech company under Copperfield. From what I understand, this company wasn't doing well financially. Even before the punishing virus, during the late Golden Age, the entire company was acquired by Daedalus, which once belonged to Kurono. The small vessel should have been an insignificant asset, yet its usage rights were also painstakingly transferred in the acquisition. Furthermore, after the punishing virus, that ship surprisingly logged quite a few more additional voyages. I suspect Daedalus used it to transport something important at the time, but what exactly that was, I can't even guess. Everyone here is older than me, and judging by your expressions, you definitely know more about this, don't you? I can guess what you're about to say. Wait a moment, please let me finish first. I've investigated that ship and obtained some rather important information. It was specially configured with a key, and without that key, it cannot be activated at all. When Daedalus separated from Kurono, they deliberately made an extra backup of this key and took it with them. I've heard that Kurono headquarters spent many years attempting to recover this illegally backed up key, even dispatching a highly promising Construct Special Operations team from Kurono's Special Operations Division, which we read about in Land of Bliss arcade anima. The result was almost total annihilation. Several Kurono members find Hanif's dramatic storytelling giving them a headache, with some already pressing their hands against their foreheads. The matter concerning that ship is ancient history, and while it involves numerous complications, it shouldn't be connected to recent events. After all, of all the living constructs connected to this, only one remains. So you're saying that Kurono doesn't intend to provide the key either? I can't believe all the experience I've accumulated has been for nothing. Don't you people understand? I need to investigate this matter. This enemy has specifically requested this ship by name. You can't possibly refuse to give me even the slightest piece of information, can you? The shadowy figures respond with nothing but an even deeper silence. What? So you won't disclose anything to me? Expecting me to create a miracle? Fine then, I haven't finished yet. Let me add to that. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Hanif raises his eyebrows deliberately. Another indication that the enemy thoroughly understands Kurono is that they've apparently synchronized this message with Babylonia as well. Babylonia has moved quickly. They've already dispatched people to recover the key. They aren't counting on the original in our possession, but are directly searching for the duplicate copy that data was backed up years ago. Looks like they're preparing to investigate that ship. We failed to recover it back then, so who knows, maybe Babylonia will actually manage to find it. The meeting falls silent for several seconds. This dialogue, delivered like a drawn-out storytelling, finally provokes the ire of the meeting's initiator. This critical information should have been disclosed at the beginning of the meeting. What else haven't you told us? Explain everything at once. This isn't a playground for your theatrics. Fine, I promise to tell you everything in one go this time. Hanov takes a deep breath. I've investigated. The one Babylonia sent is none other than Construct Vera, who previously served in Kurono's Special Operations Division. Vera was part of the backup key recovery project years ago and the only one who survived it. Leader of Cerberus Squad for Babylonia. I must admit my admiration. This Miss Vera is incredibly capable. She quickly made enormous progress, immediately tracking down the traitor who caused her Special Operations Division to fail back then. She extracted information from the traitor, so she's very likely already found the backup key, even before our meeting began. And not just that, she might have found the ship too. Just now, she set sail with that very ship. What do you mean, might have? This has already happened. Hanov! And there's more! Babylonia clearly considers this mission extremely important, as they've even sent the Grey Raven Commandant to secretly collaborate with her. Hanov! In one go, I'm not done yet. Slow down, why the rush? Oh, and please don't blame me for incompetence in letting such an important matter slip by, standing by while those two do all the work. I must emphasize that I actually completed this mission quite well. I didn't miss such a good opportunity to get involved. I directly assisted Babylonia's operation throughout the whole thing, providing considerable support to Vera and that Commandant. I could confidently say that finding the backup key and the ship was partly due to Kurono's contribution. Now, Babylonia has proactively expressed their willingness to accept relevant information provided by Kurono. It sounds like we're about to embark on a pleasant journey of cooperation with Babylonia. Whew. Alright, I've finished reporting all my updates in one go. That's a wrap. Now that everyone's willing to dig up those long-buried matters, right? Or rather, you have no choice but to dig them up now, right? Where exactly is that experimental ship heading? I've investigated and discovered it's equipped with an automated navigation system, but the destination wasn't specified. Is this destination what everyone's trying to conceal? The irritation brought on by Hanov's antics has yet to subside, with his declaration that that's a wrap still echoing in everyone's ears. Meanwhile, Hanov himself continues like a non-stop chattering parrot, valiantly trying to persuade the group. Let me give you a heads up. Kurono's influence in Parliament isn't what it used to be. Parliament has improved management systems and ethical supervision for all laboratories, plus the Purifying Force, Ethics Committee, and various specialized inspection teams are all actively monitoring. Everyone should distance themselves while you still can. Cooperating with Babylonia now is probably the best salute. The convener finally loses their cool and cuts off his microphone. Hanov's projection continues moving its mouth, but the meeting venue only hears the screech of feedback from the microphone. Regarding this matter, we'll deliberate and vote as soon as possible. But for now, I must forbid you from taking the Aurora Squadron and acting without authorization again. And the convener frowns and stops speaking when he notices Hanov's projection urgently trying to communicate something, even raising and waving both hands wildly. Desperate, he looks extremely desperate. Didn't you finish already? What more could you possibly say? The meeting convener reconnects Hanov's audio and a familiar torrent of noise instantly floods the channel. I absolutely did not act without authorization. Question mark? I was forcibly taken onto this ship by that red-haired lunatic woman. Yes, I'm on a ship right now. We're auto-navigating toward an unknown location and Babylonia is tracking our course. From what I can tell, they won't rest until they find the final destination of this vessel. Hanov? Hanov! Hanov's image vanishes completely, but this time the convener isn't the one who cut off the connection. Interesting. The red-haired woman stares dangerously at Hanif, then hurls his terminal into the corner, bringing the discussion to an abrupt end. We've heard just about everything we need to know from Corona. That's quite enough from you. Stop trying to leak information about our situation. I suggest you be a good boy for the rest of the trip. What do you think? Vera looks to the side. Nod. Vera is right. If there really is an ascendant still unknown to humanity, then our top priority is to find and eliminate it. We can't allow another entity overflowing with punishing to develop unchecked. So, Hanif, everything you've done so far has been correct. Yes, with additional intel from Corona, Babylonia would be able to find information about the ship more quickly, where it's heading, what might be waiting at its destination. We'd learn exactly who our enemy is and what they're planning. Vera nods as well. The cabin lights illuminate Vera and you, stretching your shadows into giants that firmly engulf Hanif, who sits on the floor. Hanif's gaze shifts between the two figures before him. After a long moment, he finally forces out a question. I've been wondering for a while now. Do you two always talk like this? A surging wave crashes against the hull with a muffled boom, as if answering in their place. The ship drifts alone at sea, facing the wind and waves as it heads toward its hidden destination, but that last wave was something out of the ordinary. Shh, something's here. Vera frowns as she grows alert. We've been syncing our navigation records to Babylonia for the whole trip, right? We've been syncing continuously, but... You tap your terminal several times, but it gives no response. Communications were cut off just now. So, the unexpected is to be expected. I've heard rumors that whenever Grey Raven's Commandant goes on a mission, things always... Nope. Shut up right now. Brace yourselves. Beep, 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 beep. Uh-oh. The punishing detector suddenly issues a warning as the surrounding waves surge and fall like the fluctuating punishing concentration. The small boat violently pitches with the waves, throwing everyone to the floor. Hanif appears to have stubbed his toe and can't get back... This guy is so goofy. Can't get back on his feet due to the relentless rocking. Grab onto something solid. If you fall and hurt yourself, that's your problem. Hold tightly onto the pipes in the corner. Pull Hanif up. Come on, get up, dude. Terrifying waves crash against the cabin door, thundering like a storm. Vera suddenly frowns, steadying herself as she stares at the cabin entrance and draws her banner spear. My foot. Knock, knock. So noisy. Knock, knock. Someone seems to be outside, knocking on the cabin door. What do you mean loud? I've always been like, shut up. Vera thrusts her spear forward, piercing straight through the cabin door. Huh. I heard it. Something corrupted is climbing up the hull. Vera pulls back her banner spear, kicks open the cabin door, and sure enough, there's a vaguely humanoid figure standing crookedly in the passageway outside. A massive hole gapes in its chest, the unmistakable mark left by the banner spear's thrust. A fatal blow. Alright, the threat has been neutralized. Why is there a hetero creature here? No idea, but one thing's for sure. We're being targeted. Vera lifts the hetero creature's remains with the tip of her banner spear, swiftly flings them into the pile of discarded items at the stern, then immediately shuts the door. If that ascendant who's been busy hunting down Corona's higher-ups is behind this, they'd certainly be capable of something like this. Everyone stay alert. We can't contact Babylonia and our exact location is unclear. Knock, knock. Before Vera can finish speaking, there's another knock at the cabin door. All three occupants instinctively glance toward the hole pierced earlier, beyond which lies nothing but uncertainty shrouded by fog. Punishing Fire's reaction detected again. You tightly grip the constantly beeping device while Vera raises her banner spear once more. I thought the first one was a coincidence. If I'm not mistaken, is that thing outside actually knocking on our door? Sounds rather polite, doesn't it? Why not invite it in for a drink? Listening to the exchange between the two, a bizarre idea takes root in your mind. What if we actually try it out? Careful, don't open that door. What if we actually try it out? You know what? Screw it. Let's have fun. Question mark? Knock, knock. As if responding to your suggestion, the unknown entity outside knocks on the door once more with a chilling politeness. Try opening the door, Vera. If you want to play with fire, fine, but don't expect me to bail you out. Vera frowns in protest. Your hands move to open the door anyway. At that moment, a wave crashes through, drenching the humanoid figure at the doorway. Come on, let's negotiate. Care to come in and take a seat? Vera smiles but keeps her banner spear cautiously trained on the hetero creature, which, surprisingly, begins to move slowly as if responding to her words. Godot. Did you just speak? Aye, Godot. Pretty sophisticated, huh? You even have a name? What are you doing here? Who dropped you off? Godot stands silently, as if thinking for a moment. No purpose. Just arrived. Soon. Leave. Godot moves his legs and walks straight back toward the deep sea behind him, seemingly intent on leaving. You monster. Did I say you could leave? Vera hurls her banner spear once more, impaling the bizarre hetero creature and flinging it toward the stern, adding one more to the pile of refuse already there. There. Friendly negotiations concluded. Any objections? Vera closes the hatch for the second time, then turns to look at the humans. Nope. But something still feels off. They couldn't be imitating humans, could they? Knock, knock. Which one wants to die this time? Vera irritably yanks open the hatch, her banner spear raised high. Don't kill. Innocent. I... Sea merchant. Trade. A sea merchant? What the hell did it eat to suddenly think it's human? Really? Real? Have... goods? The hetero creature rummages around in its bizarre body, and with a clatter, a pile of cogs falls to the ground. Many cogs. Exchange. Exchange. Cargo from stern. The three of them look toward the stern, where the two defeated hetero creatures lie. I refuse. Any last words from them? Refuse. Refuse? Before Vera's slightly surprised expression, the sea merchant suddenly begins to sob. They, companions, friends, went through. Went through what? Happy things? Yes. Friends. Reckless, boarded ship. Bothered you. Mistake. But... Unaccustomed to human language, the hetero creature sobs as it pieces together a complete sentence. Deserved. Death? What? Did you expect me to... What? Did you expect me to let you hetero creatures strut around freely on my ship? Even hesitating for a second would be disrespectful to the danger of punishing. No. Wrong. Spare me your talk about right and wrong. This is my domain. I am right, and anything against me is automatically wrong. I'll deal with whoever I want, and if you keep whining, you'll be the next one to die. Wrong. Very wrong. He gradually breaks into wailing sobs. Take back. Remains. 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 It bares its fangs and brandishes its claws. Its emotional defense is completely shattered. Fine then. If you've got the guts, come and try. Let's see if you can take them back. You horrible, unreasonable, bad woman! Vera plants her banner spear in front of her, slightly leaning forward in a combat stance. She tilts her head and tauntingly beckons the hetero creature with her hand. Come. This... The emotionally shattered hetero creature lets out a piercing screech. The sea mist churns like boiling water, and bubbles rise from the dark ocean surface surrounding the boat. The entire ocean seems to boil in anger. Vera, something is wrong. Stop provoking it. Stop provoking it. Punishing concentration is surging below the boat. It might be swarming with hetero creatures. That's it. We've drawn them out. When dealing with creatures hiding in the shadows, this is how you flush them out, by plucking the strings of spiders' webs. How do you like it now, you skittering hetero creatures? Vera flashes a cruel smile and hurls her banner spear with deadly precision. The spear hurtles straight toward the hetero creature, mere moments from tearing open a wound. A hand reaches out from the misty sea, blocking Vera's attack. Oh? Vera narrows her eyes as both sides lock weapons in a tense standoff. A new humanoid figure slowly emerges from the sea mist. Unlike the twisted, indistinct hetero creatures, he appears to be nothing more than an ordinary construct. He shows no signs of punishing reaction, yet somehow seems to have calmed the surging, punishing energy, preventing the chaos from spreading further. We meet again, Vera. Again? He's likely an ascendant. Vera! You sense something is wrong and raise your gun toward the dissipating sea mist. Why have you suddenly dropped your honorifics? Your imitation is rather clumsy, Lloyd. The humanoid figure fully emerges from the sea mist, standing before everyone in place of the reckless hetero creatures. Please allow me to greet everyone while imitating this appearance. I believe it will help us communicate more peacefully. Why don't you lower your weapon? After all, you received it from my hands. Vera's tense body doesn't relax in the slightest. I will never lower my weapon. If the dead are going to reappear before me like this, then I should have crushed you all to dust in the first place. Reducing us to ashes would be pointless. As long as spirit and will exists, imitators of heroes will continue to emerge. There's no need to be angry about that. Besides, it seems you've fallen into the same hero's dilemma. That banner spear is the best proof. We should have been kindred spirits. I've heard some interesting news lately. Kurono's upper echelon is in panic. Was that your work? It was me. I'd clap if I could. I'd clap if I could. Several of them were exactly who I wanted to die. But since you're right in front of us, you aren't just here to claim credit for that, are you? A subtle rumbling issues from Vera's chest as she prepares for battle. I don't want to fight you. Instead, I want to talk with you, Grey Ribbon Commandant. Lloyd shifts his gaze toward the human behind Vera. She moves a step sideways, blocking his line of sight. I understand. Then let me show you my sincerity first. Make 2 deals with me, and you'll be able to reach the shore safely. Beyond that, I'm willing to answer some of your questions as well. Do all ascendants dress things up with pretty birds? You clearly don't have a choice. Vera's gaze darts quickly between the two parties. The high concentration punishing alarm continues to blare relentlessly. Their small boat has long been surrounded by hetero creatures. Aneth was right. Rashly engaging in battle with an ascendant at sea would essentially be abandoning any chance of survival. The deal. Was that hetero creature calling itself a sea merchant earlier mimicking you? Yes, but it's merely a small punishing offspring, at most parroting what it's heard. It hasn't achieved true evolution yet. I apologize for their recklessness, and I won't hold those 2 corpses at the stern against you. A wave hits the boat to punctuate his words. Even a smaller wave like this could easily overturn their small vessel. Vera steadies herself, keeping her eyes fixed on Lloyd. Let's talk about the deal. Don't get too greedy, Lloyd. We'll agree to this. I want to exchange interesting stories. If the stories are valuable enough, I'm willing to be their chronicler, weaving them into new legends. Is there something wrong with our commandants? Our? You think they're yours? Do you think they're yours? This pathetic attempt to act like we're related in any way is disgusting. They will be ours. His gaze passes beyond the humans, fixed on the distant ocean. I've been wandering this boundless world for too long, for far too long. If you're willing, I could go first, starting with a not-so-interesting story. I'm all ears. Lloyd pauses briefly to consider. In a certain corner of this world, there is a group of people who race almost every day. They compete against each other, racing to see who will be the first to reach the end of a long road, to discover what actually lies at its end. At the beginning, it gets even more tedious. No one has ever won this race. And no one has ever won this race. Even those who ran beyond everyone's sight never returned. I've finished my story. The rest of the story was even more boring. Yes, like an open ending hastily written by an author who resented their work being cut short or heavily edited. Can we make a deal based on this story now? Sure, then I'll give you an equally terrible story in return. Vera leans on her banner spear. The protagonist of this story is an exceptional assassin. Any mission entrusted to her never fails. But during an unusual disaster, she was saved by a stranger who inexplicably showed her kindness. Instead, the stranger suffered severe injuries as a result of trying to save her. I understand. She became indebted to him from that moment. Perhaps the stranger survived, but with a massive gash in his stomach and brain damage. To repay this unsolicited kindness, the assassin had no choice but to care for them, dragging along this piece of dead weight while continuing to complete her missions. In short, everything became incredibly complicated, reaching a level of complication the assassin had never encountered before. And then what happened? Lloyd seems to have developed an interest in this story. Later, the punishing spread to the temporary medical station, forcing the assassin to drag the stranger away and flee, with no clear destination in mind. And what happened after that? Vera suddenly turns to look at you. And what happened after that? Me? Points at you. Yes, I'm asking you. Do you know what happened next? I don't know. I've never heard this story before. Oh, you don't remember? You hear that? That's it. The story ends here. That entire thing was... Yeah, I think that was the backstory with them or something. Or at least like what the past few notes were. Equally incomplete. Indeed, it's just like the stories you randomly chopped in half. It's fair, or rather, no one's being sincere in this exchange, including you. I'm guessing your next deal will be just as infuriatingly fake. Just spit it out already. Lloyd raises his hand and points at you. I need the Grey Raven Commandant. I promise that no harm will come to them. If anything, they will only become better than they are now. Vera picks up her banner spear again, shaking her head with a laugh as if she's just heard an absurd joke that's not even worth taking seriously. If I'd known we'd end up here anyway, I wouldn't have wasted my breath telling stories. After wasting everyone's time like this, how do you plan to make it up to us? You pathetic Lloyd fake. Lloyd instantly dodges as Vera hurls her banner spear, the weapon grazing past his ear before plunging into the deck. The tremendous force of the near miss dissipates as the spear shaft vibrates violently. The truth is the complete opposite of what you believe. The name once belonged to me. Cut the crap. Get out of my sight! Another lightning bolt crashes down, illuminating Vera as she stands at the forefront. She seizes the moment to turn and shout to you. Get to the cockpit and reconnect the signal. I'll cover you. Copy that? You wait for a moment of relative stability amid the ship's violent rocking, then bolt forward at full speed. But the Ascendant merely casts a pitying glance their way. I've seen too many struggles like this. If there were another way, I wouldn't have been forced to take such measures. Cease your futility, human. Lloyd emerges from the curtain of rain and lightning, his body marked with wounds from Vera's attacks. Yet these injuries don't hinder his movements in the slightest. The curtain of rain falls around him as he tightly grips a scythe, raising it high above his head. Sever. The scythe's razor-sharp edge cleaves downward into the center of the ship's hull, causing seawater to violently gush through the newly formed breach. Oh no! In a split second, you take in your surroundings. Vera is leaping toward you with a tense face, while Hanif, realizing he's on his own in this chaos, has already firmly wrapped himself around a relatively sturdy pipe. Unfortunately, you realize you're the one who's most in danger. Vera. You reach out toward Vera. But it's too late. A violent rush of seawater engulfs you, dragging them down into the depths in one savage gulp. You were prepared to hold their breath. You were prepared to hold your breath, but the hetero creatures hiding beneath the ship have no intention of letting anyone escape. As if following orders, they suppress their primal instincts and don't immediately tear you apart, but they still shatter the blade you managed to draw. Another one latches onto your coat, frantically dragging you deeper into the depths. Bubbles escape from your mouth, floating upward, but the surface is no longer visible. Struggle upward. Your struggling grows weaker, vision darkening under the waves. Unable to hold it in any longer, you involuntarily gasp for air, but only bitter salt water floods into your lungs, your throat spasming as you reflexively try to cough. You are seconds away from drowning. Struggle upward. Gulp. You gradually stop struggling, suspended motionless in the water. The final image flashing before your eyes is a chaotic cloud of bubbles descending from above, as if someone has plunged into the sea from the surface. Someone fends off the surrounding hetero creatures, then a cold hand firmly grasps your wrist. Oh, it's so good. Alright, I think I'll call it there then. It's been 5 hours now. I'd like to give my voice some rest too, so I'll continue tomorrow. I actually don't know, because man, this is only node 7 right here I'm leaving off on, so we only have 20 nodes left. I feel like that's going to be way more than 5 hours for tomorrow, actually, man. I'm tempted to play just one last node. Maybe just one more. Maybe just one more. Maybe. This one has this one's got achievements. Oh, but it's not listed on the thing. There's no secret achievement on this one. Okay. Man, I am so curious. Okay, you know what? I'll play this one. I'll go through this node, and then I'll call it a night. Data synchronization progress, 55%. In a corner of a ruined street, a woman trembles as she holds up a handgun, aiming at the corrupted rapidly approaching from a distance. Stay back! Aim. Aim. She seems to be trying to intimidate the corrupted with her weapon, but quickly realizes what a pointless gesture it is. She takes half a step back, only to feel her calf brush against a shivering little girl. Mommy, it's coming. And that big brother hasn't contacted us either. The woman stops retreating. Run. Run now. Mommy will catch up soon. I'm too scared. There's nothing to be afraid of. Go now. The corrupted swiftly closes in on the mother and daughter, the pitch-black shadow rapidly expanding in the reflection of her pupils. The woman suppresses a scream as she raises her gun, finger tensing on the trigger. Get down! The red blur lunges forward, tackling both of them to the ground. And then an explosion erupts right in front of them. As the dust settles, the woman coughs a couple times before finally understanding what just happened. A red-haired female construct rises from the ground, dusts herself off, and casually takes the gun from the woman's hand. I'm confiscating this gun. It'll be more useful in the hands of someone who knows how to use it. No, give it back! The woman instinctively reaches for it. In these chaotic and dangerous times, that gun is their last means of protection. I knew I shouldn't get involved in these annoying cleanup operations. I can't be bothered to explain. Let that person do the talking. Little Commandant. The construct irritably jerks her chin toward the human beside her. You are wearing a hospital gown, looking like someone who escaped from a medical facility. Alarming swathes of bandages cover your abdomen and face. Don't worry, we're from Babylonia. I spotted some corrupted up ahead, so I threw a grenade. I hope I didn't hurt any of you by accident. Not that clear? Still thinking whether we're saviors or bandits? If you can tell the difference, shut up and follow us. I'm only generous once a day. Babylonia. You're also from Babylonia? You saw other people from Babylonia? Hearing some key information from the woman, Vera looks over vigilantly. Well... Please, you must save those two people as well. The woman suddenly lunges toward Vera, firmly gripping her arm. There's a young man who's been helping us escape, but he has an important mission and the researcher with him is in trouble too. Anyway, he's stuck here now. No, forget it. I can't explain properly. He should still be behind that building. I can take you to him. He said he's from Babylonia. He's with FOS College. FOS? Operating on the ground, which feels infinitely more vast and desolate than Babylonia, suddenly hearing this familiar term brings the comfort of home to you. But Vera obviously doesn't share this sentiment. I refuse to get involved in unnecessary complications. All I care about is you, little Commandant. If he were still alive, he would have already shown up here with them, rather than giving away his own gun. Vera tosses the gun she took from the woman to you. Its shape and markings clearly identify as FOS standard issue. Let go of me. Don't touch me. Vera shakes the woman's hands off her arm. You stare into Vera's eyes, who's waiting for your response. As she does, you search her gaze for a more fitting reason. You can't help but recall a memory diary entry that you personally recorded in your terminal. It documents an incident from one night at the temporary medical post, when she fell asleep beside your sickbed. I should be the one making this decision. Look who's acting high and mighty. You better make the right decision, or I'll sew that mouth of yours shut. Let's go rescue those two people she mentioned. You better... I need to do this. Mission. She said that FOS person is carrying a mission. She also mentioned the FOS person is traveling with a researcher. We're in better condition than they are, so we should provide support. I believe they have a mission more important than just delivering materials. Those reasons alone won't convince me. Why don't you look in the mirror and see that self-righteous expression of yours? I think you just want to play hero, just like when you saved that mother and daughter. Vera looks extremely displeased. Just like when you inexplicably rushed out to save me that time. I've met a few people with that natural sense of duty and justice, and you're just like them. I'm curious, was it your environment that shaped you this way? Tell me, what's your reason for making these choices? I don't understand, Hound. This is also my first time on the surface. I'm just following what my heart tells me to do. What nauseating, idiotic words. Well, sorry to disappoint, but we're complete opposites. When I don't have full control of a situation, I never hesitate to assume the absolute worst of others. Vera suddenly places her blade against the woman's neck, right over her artery. Listen up, little Commandant. If you want to be a hero, you'll have to bear the consequences alone. I'm not willing to carry you, at least not right now. Let's split up. Let's stay in touch. Since you're so brave, follow that mother and daughter. Maybe you really can save that person from FOS College. I'm kind enough to hold off the corrupted for you, but only for half an hour at most. If you haven't brought back any good news after that time, I'll abandon everyone without hesitation. Oh, and one more thing. Vera fixes a threatening stare on the mother and daughter, and taps her ear pointedly. I've seen plenty of refugees over the years who act weak, but are actually wolves in sheep's clothing. Don't try anything clever. If I hear anyone disobeying, I'll hunt you down and slaughter you, no matter where you run. Is that clear to everyone? Vera taps the woman's neck with the flat of her blade, while pointing the other end directly at her temporary commandant. Understood. Thanks, Hound. Meanwhile, a bomber aircraft sweeps across the sky overhead, its ominous sound detected by Vera's sensitive auditory module. What rotten luck. The corrupted are already catching up to us. What are you waiting for? Everyone move now. Alrighty.
防衛計画は失敗。処理プログラムの実行を申請する。
インフラの損傷により、地上の人員は投下情報を受け取れない可能性があります。
30秒後に処理プログラムを実行。
ちょっとまだなの？侵食体が多すぎるわ。逃がさないわよ。隠れる気？
Managed to send. I also found that person from Everless they mentioned.
もしもし。手を出すんじゃなかった。このゴミどもが笑える。はあ、年功最骨。よく生きてたわね。偉大な犠牲になったかと思ったわ。それであなたの仲良しの同級生は生きてるの？
He told me something. It's complicated, but you need to save him.
今からそっちに合流するわ。知らないでよ。
警告警告、まもなく処理プログラムを実行。
Contact the little commandant.
爆撃？前線が全滅したってこと？
No response.
あなたの最高の痛みよ。甘いわよ。まだまだここからよ。笑える。
Vera, do you copy?
ねえ、アナウンスは聞いた？早く足手まといを連れて遠くへ逃げて。
I need to help that classmate first. His mission is extremely important. I've settled the mother and daughter at the
また
location.
面倒なことに巻き込まれたわね。
うちの役割をもう一度確認しよう。君は研究員とサンプルケースを探してくれ。僕はサンプルケースの解読ツールを探してくる。昨日アナウンスを聞いただろう。急がないと全部が水の泡になるぞ。
I understand. Good luck to us both.
退避してって言ってたよ。あなたも一緒に行くよね。
Oh shit. God, my sensitivity is high. Sorry, I need to head back for a bit. I just got an important mission. That red-haired construct is coming for you now. Go with her.
そう。
I'll return once I'm done with my mission, okay? Don't worry.
ほら、大人たちのお仕事の邪魔しちゃダメよ。こっちにおいで。
約束絶対守ってね。
Good listener. Look for the
君
missing
まで巻き
researcher.
込んでしまって本当にごめん。君と境遇が似てるんだ。災難が起きた時にみんなとはぐれたけど一匹のプードルについていったら安全エリアにたどり着いた。彼らはパニシングのサンプルを探そうと複数の正体を災難の発生地に送り込んだ。そこでファンス出身の僕が同行することになったんだ。僕たちはサンプルを見つけたけど生き残ったのは僕とあの研究員だけだった。そこでサンプルケースを見張ってる。解読ツールを持っていけば中のサンプルを取り出せるはずだ。
I found the researcher. She seems to have passed out. How are things on your end?
ケースは無事か。
Calm down. The sample container is still intact. I'll support you with everything I've got.
だった必ずサンプルケースを守ってくれ。僕は遠隔で解読のアシストをする。
Contact Vera.
あなたが今何をしていようがどうでもいいけど身の程をわきまえなさい。あなたは構造体じゃない。脆い肉体に貴重なテスト素材をまとってあちこちに迷惑をかけているだけよ。
I'll apologize sincerely. Don't worry, I'll be careful.
こっちは親子と合流したが彼女たちでさえ
おとなしくしていられるのに。大人たちのお仕事は終わった？無事でいてね。
警告。5分後に処理プログラムを実行。繰り返します。5分後に処理プログラムを実行。
I'm decrypting it now. It's going to take some time.
5分じゃ絶対に間に合わないぞ。処理プログラムの実行班にも連絡がつかない。
Even if you could reach them, it wouldn't matter. The bombing needs to happen ASAP or the corrupted will be able to make it out.
仕方ない。スピードを上げよう。君はサンプルを持って研究員を連れて撤退の準備を。
Oh, open decryption window. Ah?
何をもたついてるの？さっさと逃げないと間に合わないわよ。
あと40秒だ。すぐに権限を解放してくれ。僕が解読する。解読完了だ。サンプルを持って研究員と避難してくれ。
What about you?
E04 エリアの防空壕に隠れてる。だからあとは僕に任せて。
処理プログラム実行まで残り30秒。
Ah, why can't I go? Oh, Jesus Christ!
見つけたわよ。走り回る英雄さん。誰を背負ってるの？
I've got both the virus sample and
こんなところに
the
防空
researcher.
壕なんてあると思うの？
処理プログラム実行。
Ah.
私を傷つけられるの？立ってもたもたしないで。
Oh, the ringing. Ugh. Your head slams against the ground again, accompanied by a sharp pain so intense it causes numbness. Some memories rapidly withdraw from your mind. A worried-looking FOS classmate, a researcher unconscious in the corner, a box on the floor. A shout from that classmate. This sample is something we staked our lives on. Very important. The box. Very important. The sample is crucial. You must take it to the temporary safe zone up ahead. Don't forget. The classmate shouts something, but all you hear is the roaring of aircraft flying overhead. In a daze, a fleeting thought passes through your head. I don't think I ever asked his name. What's your name? He busies himself, hastily stuffing useful items into your arms, including a whistle and a small knife from who knows where, all entrusted to this classmate who had consistently ranked first in evaluations. He trusts you. You go ahead with the sample and that researcher. There's barely enough time, but I can unlock it quickly enough. Once you hand it over to the people at the forward safe zone, my mission will be complete. Wait, what's your... Just don't call me Student A. Alright, it's all up to you now. He pushes with all his might. The head hematoma takes its toll once more, as memories surge like a tide before rapidly receding. A new cycle of rebooting seems about to begin. Meanwhile, a new wave of bombardment is about to hit. You can only clutch the small box containing the sample tightly, secure the important researcher on your back, and brace for impact. Can't forget. Can't forget. Can't forget. Vera's words crackle through the earpiece with static. They're barely indiscernible, but you hear her say that she's evacuated the mother and daughter from the bombing zone and is heading this way now. If you manage to reunite with Vera, there's so much you need to tell her. You need to tell her that the mother and daughter weren't lying, the FOS classmate's mission was real, and you even managed to crack the code for him. You retrieved the important sample and carried out the last researcher on your back. To accomplish so much under such extreme conditions, you must be able to. But these memories are fading away. Can't forget. Must tell Vera everything. Tell her. Don't forget. You idiot! When you open your eyes again, Vera has already rushed into your field of vision. Vera, I still remember. I didn't make the wrong choice. No. I'm saying I didn't make the wrong choice. The impulsive words sound more like a petulant retort. What you're trying to express is that during your separate mission, you didn't make a single wrong move. Even if you were merely playing at being a hero, you succeeded at it. But I'm not feeling well. But memories dissolve into mere scattered shards, while a fixture of memory or emotions weighs on my chest with a heaviness that makes it hard to breathe. Just as you said, this was your first time setting foot on real ground, your first time witnessing such a scene, your first time experiencing these emotions. If this is destined to become the catalyst for your future choices, then you must remember it clearly. Please remember for me. But Vera doesn't waste a single word, nor does she have time to listen to any heroic sentiments. Instead, she nearly explodes with rage as she tackles you to the ground, pinning you beneath her. Are you deaf? Get down! Many words die on your lips, the words never making it past your mouth. The final shell whistles down from the sky. The construct's warmth fiercely embraces both you and the female researcher you had rescued. The moment you feel the construct's body heat, a stubborn question forces its way through your thoughts. You're supposed to be... Why? Why would you go this far to help me? The bomb strikes and your memories explode with it, sending you spiraling into darkness. Enough now. Time to stop thinking about everything. The shockwave sweeps over the few survivors, the heat penetrating through your clothes as sand and debris shower down on all of you. Thankfully, with the construct's protection, you emerge unharmed. As the dust settles, Vera brushes the ash from her hair and examines you with a furrowed brow. Are you hurt? What the hell are you holding on to? Vera forcibly pries the female researcher's arm from your grip, like extracting a piece of stone. You just realized, this person is already dead. But you stubbornly cling to the researcher's grayish wrist, refusing to surrender the body to Vera. She's important. Can't forget. What was it? I can't remember. Let go. What's the point of dragging around a corpse? Aren't you afraid of infection? I leave you alone for 1 hour and you're picking up all sorts of things. What's that in your hand? A box? What the hell happened? Vera pulls the researcher's body from your arms and reflexively tears the fabric name tag from the corpse's chest. Meanwhile, you clutch an unfamiliar small box while furiously pounding the ground in frustration. Must forget. What can't I forget? What I can't forget? A sense of helplessness spreads from your mind throughout your entire body. Even as you pound the sandy ground until your hands bleed, you still can't remember anything. Fragile humans ultimately cannot transcend the shackles of their flesh. The wound in your side begins to seep fluid. The recent battle and escape must have reopened it. Stop punching the ground. Your brain's malfunctioning and panicking won't help. Temporary safe area. Abandoned conservation area. And the box? Samples? The wound in your side intertwines with your throbbing headache, making you want to curl up in agony. Wait, Slap. Vera's hands slam against your cheeks with a sharp slap, firmly gripping your head and restraining your movements. Usabeni, look at me. The world falls silent for a moment. All you can see is Vera's face, furious yet somehow tinged with helplessness. This is all I can remember. I'm sorry. Stop getting hung up on this. I don't know exactly what just happened, but beating yourself up now is pointless and risks reopening your wounds. You clearly don't understand how precious those materials used on your injuries are. Even if 10 of you died, it wouldn't cover the cost. Materials. The materials seem important too. Yes, that's more like it. Vera's expression grows increasingly complex, becoming difficult to read. She seems to understand your confusion and inner struggle. Her tone softens ever so slightly from its usual harshness. Remember your mission. All you need to do is keep yourself safe and protect the materials. Finally, she lets out a soft sigh. I'm guessing your memory has reset again. Let me quickly fill you in on the situation. You can call me Hound. I'm a construct from Babylonia assigned to you. For the rest of the details, wait until we reach a safe area, then check the notes on your terminal. Since we've handled the situations on both fronts, let's evacuate immediately. The bombing didn't eliminate all the corrupted. We can't stay here for long. I wonder if Kurono's nearby stronghold was caught in the blast. Can you walk? Nod. Extend hand. Seeing your condition gradually stabilize, Vera finally releases her grip and prepares to pull you up from the ground. Stumble forward. I'll carry you on my back. No need, I can walk. Also need to bring that. While speaking, you stubbornly drag up the small box that appears completely mysterious to Vera's eyes. Is it really that important? You don't know why, or rather you've forgotten it. In the end, you only respond with a faint whisper. I want to take it with me. I have to take it with me. The mother and daughter also miraculously survived the bombing, emerging alongside several other refugees who had fled here, all supporting one another as they walk out. Please, take us with you. Miss. The refugees look pleadingly at the only construct before them, ready to entrust their lives to this powerful warrior. Don't ask me, ask this person over here. Vera irritably turns you around, forcing you to face the pleading refugees. Come on, our amnesiac commandant. Open your eyes and see the fine mess you've gotten us into. I've told you before, don't carelessly take on other people's burdens, especially their lives. You can't handle it. That's what years of experience have taught me. You stare at the crowd with an unfocused gaze, unable to respond. Vera rolls her eyes at you. Judging by your expression, you can't process this right now. That's fine. Eventually you'll learn the bitter disappointment that comes from playing savior time and again. You're unable to respond. Your legs give way again, and you suddenly collapse to the side. Before you hit the ground, Vera catches you in one swift motion, along with the small box you refuse to let go of. There's a penny. Vera's anxious calls sound close to your ear, but you can't open your eyes anymore. Compared to constructs, your human body is too fragile, easily breaking from the slightest touch. What's that sound? Just before you slip away, you hear the muffled sound of brakes screeching and a dog barking. Ooh. Okay. There we go. Now I'll stop here. It's really good. This has been really, really good. Oh man. It's been super gripping thus far, especially with the stuff in the present time. With like Lloyd and stuff. Really interesting stuff. Really interesting. I'm excited to continue reading this for tomorrow though. It's late right now. The news stories are longer than before, no? Not really. Not really. They're kind of just like the same length, if anything. I wouldn't say... Well, they're a bit longer, I guess, but they're not too crazy. I'm used to it. I'm okay with it, though. I enjoy the story a lot. The story is really interesting. It's really good, so I'm fine with long hours of reading. It's worth it. I'll continue the reading tomorrow, though. It's been nearly 6 hours of reading, so it's late at night. I want to rest my voice. But again, I'll continue this tomorrow. So, good night then. Yes, thank you. So with that being said, that will be it for me for tonight. So thank you for watching. Thank you for chilling with me. Thank you for chatting with me. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water. Hope you enjoy the stream. I'll see you for the continuation of Spark to Wildfire tomorrow. Again, thank you for watching, and again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. Alright, Good night. Bye bye.